waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The Fiery Fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, Achoo is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the Fiery Fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the Fiery Fledgling.
BYG 还想要
稳一点就是这里回了啊，不稳一点就是这里继续压，反正也没有输的画面，
应该也不用回吧？哇，好痛哦，这公平一点，
只要正常玩没有输的画面啊，除非有人不正常。
这是老三最后的仁慈哦 ，BYG，
这要是非爱没想通，直接举进去送才有机会。
纳尔跳往前被晕下来，卡在了原地中，专门准备阵亡。Maple 还有新人，而且滑进来一推到2人，但这个沙皇没有办法创造奇迹。凯特琳直接将他追捕了起来，那下宽爪，这会是 Pentakill！
哇哦，好爽哦，于院长。
想要先占据祭坛的优势，但这波看起来想要开团，后方亮了一个 TP， 往前挖吸住了呼爪反身一吸，但自己要葬送当场。这时候116被墙给卡住了，后面一个火速连击直接进来，还有一个 TP， 两边的上路都亮 TP。Betty 进入了危险，但116没有办法杀掉 Betty。Driver 也想要来换 Betty 的人头，解出了3环，但战场分割成2个半边，这里再刷无敌，
被抬回来了，
但是直接被抬了回来，来自 PSG 的3人进攻，最后是守护住了辅助 Maple。掌握了大局 ，PSG 大出 ace，
家有一老，如有一宝啊！
This is Marco.
Yeah, Marco trying to zone off the LeBlanc of all people in a massive engaged 3-man bramble smash, but it might just be that Orca goes down first. It's a massive fake sealed coming through from Lakai there on the own. Wako as well, he's finding the damage. Cleanse comes out, Tide is stunned up, but Cruscada, he's looking, he's going to get it. He goes back to the distortion. In comes the shield, and it's going to be J-Team. They pick up 4. Malachi.
Oh, he's rooted.
Yeah, there he goes, rooted. He's not going to have that cleanse. He does have that breath of life. And through will come Cruscada. He's going to find Wako all alone here. He does dodge out of that perfect execution, but he's rooted up by the Nature's Grasp.
Wow.
Orca finding it. Lakai's in the back though. He's 1v3. We've seen Casante's manager before. Cruscada lands the shuriken though, and Minji's able to get the kill. Best of blast cone. Tide's going to go down. Lakai, he is ready to go massive. He gets rid of that spell shield from Taco as Lakai is still in that all-out mode. 2-man knock-up. He might not be done yet. Yusan, so cool around to support this tank. We've got 2 tanks. We've got 1 support, and it's the 2 tanks that are trying to do it under their tower. Everyone's getting so low. Lakai is finding every single Q3. Taco is so low. Oh my god, he lands another. That's a shutdown. 665 looking movement coming out. Another Natofu strike, but 665 might just have it now. Crackdown comes through though. Q3 is going to land onto 2 and unstoppable. He's going to keep going. 665 eventually is able to take down Sokol, but Lakai, even if he doesn't win, he is my player of the game because that was heroic.
上半部看一下画面哦，开大拔塔，但现在所有人过来想起自己的大哥是谁，
没用。但是有
用吗？一剑还在回血，想开回来，直接开回了 ，Q 这 pick，
还有谁？
又抓到了3个绕台，
还有谁？一剑
过去，
没了，
直接硬抓，但还是让一剑换到了 double，
头很痛，
你看到了。就是
没有，
这个对局，
就是我被打过一次，我知道我打不过。
那你痛过了，
对我痛过了。虽然是我前面先被单杀了一次啊，跟他差不多。
亲身的体验。不过这一波的3杀3夹之内找空档看起来是轻轻松松啊。
对，有料，这个剑锋，我只能说要不是多了一个这个，而且他没看到，他没看到啊，他没有闪。刚 OB 带到的时候感觉是有闪。
哎呀，他觉得很可惜，他感觉可以再杀多一点。
ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle.
The Fiery Fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder. Go Smolder.
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it.
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the Fiery Fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Veigar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below. And bring the heat with Smolder, the Fiery Fledgling.
BYG 还想要
稳一点就是这里回了啊，不稳一点就是这里继续压，反正也没有输的画面，
应该也不用回吧？哇，好痛哦，这公平一点
只。要正常玩没有输的画面啊，除非有人不正常。
这是老三最后的仁慈哦 ，BYG。
这要是非爱没想通，直接举进去送才有机会。
纳尔跳往前被晕下来，卡在了原地中，专门准备阵亡。Maple 还有新人，而且滑进来一推到2人，但这个沙皇没有办法创造奇迹。凯特琳直接将他追捕了起来，那线宽爪，这会是 Pentakill！
哇哦，好爽哦，于院长。
想要先占据祭坛的优势，但这波看起来想要开船，后方亮了一个 TP， 往前挖吸住了呼刷反身一吸，但自己要葬送当场。这时候116被墙给卡住了，后面一个火速连击直接进来，还有一个 TP， 两边的上路都亮 TP。Betty 进入了危险，但116没有办法杀到 Betty。Driver 也想要来换 Betty 人头，解出了3环，但战场分割成2个半边，这里再抓无敌，
被抬回来了，
但是直接被抬了回来，来自 PSG 的3人进攻，最后是守护住了辅助 Maple。掌握了大局 ，PSG 大出 ace，
家有一老，如有一宝啊！
这是马可哦。
Yeah, Waco trying to zone off the LeBlanc of all people in a massive engage, 3-man bramble smash, but it might just be that Orca goes down first. It's a massive fate sealed coming through from Lakai on the own. Waco as well, he's finding the damage. Cleanse comes out, Tide is stunned up, but Cruscada, he's looking, he's going to get it. He goes back to the distortion. In comes the shield, and it's going to be J-Team. They pick up 4. Marai.
Oh, he's rooted.
Yeah, there he goes, rooted. He's not going to have that cleanse. He does have that breath of life.
No.
And through will come Cruscada. He's going to find Waco all alone here. He does dodge out of that perfect execution, but he's rooted up by the Nature's Grasp.
Wow.
Orca fine here. Lakai's in the back though. He's 1v3. We've seen Casante's manager before. Cruscada lands the shuriken though, and Minji's able to get the kill. Best of blast cone. Tide's going to go down. Lakai, he is ready to go massive. He gets rid of that spell shield from Taco as Lakai is still in that all-out mode. 2-man knock-up. He might not be done yet. Your son, so cool around to support this tank. We've got 2 tanks. We've got 1 support, and it's the 2 tanks that are trying to do it under their tower. Everyone's getting so low. Lakai is finding every single Q3. Taco is so low. Oh my god, he lands another. That's a shutdown. 665 looking movement coming out. Another to top who strike, but 665 might just have it now. Crackdown comes through though. Q3 is going to land onto 2 and unstoppable. He's going to keep going. 665 eventually is able to take down Sokol, but Lakai, even if he doesn't win, he is my player of the game because that was heroic.
上半部看一下画面哦，开大拔塔，但现在所有人过来想起自己的大哥是谁，
没用。但是有
用吗？一剑还在回血，想开回来，直接开回了 ，Q 这 pick，
还有谁？
又抓到了3个绕台，
还有谁？一剑
过去，
没了，
直接硬抓，但还是让一剑换到了 double，
头很痛，
你看到了。就是
没有，
这个对局，
就是我被打过一次，我知道我打不过。
那你痛过了，
对我痛过了。虽然是我前面先被单杀了一次啊，跟他差不多。
亲身的体验。不过这一波的3杀3夹之内找空档看起来是轻轻松松啊。
对，有料，这个剑锋，我只能说要不是多了一个这个，而且他没看到，他没看到啊，他没有闪。刚 OB 带到的时候感觉是有闪。
哎呀，他觉得很可惜，他感觉可以再杀多一点。
off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PCS. Oh, excited.
Yeah, some banger games today, especially in the second series. We do have Frank versus DCG to get through first, which we're expecting to be a one-sided affair, but we did have those expectations for yesterday's games, and wasn't quite that way.
For sure. Now, of course, today will be brought to you by Riot Games and Carry International, but yeah, I mean, I think now we're getting to the stage of the PCS, which quite often happens where a lot of unexpected results start to come through.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 2 splits that I've been here casting, the same exact things happens where you get sort of to the tail end of the regular season and then all of a sudden these wins that you're like, no way, this will happen, start to come through.
Yeah, you think you've got the teams figured out, and then all of a sudden, you don't.
Yeah. I don't know how else to word it. Pretty aptly put, I think. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see today's games. Of course, yesterday's games will be coming up on your screen in just a moment. And it's very exciting to see sort of, you know, West Point and Halpigs picking up their first win yesterday, which isn't what we expected. I mean, West Point versus J-Team, I didn't know what to expect, but certainly Halpigs versus BYG. I didn't think we'd ever see Halpigs picking up a win. They picked up the first win and Beyond managed to turn around.
Playing well, generally.
Yeah.
Halpigs overperforming.
Yeah, even Game 3, right? In Game 3, it actually was a position in which Halpigs probably should have won. They had a little bit questionable macro, around the sort of 15-20 minute mark where Gwen spent about 5 minutes not getting any farm or any XP
as we said before, that's not what we expected to criticize about Halpigs.
Yeah.
We didn't expect to have anything to criticize at the 20-minute mark because we didn't think we'd be talking about the game still.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And on your screen there are the standings. The big one, of course, is CFO and PSG, who are currently both tied for second, exact same game differential. But we will be breaking that apart. We'll see today's games up very shortly. The first one will be Frank versus DCG. And honestly, now that J-Team have overtaken DCG on the leaderboards, you really need to pick up a win.
Yeah.
Will they pick up a win against Frank, who are currently sitting undefeated? You have to feel like possibly not.
Yeah,
but if
Beyond
they are able to.
Beyond couldn't do it.
Yeah.
PSG couldn't do it.
That's right.
So it's a bit of a tall order for DCG. I think you're maybe just happy picking up a win. You want to win the whole series, but if you can pick up a game, you get some points and help your tiebreaker out.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty good against J-Team already. The game differential for J-Team is -2 at the moment.
For sure.
So
the hard thing I think DCG are currently facing is that they are going to have to go up against Frank today and CFO on Sunday. Which, do you favor them in either of those matchups? To be honest, not at all. But, I mean, we saw yesterday Halpigs picking up a win against BYG, so I don't think it's out of the question that DCG can't pick up a series win, let alone a game win up against Frank. And in all honesty, I think Frank, while they are undefeated, they have looked very fallible. They quite often find themselves at quite a large disadvantage early on into the game, and there's usually just some team fight heroics coming through, in particular from either Pretender or Jimmy and whoever they choose to have on any given game. That does change sort of how the game ends up, right?
Yeah, they do end up being usually about 2K. They're very good at holding the advantage where it is and then finding some ridiculous fight to get back into the game. But yeah, maybe concerning for Frank that they are so often finding themselves at a disadvantage in terms of gold. And as far as DCG goes, they have been the best performing of the bottom 4 teams.
For sure.
They did lose to J-Team in a very close series after some heroics from Lakai. But overall, they've probably performed the best out of the bottom 4.
In general, I would agree, but I think now that they have versed everyone in that bottom 4, picking up a win against Halpigs as well as West Point, but losing the J-Team, maybe you think otherwise, but obviously they did verse J-Team while still having Wako in the lineup, so maybe it's a little bit different because Wako, obviously very formidable player.
Yeah,
on your screen, of course, today's matches. DCG versus Frank, and the massive one, the one we've all been waiting for all split long, CFO up against PSG. Best of 3 is what we're looking forward to. And I mean, as social media has stated, this is the battle of what were teammates back in the dynasty that was the Flash Wolves, the team that managed to win in IEM. They were known as the Korean Killers, and now it's going to be Cast a Sword up against Maple. Alongside Betty, and that is so excited.
You've got all the legends playing today.
That's right. What do you think? What's more important, the mid or 80 carry from the team or the jungler and support?
Mid and 80 carry.
Yeah.
Got to be mid and 80 carry.
You reckon?
Yeah.
So does that mean you're favoring PSG?
It is so hard to call it. I
is.
think I'm actually maybe favoring CFO.
Okay,
You know, historically, PSG have gotten the better of them,
that's right. Yeah.
but I think Gory's woken up after a shaky couple first series to get the, to get the split started. He was looking a bit shaky, but he had some really good performances on, I think it was Azir and Corki. And, he looks like he's woken up a bit. And I think CFO is a team that's going to improve a lot. After you change 3 players on the roster,
Absolutely.
you're going to improve a lot as you go.
Yeah.
So I like CFO.
Okay. And we do have to still, of course, get through the DCG and Frank game. It's going to be that 1v1. And, of course, who else to do the Frank 1v1 other than Jiang?
Yeah.
Yet to lose, he's going to be up against Orca, who is currently sitting at 2-0 in his 1v1. So both undefeated. Obviously, Orca playing a lot less.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, that might be to his benefit, meaning that you've seen so many of what Jiang wants to play in these 1v1s, and all you've shown so far is a Heimerdinger and a Volibear.
Orca's
both of
got a
which you've
solo
won.
kill.
Yeah.
When
yeah,
did he
has.
do that?
I don't know, but he's the goat of support, apparently. Jiang certainly has more solo kills in-game.
Yeah.
Are
big-
we surprised?
yeah.
Not particularly.
I mean, that is a ridiculous number of solo kills.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Here we are on your screen. Orca and Jiang. I mean, I have to favor Jiang. I mean, at this point,
yeah.
you're almost delusional if you don't. The guy's 5-0 for a reason.
Yep. And he's found ways to win in matchups where he just looked completely doomed, like the Riven into Cannon.
Yeah.
Where
Taking
you
down
just
Driver.
where you just thought Driver was going to win the game pretty easily, and he just finds an angle to win the game, hits his tower in front of him.
Orca going to be coming out with that Heimerdinger for a second time. I believe this is only the second time Jiang's been able to play Jax as well, receiving bans on it pretty much every time since. Flash, Snowball versus the Ignite barrier. Typically what we do see in these melee versus range matchups.
Yeah, I think I like Heimer in this matchup.
I would usually say the same, but Jiang literally doesn't lose, so I like Jax.
Yeah. I mean, Heimer can just make sure he's not getting jumped on without his turrets ready.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
well,
Stun. Is he not? Oh, he used it. Oh, he used it as he snowballed in. Oh, I missed that.
what's that?
The Heimerdinger stun.
Oh, yeah. He did land it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, looking at the champions, though, it does feel like Heimerdinger should fare fairly well.
Yeah, he's going to get shoved here, but he's not going to have his turrets if he does try pressure Jiang under tower. So he has to play it pretty slowly to get his turrets back and, really put a squeeze on this Jax.
For sure. I mean, we're going to have some pretty AFK gameplay
Yeah.
with Heimerdinger. It's pretty much up to Jiang when he wants to fight, but when do you really choose to fight a Heimerdinger? I think you have to wait till you hit 6 so you get a bit of that magic resist coming through from the ultimate. Even a little bit of burst. Oh, hello, say that. He's...
Yeah, this is unplayable. This seems so hard for Jack.
Oh, the nullifying orb. Okay, looking for a back early. Seems a little bit risky. I mean, that is a massive wave, and
Yeah.
he's just going to commit to it.
Yeah.
Looking like he's going to go Merc Treads. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think if he doesn't back there, he's at risk of just getting stuck in lane and maybe losing his tower.
For sure. And there is also the kill pressure just through the Ignite, and
Yeah.
Heimerdinger does have long range. Once he hits 6, being able to use that upgraded W. Even the upgraded E. And Jiang's come back to lane and immediately lost a lot of health. Jumps in, loses even more. This does seem egregiously unplayable.
Yeah.
But I've said that before, and Jiang still won, so
Yeah,
I'm not giving out on the possibility. I think the problem is maybe you'd want to try and survive to find a fight near the end circle when you have a bit of magic resist, but does your tower survive that long? I
Maybe
struggle
not.
to see how.
He's going for his second back now.
Yeah. I think he has to. Gets the Merc Treads. Won't have a whole lot of gold, though. As soon as Orca decides to back, he's going to feel really, really good. He's going to be very far ahead.
2 levels up at the moment. Second cannon just going to the tower.
-2.
Oh boy. As I think Jiang has like 1 or 2 waves here where he can do something, where Heimer's not going to have turrets set up. And if he does set them up, he's not going to be able to set these forward turrets up. So the turret's just taking care of him.
What? Why is it turret aggroed? I guess it was just within the time frame of which it's still aggro after Heimerdinger.
Oh yeah, they're supposed to be deactivated.
Yeah, I think there's a time though. Like I think you have to wait a certain. Oh, no. Heimerdinger Tower does pull the minion wave. Okay, what do we have? Another nullifying orb. Sorry, null magic mantle.
I don't know about the Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't know what healing we're stopping from a Jax.
Yeah, maybe he has Legend Bloodline.
Yeah, maybe.
Triumph.
Does he have any healing in his kit? I don't think so, right?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, maybe the health packs? I guess.
Yeah.
As
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's playable.
Jumps in, gets stunned.
I guess in theory, maybe one fight if Jiang's feeling really confident, he can jump in and flash the stun.
Insta, yeah.
And maybe then, I think you're still losing it, but you won't lose it as hard.
This is the stun there, but
I think he's just going to try clear this minion wave, but there goes.
I don't know if he can back anymore.
I think he might be able to get one back in.
Oh, you can RQ the tower as Heimer, though.
Oh, that is true. What about Ziggs in the 1v1? Oh. Imagine that.
Oh, into Heimer would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Though you might both just kill the wave.
It is also just blind pick, though, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good into a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, Orca's going to back. He's actually out of mana, so this should give Jiang one more recall. Let's see what he picks up. Obviously, it's going to be something magic resist related. I think ideally, if he could ever make it there, he would want to get a Kanik. While not offering damage, I think maybe it's the magic resist, and obviously the shield means he can actually trade.
Yeah.
But I don't think he'll be even close to enough gold. Okay, he's going Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I like that. If he's going to win, it's going to be a massive all-in.
Yeah.
Where he just has to tank all of Heimer's damage, but Leandri's finished.
Yeah, Leandri's versus Hex Drinker. I know which of the two items I'd prefer to have.
Yeah. So maybe Jiang is just waiting for the circle to come in. And hoping he wins the all-in. Getting a little tricky with the snowball.
Okay. Oh, popped ult. Oh my god, you are not winning that. Oh, boy, oh boy.
Oh my, is he dead? He's dead.
Is.
Oh my
Does
goodness.
his tower now die? There was R used there. Orca does have a long time here to hit this tower. He hasn't actually put down any of his turrets.
Yeah, I think it's dead.
I think this is it. Jiang, he may finally... Oh, sudden death. Nah, it's gone.
Yeah, it's dead.
There you go. So, the way to beat Jiang. Blind pick Heimerdinger and receive a locked-in Jackson.
Yeah.
Be Heimerdinger. He's felled. The unfellable has been felled.
Okay.
There
Maybe
you
the
go.
start of something for DCG here.
Yeah, Orca undefeated now. I think that means Orca... Oh, there might be someone that's only played one. Yesterday. Who was it? Who was it that played Draven? They've only played one, so they're undefeated too.
Chi-Chi.
Oh, Chi-Chi, that's right. Chi-Chi's also undefeated. But 3-0 now is Orca. 5-1 will be Jiang's new record. Sad to see it go, but... Oh, credit due to Orca there. He's playing support, and Heimerdinger do sometimes be a support champ.
Yeah, pretty unplayable matchup.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see any ADCs. It's been trending towards ADC picks in the 1v1s.
I think Jiang may have thought that the Heimerdinger wouldn't come out.
Yeah.
I think he might have predicted. Maybe it's like mind games going back and forth. You're like, you know, he left Heimerdinger open to try and bait him into thinking he's going to pick something for Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. What about Aurelia? What if he just locked Aurelia? Aurelia does pretty decent into a lot of AD carries and also one-shots Heimerdinger turrets.
Yeah, that is a depressing matchup for Heimer.
You try and land the bomb, you just jump to a minion, you're good as gold. Anyway, on your screen, of course, DCG there. Taco 665, Cascada, Titan, Orca. And I guess the story for these guys is 665 either goes 10-0 or 0-10, but he does a lot regardless, honestly.
Yeah. Somehow manages to have massive impact.
And Taco, he's not looking as good as he did in summer of last year, but honestly, he has had some pop-off games, but notably, whenever the Mordekaiser comes out, you oftentimes wish it wasn't the Mordekaiser that came out.
Yeah, if you're rooting for DCG, you want to see Aatrox,
Yep.
Cassante,
Akali.
Kali.
His Akali did look really good.
Yeah. You want to see carry top laners, not the Mordekaiser.
No, not the Mordekaiser. Yeah, definitely. Well, Mordekaisers are carried. You know what? Nah, give me the Mordekaiser again.
You
Just
reckon?
slap Jiang around.
Yeah.
You reckon? Do you reckon he could?
Jiang is probably a very scary player to pick into.
Yeah, Jiang does tend to be one of the more fearsome top laners, I think. Right now, if I had to like go and sort of judge how everyone's been performing, honestly, Lakai might be simply off recency bias, but that guy has been carrying some games. Like, absolutely hard carrying some games.
Yeah.
Jiang is also up there, obviously undefeated Frank, so you have to always mention him.
Yep.
Bit quiet from Driver in general. I mean, his Cassantes looked really, really good, and his Rumble looked amazing yesterday.
He had some great Gwen games.
That's true, yeah.
too.
Yeah. To be honest, we just have a pretty fearsome top lane pool. Pretender will be the mid laner here for game number 1, which tends to mean we're more likely to see Nico or Orianna.
Yep.
Whereas with Jimmy, I mean, you can still, in fairness, see an Orianna with Jimmy, but it's more likely something like the Azir, the Akali, the Yone.
Usually they like to start with Jimmy though. That's kind of how they've been leaning.
Yeah, I think in general you're right. It has been more often Jimmy in the first game, and then depending on how that goes, go into Pretender. But it will be Pretender. I mean, to be honest, both mid laners have been kind of the standout performers on the team.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but like both your sub, I don't know which one you'd call sub, but both mid laners anyway, they're playing roughly the same amount of games, have just been performing out of their minds and pretty much single-handedly carrying mini games that seem pretty unwinnable.
I think so far Pretender's been the stronger laner. Jimmy no slouch in lane
I think
phase.
that is due to the nature of the champions, though.
Yeah, he does like the Orianna, Nico, very strong laners.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy, I think he might still be first place in damage, kills, KDA. Yeah, and all the stats you want to see out of your mid laner. He's kind of dominating, especially in fights. He tends to just play something like the Azir and go even in lane. Kriskada's been a very interesting mid.
Highest DPM in all of the mid laners is Kriskada. Once again proving that AD carries are the better players. Champions played 10.
Yeah.
How many games have they played?
Versus 2.
Oh, it's too hard to work out. It's best of 3s. I can't remember how many were 2 games
It's
or 3
close
games.
to, yeah.
But he is very, very close to playing a unique champion every game. He's probably repeat champion like 3 times, I think. Something like that. It's not very much. And then Pretender, he's played 2. He's played Nico and Orianna.
Yep.
You know, the very first split, so spring of last year that I casted the PCS, Pretender had the highest amount of champs played. He had something like 13, and this was back when it was best of 1s, and he had something like 13 unique champions played. And now for him to just be like, you know what? Orianna, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the 2 best performing mids so far, you know, with Azir in there somewhere. So I get it.
Yeah, for sure. No, they've both looked really, really solid, and I don't hate to see it. I wonder if having Pretender in here might mean that they are opening up the opportunity to pick Karma or force a ban towards it.
Oh, yeah.
Because Karma, of course, feels much more like a Pretender champion than it does a Jimmyan.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, always interesting to see how the draft phase goes. I mean, DCG often have really solid answers to a draft, which tends to mean that their red side drafts do seem stronger. I like the Nico first ban. Of course, Pretender single-handedly turning games around with that pick, and it just has been doing that anyway with pretty much anyone picking it up. So getting rid of that nice and early, it does mean the lane should be easier for Kriskada regardless of what champion he wants to play. Nautilus the second ban away from Kaiwing, something we've seen almost every single game for against Frank.
Yeah, and I wonder if Frank are going to ban the Lucian. They probably have to ban the Kalista now that they've banned the Ashe. Usually a go-to answer to the Kalista. So it might just be 3 ADC bans for Frank.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see DCG ban the Orianna, but they leave it up.
Yeah, I think you can leave the Orianna. But now
might
it's
just
like
pick it.
now there's the question of Karma, because obviously Orianna remains open, but Orianna actually doesn't do so well into Karma. You don't really get to bully the lane, and you don't really outperform that much in team fights. And it's a lot harder for you to perform in team fights. You really have to find some massive ultimate, whereas Karma can just, as we saw yesterday, sit at the back and just throw out these mantra Qs and just chunk for massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, we saw Minji have a great game on it.
Even though they lost that game, he was by far the strongest champion on the Rift. Obviously, it's pretty hard to carry an entire team fight as the Karma, but he was doing his absolute damnedest to do so. But will be the Callisto obviously banned there. Maokai locked in immediately for DCG. That does leave Karma open as a possibility. But for now, maybe we're just going to see Eminem back on the Xayah. Did manage to pull out an absolutely massive team fight up against PSG in their series there, and 12,000 damage in the one fight, leading them to the series win.
Yeah, closed it out on the Xayah. Probably not a traditional pick to prioritize here. As Pretender not looking to add a third champion to his play.
That almost be blasphemic. Should just be locked in, I think. Otherwise, you are probably looking for Karma. But this will, eventually get locked in. So what will the answer be here for Cascada? I mean, you can't really tell. This guy just decides to pick whatever he wants whenever he wants. So notably up against J-Team, a lot of Assassins.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Senna. This makes the Maokai a very serious flex.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there are still other options that you can pair with the Senna, the Seraphine, the Nautilus. I believe we've even seen a Rel, but Rel does currently stand banned.
And it was DCG up against J-Team flexing the Maokai.
Yeah,
to the bot lane.
It was Orca, and Orca honestly looks so phenomenal on that champ.
Honestly, I kind of want to see a Cassante here, because I do not want to... Yeah, okay, they lock in the Cassante, because I don't want to see a Senna against a Cassante ever again.
Yeah, that's true.
That was horrible.
Yeah, it does feel pretty unplayable. I mean, you can't really walk or ignore a Cassante like you can the other tanks that Senna can't deal with.
Yeah. You're gonna give Jiang a really good matchup.
I was gonna say I'm now worried though for the top lane.
Yeah.
Because Jiang with a counter matchup feels like one of the scariest things to have to go up against. He's already shown how proficient he is on this Aatrox. One of his games, and it still might be the highest kill game we've had so far, where he just dropped 15, went nuclear on the Aatrox up against Driver of all people.
Yep. Senna not going to have the easiest time killing the Aatrox, but he's going to have a really hard time getting to her, especially if Orca's going to be standing around peeling.
I think honestly, if Jiang finds a flank, it's pretty easy to get onto the Senna, but it's really up to Taco and Orca, or depending 665 maybe, depending on where this Maokai does go to be peeling, to be like, saplings help out discovering where these flanks are coming from.
Yeah,
Maokai, that's where a lot of his strength comes from. It's really, really difficult to avoid being found.
Yeah.
Rakan going to be the ban. Azir also, so getting rid of that scaling matchup into Orianna that we see so commonly.
Yeah, Azir would have been great for DCG's comp as well, because they just need some consistent damage.
They do. And of course, Rakan, taking away that Xayah Rakan possibility makes a lot of sense, as per usual. Time Kench, so still being very well aware that this could be a Maokai that goes into the jungle.
Yeah, I think I would hate to see it in the jungle at this point, though, because we're lacking damage. And I'm not sure what you can pick in the mid.
Well, I don't know what damage you can really pick now as a jungler, because the problem you're now faced with is most damage junglers kind of have a go forward button, and that's all they have, and that is kind of what Xayah and Orianna thrive at doing, is going backwards and kiting around a fight. So maybe you do just want something with a little bit of zone control or something like that to try and keep Xayah out of range and find angles like that.
Yeah, and this Frank draft is looking scary, not in terms of composition, but just in terms of these players on these champions.
Yeah. Kaiwing getting a melee support, and then we obviously Pretender, Orianna, Eminem even on the Xayah.
No slouch on the Xayah either.
Hui, we get another Hui. Okay, I'm excited to see Hui. We saw one game from Cascada on the Hui, and it was amazingly good. It was really, really, really strong. Completely dominated that game, and so I'm really excited to see if he can repeat that. Vi, I think, might be the jungler I want to see the least. Reason, of course, being, who are you ulting this game?
Yeah, and who are you locking them down for?
Yeah, okay, I like the Lee Sin a lot more. I like the Lee Sin a lot more. So Lee Sin,
Yeah.
while obviously Xayah can play around it, it's actually a lot harder. If Lee Sin finds you, ward jumps behind you, and you have to commit your Feather Storm to get away from that, then there's still Alt Flash, or you can actually do other things as Lee Sin.
Yeah. Xin is looking like a good pick. I think I prefer it over the Viego for Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to be really hard for Hui and Senna to deal with, but they do go for the Viego. Yep. Yeah, they lock in the Viego.
I don't like
Don't
the
love
Viego
it. Don't
all that
love it.
much. I think it also has a weaker time at dueling the Lee Sin than, of course, the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
And more than that, it's quite easy for Hui and Maokai to peel this Viego.
Yeah. We saw someone play Viego into Lee yesterday and end up with like a 2-level lead,
Yeah.
bunch of camps up.
Yeah, who was that?
Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, able to punish the Lee Sin.
I think that might have been
It was Cosmo
Husha.
on Lee Sin. It was Cosmo on Lee Sin.
Yeah, that was Husha.
Yeah. Yeah, able to get a big lead on Viego.
Yeah. And really just took it away from there. Here we are. I mean, we've got pretty much the most Frank-esque draft you
Yeah.
could ever ask for, except maybe the jungle. Gemini does tend to prefer utility junglers.
Yeah, I mean, Gemini on the rel, and you've just got Frank on
Exodia. Yeah.
Frank on all their best champions. Karma, surprisingly,
Absent.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah. Not surprised that DCG didn't pick it. I think it's understandable with the way the early part of their draft went. You couldn't really put a Karma into this comp.
Yeah, you needed some damage.
Yeah.
Obviously, you get a little bit of damage in the Cassante. Well, I say a little. You get a lot of damage in the Cassante, but he has to sort of find the ideal fight for it to be so effective. And then,
Yeah, and he can't really help you kill the Aatrox.
that's right. Yeah,
If
unless he
he's-
takes him out solo up top a few times,
Yeah.
which has happened.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup go both ways. It is considered a bit better for the Aatrox.
Yeah.
He's able to pressure a little more into the Cassante. Once he gets that Profane Hydra, seems like he has the shove and some kill pressure, but we've also seen the Cassante just kill the
Yeah, just come back and
Aatrox anyway.
down 0-2, just walk up and
Yeah.
slaughter Aatrox. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a question mark sometimes. I think ultimately it is almost entirely down to execution,
Yeah.
but it does feel like ease of execution is kind of on the Aatrox, and I think a lot of that comes from the healing.
Yeah. Yeah, we see the Cassante usually rush a Bramble,
Yeah,
and then he gets a window somewhere in there
yeah.
to kill the Aatrox.
But Jiang, of course, will be very familiar with this matchup. It is the exact same matchup that he went against Driver.
Yeah.
He picked up 2 early kills, then
Oh, that
died.
game 3,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then he died, and then
And then he
had
died
15
again.
kills.
And then he died again.
And he finished with 15 kills, so
Yeah. That was a
Second
roller
wind
coaster.
is what he goes for in runes, as does Taco. But I think across the Rift, everything making sense.
Yeah. Yeah, neither support opting for Glacial.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense for Maokai to not have the Glacial.
Well, I was thinking Leona's going to do a lot of solo frontlining, so I kind of like the aftershock.
Yeah, I mean, both supports really are going to do a lot of solo frontlining. And the only reason is, of course, there is Cassante, but oftentimes he just ends
Yeah.
up somewhere else in a fight. Through necessity or just, for whatever reason. This,
Yeah.
champion sort of just spams his abilities and ends up wherever he wants.
Yeah.
So interesting jungle paths. We're going to have a blue start for Gemini, and Wolves will be the choice for 665. Going to be found out, though, Jiang, with that early ward, unless 665 goes straight to his red side jungle. Oh, Zenith Blade lands. Not sure that you want it.
Yeah, you will win the extended trade with lethal tempo, but you can't really lock them down yet
Yeah.
as the
Oh,
Leona
Zenith Blade lands
does.
again. Orca is here for that Bramble Smash, and well, I mean, trade fairly even, and considering the sustain available for the DCG bot lane, and actually, you have to argue would favor DCG.
Yeah. Yeah, Leona up there with Ali,
Yeah,
like in
Pinatas.
terms of weakest level 1 melee supports.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Ali. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess it depends on the scenario. If you want to fight as Leona, as Leona or Ali, then Leona's probably stronger because at least you can have a dash with a micro stun, whereas all
Yeah.
Alistair can do is hit people away.
So Gemini's clearing up to top. I like this. I don't know if he's going to be able to get much done as...
Ooh.
Okay, we're going to see 665's plan here. Gemini may be wise to it.
Yeah, he is. I think 665 realized there's no way that he's not on the red buff yet, so... Yeah, he will know now, for sure. He'll know exactly where...
He might not realize he walked over vision, though.
Yeah, he won't know that part, but he should know for sure where Gemini is. Unless he thinks it was some Raptors into bot side, but even then, you do realize that this is a very slow path if that's the case, but Gemini will now...
Pretender's in base. He's TP'd in now, but Hui's got first move.
Yeah, but it is going to be smited away. Gemini picking himself up that red buff. Honestly, you don't feel that bad as Frank, as long as you are able to get out here. And he will be able to, but 665 should be fine to be able to just go bot, pick up this crab, pick up his bot side. Puts you a little bit behind in tempo, but shouldn't matter all that much.
Yeah. Yeah, you are definitely sad about it, though. As
Glenn's coming out. Tide actually very, very low. Ignite is ticking away. He should be okay
Harry
as
has
long
flash.
as... Yeah, okay. It's fine. And 665, obviously, Frank are aware that he's in the bot side of the map, so... Oh! A little bit risky. He's eating up that blade caller. Well, Taco's home here.
Yeah.
Oh, he ate a cookie.
Right. Cookies across the board
I think
on
that's
DCG.
a fraudulent rune.
Oh, I love cookies. I'm a cookie defender.
There's a lot of stacks. You hate to see it.
Yeah. Gemini is so far ahead of this Lee Sin in tempo.
Yeah.
It's about 3 camps ahead once he gets that red buff.
They know where he is, though, and they are now also going to know where 665 is. Does he have flash? He doesn't, so this will be Gemini's camp.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. Smite versus no smite.
Yeah.
Mid lane seemingly going pretty well here for Chris Carter. Both refillables used for Pretender.
Yeah. He got early prio pretty thoroughly. Forced
is-
Pretender back.
A 5-minute dragon.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey, but I think they're just so ahead in jungle tempo that Lee Sin can't really contest this.
Yeah.
He has to go kill some camps.
I think he might just look for the Void Grubs, and I mean, doesn't feel that great to trade Dragon for Void Grubs, but it's better than nothing.
Frank might be able to contest this.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, Gemini is quite low, as is Kaiwing. Oh, and wow,
Wow.
we've had a...
Yeah, Pretender having a rough time in this lane.
Oh
Maybe
my.
not familiar.
That's ult.
Wow.
Wow,
Okay.
I mean, Chris Carter showing proficiency on the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we've seen this matchup before.
We saw it yesterday, didn't we? I know we saw one Hui versus Nico. What was the other one? I'm pretty sure it was Hui versus Ori.
Yep, yeah, because it was against Vi
Yeah.
Ori. I remember him eating a lot of the Vi Oriana ults. It went well, but not this well.
Yeah. You know, definitely Chris Carter having the best of this side.
Yeah, lanes across the board looking pretty good.
Oh, we've got a proxy
DCG.
mid laner. How often do you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, while Frank are behind, they pick up a really early first dragon, which even if they lose the next one, will mean they are going to remain 5 minutes longer into the game in terms of at least that win con. But they also do just so often find themselves behind anyway.
Yeah.
It's kind of just what you expect at this point,
Yeah.
which isn't a good thing to say, but
Yeah, it's
They still
you know,
haven't
it's
lost.
risky because you know, you imagine at some point they're going to stop finding these ridiculous plays from their mid laners. Jimmy and Pretender both have a few big plays to get them back into the games under their belt. You know, and you imagine it's going to stop eventually, but so far they managed to just come back into every game.
yeah, the PCS top 5 players of the week have been awfully littered with Jimmy and Pretender.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, credit to them, but at some point you don't want to have to pull out a top 5 player of the week to win.
Every game, yeah. I mean, they are once they're
Oh, this is level 6 to level 5. Gemini can do whatever he wants.
yeah. Thank God 665 on the Lee Sin gets the blue buff there. Because he's kind of looking to fight this. Oh, Cascada has to back off this mid wave.
Yep. Gemini's still looking, though. Well, they're going to find him, but I think Cascada, seeing Pretender walk past that tower, realizes something is afoot. That thing that was afoot was
Bot lane
treachery.
is here, but okay.
So I guess Cascada just got hit by a shockwave at some point and chunked him out.
Yep.
It is the Sork boots first here for Pretender, and once again, of course, in the skill shot matchups mid, it tends to just be best to rush boots. While offering you less damage, it means that you're not going to take as much because you are able to dodge out just that much easier.
Yeah.
In fact, you know there are like certain champions that you literally never have the movement speed to dodge out of if it's perfectly placed.
Yeah.
Syndra Q's one of them. I can't remember the other ones. Oh.
There's been a lot of interaction between these two junglers.
Yeah, not a whole lot coming from it, though.
Yeah.
DCG still are ahead despite what is a pretty obvious lead in the jungle. Taco got that Bramble Vest, and this is certainly the time in which Cassante is favored. The Aatrox, while still having sort of ways to play it, just gets so much harder when the heal cut is stopping you from really trading.
Yeah.
And of course, as I touched on yesterday, components. In terms of tank components, they're best on Cassante than anyone else's. He does gain a buffed Q depending on armor and magic resist and health. So
Yeah.
even though you're sitting at a components, you get that component, the effect of it, and then also the additional power.
Yeah, I do think the trade of ults top probably favors the Aatrox, as long as he comes out of it okay. Just because he can, you know, Cassante loses a massive amount of kill pressure, and as the Aatrox, you're not looking to 100 to 0 the Cassante in an all-in anyway. You're kind of trying to out-sustain him, and then find an all-in, if you're going to kill him.
For sure. I think also the Aatrox ult is on a slightly lower cooldown as well, so
Yeah.
you do have a window that comes up in which you will have a favorable... Oh, Cascada gets out. Heartbreaker will not connect. 665 now does use that Dragon Rage kick, but it's onto Gemini. And somehow it's Kaiwing who's able to pick up that kill on the back end. First blood going over to Kaiwing on the Leona after a fantastic shockwave coming out of Pretender on the Orianna.
Yeah, nice little two-man shockwave, and Pretender is doing so much damage on the Ori right now. With this Comet W max build, he's hitting the Hui for nearly half of his HP with a QW. So once he lands the ult there, I'm surprised it took so long for Cascada to go down. Kaiwing snipes him out with the ult. And I wonder if he leveled to 6 as that fight was happening. I think he might have, because I don't think Tide was 6.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but it is going to be that first blood, and now 6 Void Grubs actually picked up for 665, and the rest of DCG, of course, which, while not the most impactful objectives, once you have 6, it feels really, really good.
Yeah, very strong.
If you ever auto-attack a tower, it starts to just decay.
So here's a two-man shockwave. Immediately chunks out Cascada. Nice flash from Gemini to follow up, and I think it's just Kaiwing with the Solar Flare, and the Ignite picks him up. Very close to Tide getting his Q back there. Yeah. As nice little pickup from Frank.
Eminem picks up a kill on Tide here. Okay, I mean, I don't think you're ever truly diving this Maokai.
Yeah, it should be
top
too
though.
hard.
Jung's gonna have to flash away as the all-out comes out from Taco. That's a massive cooldown now down. Through will come Maokai and the Nature's Grasp. 665's coming. He flashes away from that snare. As he's looking for more, his ult is very, very close to being up. Orca very low on mana though.
No
so it does
flash
feel
on
a little
Gemini.
bit too risky to go forward as Eminem has everything up and available.
Yeah, unfortunately Tide got caught out without his flash and goes down. They try to get something back as
Pretender.
Cascada's ulting.
Yeah, okay, it's an ult for ult trade thus far.
Okay.
Oh, well, there is action everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone fighting. As we're going to see what happened to Tide here. He just walks into Viego.
Oh, he queued and it hit the blast cone.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, he's just doomed here.
If he didn't queue, I actually think he lives.
Yeah, maybe. I thought Gemini had done that intentionally.
No,
Oh,
it was
wow.
yeah, it's the Q. Oh, and
Wow, this lane
Cascada.
turned around so suddenly. It went from Cascada having all the pressure to getting solo killed.
yeah, now Gemini gonna have all this time in the world to look for this blue buff, but 665 is looking to defend it. Taco actually. Jung has no flash. Gemini's gonna come
baiting.
defend his top laner. 665 will be here though. We could quickly find a 2v2. Taco gonna dodge out, and now Jung gonna have to pop that world ender. Goes though to match here for Taco as he's trying to look for something from Jiang. Dragon's Rage comes out. Jiang trying to find the damage. Heartbreaker comes through, but it's not enough as Taco brings Gemini into his tower. Sonic Wave, resonating strike, and it's going to be 2 kills. Turn back, although the Q3 confirms that Jiang is living. Jiang has just got the double.
I do not know how he managed to turn that around, and I couldn't tell who was baiting who for the start of that fight, and somehow Jiang lives on 1 HP. I saw him dodge about 5 Qs between Cassante and Lee Sin, as there's going to be an engage
Yeah,
on the
we
bot
still
lane.
battle. We battle more. Nature's Grasp, everything coming out. Eminem going to be touched there by that Q of Hui, but Kaiming looks like he'll be able to get out. Teleport now coming through. This is going to have to be a commit. Nice route. Tide might turn around 1 kill. Xenoblade does land on the back end, though. He does get taken out. Cascada's running for his life. He uses that trail to try and speed himself up just that little bit, but Jiang is here. Jiang has the Profound Hydra. It's going to be the Shockwave, but the Fear's coming out, but it will be another kill turned around, and this game has turned on its head.
Yeah, neither team really scared to fight. DCG maybe overcommitting with the TP up to flank, and we're going to see how Pretender got this solo kill on Cascada. He does have flash here. Yeah, no flash on Cascada. And yeah, you saw the mid and the ADC lose their flashes, as we're just going to see, just watch Young dodge pretty much every spell, as it looked like they were baiting Taco, but then 665 shows up, but dodging this Q, pivotal. Taco manages to somehow turn this around. It looks doomed. Like, it looks completely doomed. And then they manage to turn around, and it looks doomed for Frank at this point. I have no idea how he does this.
Oh, okay, they dodged that, but it's just
He
the
kills the
worst
Lee Sin
timing,
as
yeah.
he's flying in, and then dodges that Q.
I guess the auto attack
Resets.
reset.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, as he's gyrating.
yeah, that was Lalva. Lalva's come back. But he was on J team.
And Taco's in a rough spot now.
Taco is in a rough spot. This is going to be mid tower going down with that Herald. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit risky. I guess you are a Maokai, so.
Yeah, no one around to follow up, otherwise he could have maybe done something there. Gemini looked a little bit out of position maybe, but not much going on as the 3rd dragon is coming up, and you really want to contest this if you're DCG. And this is kind of the problem with the Void Grubs. Immediately it's stronger. While they have 2 dragons and you have 6 Void Grubs, you are in that moment stronger, but as the game goes on, first of all, if you're behind, useless. You're never getting anywhere near a tower. And then as the game goes on, the 2 dragons just give you so much help in the macro.
Yeah.
And put so much pressure on your enemy team to commit to fights they maybe don't want to take.
Taco has teleport. He's going to use it here. Nature's Grass also coming out. See what Hui can do. We're having to mark Jiang because that guy is ferocious. Gemini in the pit. Dragon now down to 3k HP. Sonic Wave will land and it's going to be taken. It's Eminem who gets the dragon. And Gemini going unstoppable. Does manage to get himself out. Is now Orca stuck in the pit with 4, but Jiang's got 4 on the other side. Does have to flash away from this Cassante. Eminem also picking up a kill after securing that dragon. Gemini flashing forward. He's found his way here onto Tide as that Maokai. He transforms. Taco finds 1 in response. It's going to be ultimately 2 going down on the side of DCG. They get 1, but 3rd dragon for Frank.
Yeah, they have to pay so much attention to this Aatrox and use so much just to keep him out of the fight, and they don't even get him to half HP. Jung not doing much damage that fight, but I mean, he had 4 people on him running around in circles, and they're not able to help Orca out of the pit.
Oh, who is this? Oh, it's Cascada. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's Orca. I've been duped.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting this
Yeah, no
Maokai
one
support
expects.
champ has the teleport.
Yeah, no one expects the Maokai or the Nautilus to show up.
All right, how long until you think Taco just randomly solo kills this Aatrox just because he's funny champion?
Yeah, should be due. As I mean, Jiang, they have to use so much on him to keep him off. Let's see how much HP this dragon got to.
Yeah, Eminem gets it somehow.
Yeah. I guess they time maybe the Xayah feather pull. Wow, it disappears from 1300. That was just anyone's.
And both junglers' smites are on cooldown.
Yeah, just everyone's smoked. And Orca's just stuck fighting 4 people. Fares a lot worse than the Aatrox. And really nice by Gemini to follow up this kill. I don't think if he got the reset he was ever living there, but yeah, nice to get a kill. And both sums out of Tide.
Oh. Youmuu's completed, but I mean, the gold graph does tell a story. Honestly, the fact it's still only 3k in favor of Frank, it's not insurmountable. I think the biggest problem you're faced with, though, is, of course, these dragons. I mean, we're at 18 minutes, and we're but 3 minutes away from what could be Soul.
Yeah.
And I don't know really how you're going to be dealing with Ocean Soul this early on. You do have some grievous wounds in that Bramble Vest, but the problem is, are people really wanting to hit the Cassante? No. And how do you apply it to champions like Orianna?
Yeah. And I mean, this Aatrox is going to be so difficult to kill.
Yeah, I swear this is just one of those games where, again, Maokai just build Oblivion Orb. You don't want it. You'd rather be tanky, but if they're going to get Ocean Soul, you may as well
seems like he'd be good.
Huh?
Hui seems like he'd be good at applying the Morello.
Good at applying it, but then you're stunting your carry's damage so much. And we saw in that last fight, Hui actually did the most damage in the fight, despite it not going in their favor. I just don't think you want to stunt his sort of scaling any further. You have gone for the Seraph, so you've already gone a slower scaling build instead of what we usually see, which is that Luden's Companion. And so at this point, you really need to get those items online. And I think you can't really afford the 800 gold.
Yeah, and Hui was the champ they picked in this draft as we need damage.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere in the draft, and it's going to be Hui. So, yeah, maybe hard to justify Morello on him.
You'll never go the full Morello, I don't think. But certainly could opt into just the Oblivion Orb, but I don't think it's worth it. I think you just put it on Maokai. Again, while you'd rather be tanky, 800 gold to apply Grievous Wounds to what could be an Ocean sold up team is very valuable.
So I think DCG mostly worried about the Baron right now, but in a minute, you know, they will be fighting for the game essentially. I don't see much hope for them in an already low damage draft where they're behind up against Ocean Soul.
Yeah. You're kind of really hoping this Thornmail gets finished soon, and not for anything other than the additional stats, once again, to try and help Taco in these fights. Chris Gardner, I mean, he's obviously been caught a couple of times, but we saw when he's able to do damage, he does do the damage.
Yeah, he's got plenty of damage, but...
And the team fight's honestly not that bad. You have a lot of lockup with Maokai, which is really nice when you're Hui, that you can follow up on it really well. You do struggle with damage a little bit, but ultimately there's not too many really tanky members on the side of Frank. And so Senna will be doing a reasonable amount of damage with the Youmuu's and Bloodsong combination.
Yep.
Definitely not as much as Eminem, don't get me wrong. He's now completed his Navori, but... And honestly, the
from Orca.
Oh, yeah, we've got a flank going on here. Two-man will be found. We've got a lot of CC coming through. It's a nice shockwave, but is it going to be enough? Taco is on to Pretender. Eminem's kill tied already as Gemini looks for that reset. We've got another kill coming through, but Taco is still very strong. He finds a two-man knockup. He's looking for a third. Double kill, though, for Eminem as Taco still going forward. Ward jump from 665. He's trying to find the damage. Eminem, he's taken out. Triple kill for this Xayah. There's no Chris Gardner. The resets come through once more for Gemini, and Taco will be going down. No Hui in the fight. Aatrox marking him. It will be this Dragon Soul now confirmed for the side of Frank.
Yeah, a really good go from DCG. It looked great for a moment there, but Eminem just free hitting. Another really strong late game performance from him on the Xayah. Seems like once he gets his items going on the Xayah, he can take over these team fights. They got Pretender super early in the fight, and I thought they might just be able to win it, but they don't, and the Ocean Soul goes over to Frank.
Yeah, I mean, they got Pretender early, but importantly, he got a really good shockwave off anyway.
Yeah, he always manages to somehow.
Yeah, and Yeah, as you said, Eminem just untouched the whole time.
I think
so.
he gets Maokai rooted into Senna W, I think. Oh, wow.
Oh! That was actually split seconds.
Yeah, and then he actually gets his TP interrupted on the other end.
Wow.
But Hui was a lot of the damage in this comp. Maybe even more important than the Fed Aatrox showing up, honestly. As they just don't have, you know, the juice to get through the rest of these members. As Cassante does his thing.
That is a lot of gold, though, for DCG. Is it worth more? Oh, as I say that, Taco will be going down.
Yeah, it looks like he Ada and Orianna ult. He's stacking almost entirely armor, so...
Yeah. Gets himself a Negatron cloak now, but... too late once you're already dead. Did also use his all out there, so won't have that available to him for a while. Bramble Vest is the pickup for Orca. I don't like it. You apply that so much less often than you will be applying.
I think, does Thornmail still put the healing reduction on people when you CC them?
Ooh.
I think it does.
Or maybe it does.
But Thornmail is pretty far away. So I do actually agree with you that Oblivion Orb, if you need the urgent heal cuts, Cascada is...
Oh, nice fear. And this is World End to use. That's a big cooldown. 65 following along, but now we do see the rest of Frank coming. Tide dodges out of that Solar Flare. Very important. 65 does go forward, but he is taking so much damage from this Xayah. We get the root, though. Xayah going to have to use that Featherstorm as Taco, as well as Orca, are now in the fray, and the shutdown comes through. Cascada claiming himself a much-needed gold influx, and now Taco, he's found exactly what he wants. Kaiwing and Gemini left alone with this Cassante, but it's DCG, who the rest of the members also low. The healing coming through from the Soul is just so immense. They're going to be able to take out this Cassante. Cascada's trying to find damage on the back end, but too little too late.
Taco eats another one-man Orianna ult and gets one tapped. He wants to be fighting anyone else, honestly, but credit to DCG somehow managing to find Eminem in this fight, as we're going to see the other solo ult. Oh, doesn't manage to dash out of it. I don't know if he had his W up. Maybe not.
I think he might have. I don't know why else he would have used it on. But alas.
Cascada did manage to get a massive shutdown off of Eminem. And if the game wasn't so one-sided, especially the Soul, DCG would be in okay shape. You know, if they just hadn't given up the Soul, even if it was this one-sided in terms of gold, because it's kind of hard for Xayah to deal with these carries on the side of DCG. We've seen her struggle against Senna and a long-range duo carry. As I thought Cascada was just one-tapped here, but the Seraph Shield comes in, makes it look like he takes no damage from the Q3.
So much slow coming through as well.
And I thought 665 was running it here. But they do manage to get Eminem off of it, as the Maokai ult somehow roots him while he's standing behind Kaiwing. And yeah, there's a snipe out from Cascada. Tide ends up having to flash away from Jiang here, finding a really good angle onto him.
Just the healing coming through.
Yeah.
Look at Kaiwing's health, just constantly plus 41, plus 41, plus 41.
Yeah.
Has Bramble on him now, finally, but, I mean...
Yeah.
Back to live. Baron is alive, but they're just trying to siege without it. It's kind of hard to look for the siege into the sway.
So much wave clear. So much wave clear, and if you overcommit to the siege, you know, Orca might find his way to a nice Maokai ulti.
Okay. Teleport coming through. This is Orca. I will not be fooled again. Oh, flash forward. Xenoblade lands. He lands it onto exactly who you'd want. It's Cascada. Seraph Shield is going to pop. He finds a nice ultimate, though. Gemini getting low. And the shockwave misses on the back end kick. Pretender, he's going to have to flash away. But now here comes Jiang. He's running through this team fight. Taco's trying to do the same. But to much less effect, as they're going to find a double. They're looking for everyone. Only Tide and Cascada, the two carries, will remain. And now it's going to be Baron now for Frank.
a great engage from Kaiwing to start that fight onto Cascada. Somehow he lives and he plays that fight out of his mind, but it's just not enough. I mean, a lot of full HP bars on the side of Frank. 665 finding the ult flash onto Pretender, but Pretender is just able to flash out and, you know, get away on full HP. And it makes you wonder, does the Lee Sin actually fit in this comp? Because you're kicking a carry into Senna and Hui. So you've kind of put the Orianna in range of, like in her range rather than in your carry's range. You know, when you kick an Orianna into these two very long range carries, you know, it doesn't feel that useful, as Kaiwing finds an amazing engage here. Very smooth combo, and I think his team's just not close enough to follow. Eminem tries to get the ult on him. A nice flash gets him out. 665 does dodge the Orianna ult here and kicks the Orianna in, but Hui and Senna not really able to follow up, you know, on those kind of picks.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of all she wrote for that fight.
Yeah.
Elder Dragon now spawned, though. I mean,
yeah,
you know, we don't often get to the actual point of the game where it is the, well, we flip Elder. But we are here now. It's 10k gold in favor of Frank, so any fight, I mean, not only the 10k gold, but also the Ocean Soul on top of it. I mean, look at the disparity between Senna and Eminem, between Tide and Eminem. I mean, almost 4 items now on your Xayah to the 1 and a Dirk.
Yeah.
These are not comparable things. Jiang is going to note the location of both 665
he's level
and Taco.
17 on the Aatrox.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 levels up on the highest level member of DCG.
Now, I mean, Elder picked up, of course, and they're going to have that for a fair while. 2.5 more minutes. There's only 1 more minute left on this Baron, but I mean, honestly, they could probably take the entire base in that time. You can't defend at all. Cascada gets a little bit of gold for himself up in the top side. Maybe you can back get Crypt Bloom. Don't know that it changes a whole lot, but it's certainly better than nothing.
Yeah, I think you just go for some Dream Miracle team fight, I guess. Maybe you can give 2 inhibs and try stall out the Elder, but I'm not sure if Frank are really going to comply.
Yeah, I don't even know if that achieves much, really, in the sort of context of what this game looks like, but
yeah,
they are trying at least, of course. Level 15 now for Taco. I didn't see if Crypt Bloom was completed or not. I have to assume it is. It was the shutdown on the top tower. But I mean, this siege can just go forever for Frank.
Yep.
Ocean Soul, that gives them mana as well as health. I mean, what are you really supposed to do?
1 tower dead already.
Yeah, that's first tower gone. I mean, you're going to have to commit.
Oh.
Jung's going to be the one that commits. He gets rooted up. World Ender going to be used, and Cascada comes through with the whale. And on the backside, Orca trying to lock up Gemini to no avail. Through will come Taco, though. Taco's trying to find damage onto someone. He ults Jung eventually, but ultimately will be taken down by Eminem on the Xayah. And now 4 people left. They are slowing up, but this soul healing is just so immense. The Dragon's Breath comes out. Everyone on Frank has 225 stacks, and they have the first win of the series.
Yeah, pretty typical Frank. Frank gameplay. Once they get a hold of the game, it just never, you know, it never looks like you're in it with a shot. Some nice team fighting by DCG, but Frank just managed to come out on top. Game probably decided by 2 skirmishes, the one in the mid lane and the one in the top lane.
You mean the 2v1?
Yeah. It was a 2v2 originally. Very back and forwards, but also the one in the mid lane might have actually been more important.
I think so too. I think obviously the one on top was cooler.
Yeah, it was definitely more exciting, but
yeah,
they lost flashes on both their carries, mid and AD, and they still lost their AD, and then they both ended up dying again, missing their flashes. So yeah, that just ended up, you know, swinging the game very hard into Frank's favor, who already had 2 dragons, made that, you know, a very methodical end for Frank. They knew exactly what to do to finish out the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think importantly also Pretender just picking up a solo kill in the mid lane.
Oh yeah.
Just out of nowhere, no ult, just walks up and I mean lands.
I think he did have ult.
No, he didn't. He just flashed QW to auto attack twice and got the job done.
Oh. Yeah, but that was a kill that happened because
of the lost flash. Yeah, exactly. No, that is true, but still it is a solo kill. And I mean, ultimately, obviously that was a big play. The top one, you go back to VOD and you say if Lee Sin holds his Q for 0.1 second longer, you probably end up just killing the Aatrox. So he doesn't get the Triumph as well as the 3rd Q healing. And at which point, even if you do kill the Lee Sin, I don't think you can, but even if you somehow manage to, without the immediate triumph, I think maybe Cassandre can get it done anyway, but wasn't to be. And for that reason, and that play and that play alone, I'm giving MVP to Jiang, although I think that would be an absolute robbery from Pretender. That was one of those plays that you just think, how did that even happen? And you have to be...
He played it like a demon. He was dodging so many spells. He dodges Cassandre Qs, Lee Sin Qs.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Even just the auto attack reset at the end, it's kind of... Although that's what you have to do, sometimes you cancel an auto there, you know? It's not like in the heat of the moment when you're on 1 HP and it's one auto from winning between both of you, finding the perfect way to do it is not the easiest thing in the world. Does it though, and he does it with a lot of consistency, this man. And I'm starting to fear his Aatrox. I mean, I already was.
Yeah, that was the fear. When you locked in the blind Cassandre, it was more to deny having to play against it.
Yeah.
But then that just lets Jiang take his pick of... It seems his preferred pick into the Cassandre is the Aatrox.
Yes.
He doesn't go for the Gwen. Manages to pick up the Aatrox, and you're not really able to punish that with any bans in the second round.
Yeah.
You know, they don't really miss out on anything. They banned away the Rakan and the Nocturne. You know, they're not too sad about losing those picks, and they're very happy to have the Aatrox into the Cassandre. It gets dicey throughout the laning phase, but I mean, honestly, Taco had really good impact in fights anyway, though.
Yeah,
so
no,
I don't
Taco
think you're
was
too
doing
sad with
completely
that matchup.
fine. It was just, I don't think it was really the matchup. That one 2v2, 2v1, or 2v2, whatever,
outplay.
was like, if you repeat that, 9 times out of 10, Jiang is going to die.
Yeah.
This was just that one time. And especially now that you've witnessed what happened, I mean, they would have known in the moment that Lee Sin Q cost them the two. Well, the two deaths, right? Because it's quite blatant when you've gone in and as you're flying through the air, you get killed.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I shouldn't have done that. Even if he didn't do it, Cassandre probably finishes off the kill. I think that's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
And so maybe a little bit of greed when it comes to that sort of thing. But it's certainly something that if the repeat situation happens, you don't expect the same result.
As
This
we're
is where
going to see...
Pretender just gets engaged on, but...
Yeah, Pretender gets picked off very quickly in this fight. He does get a 2-man ulti as the 2 melee champs are onto him. But it's just not enough. Eminem is free hitting as Senna was actually in the middle of 2 people there. I'm not sure what happened to Tide. Yeah, you'd want your Senna alive here. I'm actually really unsure how he ended up in that position. But yeah, without... Oh, they do pick up Eminem, but you know, there's not enough damage. Cassandre can't do it all.
Yeah.
He can do a lot, but he can't do it all.
Well, some Cassandre. Lakai did it all that one time.
Yeah, we've seen that.
But I think,
too.
but at this stage you can't because you're just too far behind on your screen. I mean, the gold graph, once again, Frank pretty clearly behind at the start, although not by a massive margin, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
By the end, I mean, they find plays around the mid lane, around Pretender, and then just turn it completely.
Yeah. Nice game from Cascada.
Yeah, no, he played
Gets plenty
fine.
of damage out. That was his job this game, and survives a lot of engages that looked very scary. One thing I would change about this game, honestly, is this Lee Sin pick.
Okay.
It didn't do it. I think we needed something else in the jungle. I'm not sure what that should have been. Rel was banned away.
Yeah, I mean, you could have always just put the Maokai in the jungle. I don't really like Senna. I think
I don't know.
Senna, you just always seen... Every Senna we see tends to struggle a lot at killing carries. I honestly think I prefer just the farming Senna. Because you're further behind on stacks, but when you have a lot of stacks but no items, what's the point in having stacks? It's kind of like... The stacks give you AD and range, of course, but if you just have more AD with less range, especially when you're building stuff like Yumu's, which gives you a lot of safety anyway with that additional move speed, it feels like if you just have more gold, it's probably a lot better.
Yeah, I think... You know, it's not really your job to be killing people, and I think we are seeing Senna's die very early in fights really often.
Yeah.
Like that fight where they got that engage onto Pretender around the dragon might be a very different fight if Leona doesn't find Tide, if Kaiwing doesn't find him. I think it would have been a very different fight, but he's just dead, you know, at the same time Pretender is.
Pretty even spread.
Yeah.
I mean, most kills tends to mean most gold.
We didn't talk about Eminem much, but he had a great game.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he just played Zaya. To be honest. And honestly, I think there was a couple times where he died where you wonder if he really had to. Up in the top side jungle, it was a notable one. But you saw when he was able to find his way in a team fight, he was able to put out so much damage. Not too surprising that Jung picks it up, especially after that outplay. And
Yeah, it was
I'm
such
sure
a
we're
nice
about
play.
to watch it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was insane. I thought for sure he was just dead, and
Yeah.
like it was close. Don't get me wrong.
Twice I thought he was
Yeah.
for sure dead.
And he was not. We
Yeah.
were wrong.
Yeah, pretty amazingly played, especially just like the kiting out of range. You know, people underestimate how much kiting you can actually do in a melee versus melee matchup.
Yeah. Like the bowls. Just
yeah.
movement on them.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Very
I'm
nice
excited.
game.
I hope they show that replay. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I don't
that's-
think it single-handedly decided the game or anything.
No, but it did
it
give
was
them a
nail
huge.
It put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, they went from I think it was a 0-0 Aatrox at the time.
Yeah. So a 2-0 Aatrox.
Yeah.
And then you saw from this point on, Taco is really struggling, but we're going to see the play. He's already dodged at least one Cassante Q. There's a
There's
second.
two. Lee Sin Q about to be dodged.
Yeah, and he's about to dodge a Lee Sin Q. He gets a third Cassante Q in, dodge in before he does it. There's a Lee Sin Q gone.
Gets hit by that one.
Yeah.
Fraud.
The
Well,
dodge is
Taco
that one.
doing well
Okay,
here,
I've lost
admittedly.
count. I've lost count of how many Cassante Qs he's dodged. And yeah, it looked like DCG had completely turned this fight around and they were fine. But, I mean, Jung just plays out of his mind. I still can't believe he's alive. He had actually pushed the Aatrox Q
Yeah.
before Lee Sin
Even landed the
activated.
Q, yeah.
Before Lee Sin activated his Q. Yeah, so if there was a little bit more patience from 665, might be a very different play.
Yeah, very much.
two
All
for
the reaction,
nothing.
groovy. Look, that's just payback for losing the 1v1. He actually he had vengeance. He wanted revenge for
Yeah.
losing his first 1v1, and I think he did get it. It wasn't against Orca though, so maybe he's still
Yeah.
looking for revenge.
Yeah, I think he got to beat up Orca a bit that game, but
Yeah.
not yet.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he hit the Maokai a few times, but
Yeah.
like, whoop-de-doo, you've hit the Maokai.
Yeah, he was more punishing Tide.
Yeah, he was. I'm like, it is baffling to me, not only how easy it's been for people to get to center, but also like
Yeah.
a lot of these center comps are the ones initiating a lot. Every
Yeah.
single fight pretty much was started by Maokai hitting R, follow up from Lee Sin, follow up from Cassante and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then the center is just left to her own devices and oftentimes ends up dead. Admittedly, in
Yeah.
some of these fights, it was only Cascada and Tide left at the end of it, but still, I'm not sure. Like back in the good old days, the good old center Tam days, you were almost never running forward unless you'd
Yeah.
found sort of the perfect way to do it. You were oftentimes going backwards, and Maokai is still a champ that can kite back. He's got
Yeah.
the ult, can do that. Saplings, of course, Bramble Smash, everything you may have, but game number one, done and dusted. Frank are still undefeated. When we come back, we'll see if DCG can tie it up. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Game number 1, done and dusted. Frank picking up the win in pretty good fashion and exciting fashion, some massive plays. But game number 2 on the horizon. And DCG, they certainly were down, but they were not out, and I think that's something we can say for the whole series.
Yeah, they definitely made Frank play for it. They have to fight hard and make some pretty impressive plays to get it across the line. But yeah, typical Frank fashion. Once they've got the lead, they can just strangle you out of the game. I want to see... I think maybe the Lee Sin pick wasn't terrible, but it just had to be played differently with the comp they had. I maybe just want to see a different pick in the jungle, or, like you said, maybe just shy away from the Senna pick.
Yeah.
I think it is very strong, but yeah, it just hasn't been delivering wins, you know?
One thing I think, if you look back at the comp they had, the Senna, the Hui, and then obviously you have the Maokai, the Cassante, but that team comp likes to go backwards. Hui, not a champion that wants to be running forward. It can, admittedly, but these sort of long-range artillery mages, they love to run backwards and kite. So does Senna, and Xayah hates doing that. And so does Orianna, in fairness. They hate running at you. So I feel like if you found a way to play fights a little bit slower, find your timings to look for these massive engages and just kite back, throw out Hui abilities, because Cascada was landing a lot of damage. So give him more time to find this poke prior to the fight and find angles that way. Maybe you could have more success, but this game's going to be entirely different in any regard because we have Jimmy.
Yeah, and this is what can be so tricky about Frank is, okay, you can have a bad first game where you were in it with a chance to win, and you can make adjustments based off that game, but you're getting a different team.
Yeah. Their entire play just changes when you have Jimmy. And to be fair, I won't say the method they win, but the way in which they win always remains the same. Fall behind early.
Yeah.
Massive individual play at some point, be it Jiang last game as well as Pretender. Pretender a lot of the time, Jimmy a lot of the time.
Yeah. I mean, even in that last game, it kind of started, the snowball started with a 2-man ult in the mid lane from Pretender.
Right, yeah, that's right. And then it was Jiang up on top. And this is what the team does. It's like, wow, out of nowhere, one person has done something incredible, and now all of a sudden Frank are in the driver's seat and getting it done. And so same thing happens with Jimmy, but it's just with different champions. And instead of the Orianna Nico, you're more likely to see it in a Zier or a Kali or Yone. And that's the sort of angle he uses to try and look for those individual plays. More of a selfish individual, I'm outplaying you, I'm outplaying multiple people, rather than I'm going to find the perfect timing to land a massive ultimate.
Yeah, you're going to see him not too worried about getting prio in his lane. He actually has pretty low forward percentage, one of the lowest in the league. But his damage stats and his farm stats are very good, so he just plays it pretty safe, and you're going to see him in side lanes a lot farming until he does just show up to a fight and, you know, take it over.
Yeah. And DCG, Tide kind of looking defeated.
Yeah.
Please, coach, don't put me on Senna again.
Yeah, a 0-5, very slow Senna game will do that to you.
Oh. Wake up!
Yeah. Yeah, they're still in it.
Oh, the cameraman's doing them dirty here.
Yeah, cameraman picking up on what you're noticing, I guess.
Yeah. Currently in the position I'm in when I'm about 15 minutes into my solo queue game and my Smolder is not doing so well in the bot lane.
It has about 100 stacks. That's not bad at 15 minutes. It's not terrible.
All right, things remaining the same thus far.
Yeah, same sides.
Same sides as well, yeah. DCG would have got side selection, I believe, so.
Yeah.
Nautilus and Rel and, Orianna this time. Interesting. I don't think Jimmy's going to be two-phased. He tends to prefer the Azir side of that matchup and tends to prefer more selfish, outplay, skirmishing champions. I mean, skirmishing champ's probably the most fitting. But yeah.
And maybe we'll see a Karma this game. Cascada adds an 11th champion to his champion pool.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing it's only at 10. I think that's only first in the league, and you want to be first by more.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not getting locked in blind. All right, come on.
Oh, Lucian's open.
Yeah, Varus was banned, but Lucian was not. Are we going to lock in the Melio? I guess it means they wouldn't be able to pick the Melio as a deny, and you still have a Aphelios if you want that instead.
Yeah, they could just go Lucian Nami.
They could, but I don't know that they will. Kaiwing, not really. Not that he's not comfortable, but certainly more
rather
impactful
be-
for the team.
yeah.
As we've touched on this many times, it's not that he can't play them, it's that the team just performs a lot better around Kaiwing being on an engaged support.
Yeah, they look like a totally different team.
Yeah.
With Kaiwing on Leona, Nautilus.
Even the Rakan. Senna, though, still
Okay.
don't know exactly what will be going on here, because we did see, of course, yesterday the same team. I believe it was J Team, if I'm not mistaken. They played a game of Senna as AD carry, two actually as the AD carry, and then one game with Yurasan.
Yeah. It was with a rel support, I think. But I guess with Senna's AD, you can pretty much do anything. It's going to be
Ooh.
Tom.
Yeah, so they're getting the time before bans can go through. I mean, still, okay, yeah, it is. I like it. I really like the Senna Tom. Obviously, it's not as powerful as it was 3 years ago, but
Yeah.
still certainly is powerful. Maokai, like it. I mean, just fits into every single comp. It isn't a flex in this regard,
Yeah.
though. I mean, in theory, from a long shot, could go top, but
Yeah,
not-
you'd
not
have
yet.
to...
yeah, you're
I'm
really
not sure
shooting.
what matchup you're taking it into.
Well, honestly, Maokai does really well in the top lane. He struggles with mana, but you might more often than not.
we
just
saw
prefer to have
1v1,
something-
a Maokai 1v1. What was it against Yon?
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah,
He
it
lost
was-
though.
Yeah, he did lose. But, I mean,
it was
Yon
against
is...
yeah, Xingbai's Yon.
Yeah.
Who was it that played the Maokai?
I feel like it was the top laner. So who'd Shanghai play against in the top lane?
Hellpigs versus Beyond. Driver?
Driver. Wait,
No.
that doesn't sound right. Wait, it was
No, it
Driver.
was Driver.
It was Driver, and he lost on
Yeah,
Maokai.
that's right. I do
Yeah.
remember. Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
Lucian's locked in here. So they do go for the Lucian instead of the Aphelios. Makes a lot of sense once again because Tide and Orca down the bot lane have had some astonishing performances on the Milio Lucian.
Yep. Very strong combo that we haven't gotten to see in a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's good to see it again. Jimmy and probably feeling pretty comfortable to just lock in his Azir.
Yeah.
We'll do so.
Maybe our best Azir. Probably.
I think you're competing with Maple. I think I'd give it to Maple. We just haven't seen as much Azir from Maple.
Okay.
I mean, Maple's career, you know, he's played Azir since Season 5, or whenever Azir came out.
Okay, maybe our best Azir so far.
This
so far,
split-
this split. Gory had a couple of really good games.
He had that one, right, and it wasn't that good, though. Swordart got the MVP for that game.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I remember.
Not the 10-1 Azir. Fraudulent.
So Akali banned away, a very good pick into the Azir. Maybe Oriana's already gone. What else? Nico?
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Nico, I don't know. Cascada, once again, could be anything.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, could even be the Hui. I don't think Hui does that well into Azir, but it's kind of akin to the
Corki.
Orion.
Yeah, we forgot about Corki.
True, but
Classic
this
pick into
is
Azir.
the nerfed patch. No, not yet.
No, not
This
yet.
is still the Eclipse Malignance patch.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see much of Corki after they remove the interaction
Yeah, it
with
just
his
depends.
ultimate.
I mean, someone will probably find a Corki build.
Yeah, there's bound to be one.
It will not be me.
So Aatrox ban,
I like it.
kind of signaling they want to pick a Cassante. And, okay, you've gotten Azir, so you're not just, you know, Senna into Cassante. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Frank just take the Cassante. I'd love to see a Brand jungle. We haven't seen it
wouldn't.
at all yet in the PCS.
I'd love to see a Lee Sin.
Oh, I don't know. Lee Sin sucks.
No, he's fun to watch. Oh, it will be banned, I think, at this
Oh,
stage.
please. Yay, we haven't seen it at all in the PCS, but it's been picked quite a bit overseas. And it's a very strong jungler.
It is?
Kinda weird being double AP.
True. Yeah, you don't like that. You definitely don't like that.
In
But to
the
be honest,
jungle.
Brand just does so much damage anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's not like Maokai is going to be too scary for the Brand.
Okay, and we are going to have to pick an AP top laner if this gets locked in. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I have a concern.
I mean,
Nah, we're trolling. We're locking in. We're locking in.
If you take-
Cassiopeia here.
so if you take away Cassante, what is like the super tank they can play in the top lane to punish this full AD comp?
On.
I mean, they're not picking Ornn. I mean, they might. They probably should, but will they? Doubt it.
I mean, to be fair, you've already got Tom Kench.
Yeah. Yeah, who cares, though?
I don't know. I have concerns. I mean, okay. I hear celebrations out in the back room right now.
Nah, they're not.
The time is getting awfully low. They are.
They are.
Oh,
No, okay.
weak. To be fair,
Close.
I actually heard a moan.
Yeah.
But,
Very
okay,
disgruntled
now-
producer.
All right, how do we salvage this? 665 builds full AP. Leandri's first item.
Nah, it's not that bad.
It is.
Yeah, I don't think they punish a full AD. They'll get a couple Zonyas, some Ninja Tabbies. Who cares? You'll be fine.
You gotta take into consideration this as well, right? Tom Kent is already picked, so he turns into a super tank with 2 health bars.
Yeah.
You get a single defensive armor item on him,
He is a super tank with 2 health bars, but like he's not.
and a center who will heal him, and the rest of the team that will also have armor.
Yeah, but he's kind of just standing there. It's a Tom Kent.
Yep, but you're still gonna have to get through him at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have big concerns. And by the way, like while this Tom Kent is just standing there, you're still having to deal with Azir and Brand, who you're not very capable of hitting that well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
this
have
brand,
big concerns.
This brand might look a little dicey into the Lucian Milio. It could be one of those games where you pick up a lot of deaths on the brand being caught.
Yeah, but
you
you still do the
straggling.
most damage in the game.
Yeah, that is the classic Zyra brand. You just 0-9 most damage. I think Sword Art had one of those games.
He
No,
did.
it was Orca. I think Orca might have had one as well.
Oh, but I don't think he did most damage, but I remember that. He was like flash engaging with his roots and strangle thorns and whatnot. I do remember that. I think they ended up losing, but it was like Orca was trying to get them across the line despite what his scoreline looked like. He was playing very well.
Yeah, your score can be pretty deceptive on these types of champs, especially once you get the Rylai's on the brand. You can just have so much team fight impact.
Okay. We have Phase Rush. We also have the Red Smite. There could be some ability power coming out of our Maokai.
And maybe. It feels so bad now without Demonic.
Offer a little bit of benefit of the doubt here to the side of DCG is that, once again, I say this often, but Milio Lucian actually does a fairly reasonable amount of magic damage.
Yeah.
Your buffed auto attacks as Lucian all do magic damage. Every bit of damage
All the
that you get.
energized damage is magic.
Yep. Oh, it depends what build you go for, but yeah, if you do go the energize. And then Milio with that Cozy Campfire does give you magic damage as well on hit. And you'll have a little bit coming through, of course, from the Maokai. True damage from Taco. And, I mean, at an absolute reach, Cascada's ult, the Buster
Does
shot,
magic,
does
yeah.
magic damage. But I think we're really searching for magic damage when we're talking about Tristana ult.
Yeah. Armor item's going to be very valuable for Frank.
Oh, this...
Generally, when you see a full AD comp, you tend to want them to get ahead early.
Yeah.
Without a lead, it's much more difficult to play.
There is also a chance some Merc Treads get bought just by nature of you're up against Maokai.
Yeah.
It's sort of akin to Sejuani, where she doesn't do that much damage, but she
Gemini's
sometimes...
crossing.
He is. He won't find anyone, but...
So it's going to be a split map.
Yeah. We already discovered that. I think he's may have seen Maokai on that ward.
Yeah, must have. I think Maokai took his Raptor, so he saw him on a ward.
And so, just from that, you know it's going to be a split map. And to be fair, Brand can gank, but he doesn't gank that well with Flash. Definitely stronger at ganking when he has Ghost.
Yeah, especially once he gets Rylai's and Ghost. He's so difficult to deal with in team fights.
Yeah. And so I think DCG's bot lane should feel very safe. And I think that's why DCG opted to look for the lane swap, as they know that it's a very safe lane here.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to get a kill.
Oh my.
Wow. Feeling very safe.
Yeah.
This is weak side as well. He's just happy to dash in.
Into the minion wave for 2 auto attacks. And now, I mean, this is Cassante versus Na.
Yeah, you expect this. Cassante's going to have a lot more impact in team fights, but is going to suffer in the lane phase as Zhang actually takes a lot of damage there.
Gemini going to be finishing up these camps now. Back to his side of the map, and honestly, things, as you expect, Brand faster at clearing.
Yeah.
I think he currently has like the fastest jungle clear in the game. Maybe Evelyn and Karthus tend to, but you can't do anything after the immediate clear because you are
Nocturne
on 1
very
HP.
fast. Nocturne very fast too.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of somewhat fast champs, but there are like the Evelyn who finishes the clear on 1 HP, and as well as Karthus. The AP champs, I guess, tend to be the fastest.
Yeah. So we'll see if Gemini goes for a play on the bot lane. you know, it's not impossible to find something maybe onto the Milio. You know, no dash, no cleanse, but onto the Lucian, you're going to have a hard time.
Yeah.
Is going to, for now, go for the crab. You're also pretty happy to just scale up on the brand. You really come alive once you've got Rylai's.
Oh, there might be a fight here. 2v2, I mean, I have to favor DCG. They have a Tristana.
Yeah. Maokai probably a bit stronger right now, too. Does he even know?
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Nice little trade from Cascada.
Yeah, Shield won't be able to block that damage, though, so Cascada's very happy. Look at this cozy little campfire. Now, I guess also in benefit of the... Oh, wait a second. This shouldn't be happening. Or should it? Oh,
wow.
my God. Is it going to be traded? That 1 minion? No.
Fleet footwork.
Fleet footwork.
Saves him. Wow. Jiang is playing so well.
Yeah.
He gets another
Oh, that was
very dicey
so
kill.
close.
Yeah.
Taco will not be happy.
And Taco didn't push Ghost. I wonder if that made the difference, though. Jiang holds his flash there, by the way.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a lot of confidence. Coming through both of them, honestly, and it pays off a lot better for Jiang.
Yeah.
Picking up that first blood solo. Now he has access to these tier 2 boots. It's going to become even more miserable.
Yeah, hard lane just got much harder. As Gemini picks up a Void Grub and gets out of there. We're seeing this a lot more. You know, once you've killed all your camps and you find yourself on the top side, grab a Void Grub. You don't have to commit to the whole camp, just grab one.
Sure. Now, Gemini coming out bot side. Are they going to look for the Dragon? It feels like their bot lane possibly not strong enough to truly contest for it.
Jeez. This is looking very difficult for the Senatom.
Oh, we have a recurve bow, so it should be the Kraken Slayer this game for Lucian. I guess that makes sense. Getting a bit of extra damage there. Jiang, he has flash. He should be safe. In fact, he's looking to turn it around. Taco will not connect. Gonna have to pop that Ghost.
Yeah, has to be careful with Jiang and Mini now.
Is he gonna... There's no way he trades aggressively here, right? No, he's just clearing out the minions.
I think with flash up on Jiang, he always loses if he looks for something here.
Unless he predicts. All right. Well,
Oh.
Jiang keeping his flash.
Yeah,
Big
we're going to
trades.
see the play. Lands that Q onto Jiang. Jiang is just looking for a demolish proc. Taco actually uses his W to make sure he gets CS. So what even happens? So I'm surprised Taco just doesn't push Ghost immediately here. I guess he's already on him. And
I mean,
yeah,
very well
wow.
played from Jiang, in fairness.
Wow.
没事没事。
I heard a word in Mandarin that I do know. But Taco, not happy.
Yeah, not too devastated either.
No. I think that's promising, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, didn't go how you want, but keeping in high spirits is very important.
You know, and ultimately Taco's, Jiang's got an extra longsword. You know, it makes an annoying matchup more annoying, more difficult, but he'll be okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't get drawn out and become something even worse. I mean, at the moment, obviously, we didn't see really much effect. Taco almost being able to take out Jiang anyway.
Lands a Q onto him.
Yeah, he's still quite content with trading aggressively.
Yeah.
Hyper will not be procced there from Jiang. And I wonder if Taco feels confident enough to look for something. No all out, so probably not.
So we're going to see what happened in River here. Gemini clearing a ward. Orca's above him, and he knows that Orca went in here. He's got a good ward.
Yeah.
But nice little shove into him. As he flashes down towards his bot lane, and Cascada flashes to follow up. Nice kill for him. I didn't even notice that happening. Must have happened during the replay.
I think it did. 65 now, he's going to be forced to flash away from that fight. Or Nature's Grass comes through. Jimmy might not be so safe.
No flash on Cascada makes this kind of scary to follow up on.
Yeah, and Gemini in close proximity too.
Yeah. Jimmy in being level 6, you know, kind of limits how aggressive you can play on the Trist for the rest of the lane now. Have to be careful jumping on him if he's anywhere near his tower.
Yeah.
Gemini going to pick himself up a blue buff here. A lot of priority in the top lane. So no team really looked at Dragon yet. Maybe once they see Brand up here, they will go for it.
Do they look for a dive? No, it doesn't look like it.
And they have a lot of damage. But we've seen dives on this Cassante go very poorly.
Yeah, Jiang just throwing meteorites.
No, he throws little buildings, doesn't he?
Yeah, I just mean they're hitting like meteorites.
Oh, yeah. Managed to claim a tower, a plate so far on the tower.
You know, I've got what I think is probably an unpopular opinion.
Go on.
I kind of want Renekton back.
I do miss him a little bit. I don't know why. He was probably picked a bit too much.
Oh, okay. We've held rocket jump and trying to dodge out of the center of, but won't be able to find a way to do so. Orca's somehow found himself in there with Chris Carter. Jimmy and flashing over the wall. Should be able to pick up that kill. Taco finds one. Does get taken out eventually, though, from that Brand burn. And now 665 and Orca are the next targets. Fantastic twisted advance to get out of that Nah. And now through will come Nature's Grass, tied with the cleanse. He's trying to follow up onto Jiang, but not going to be able to follow any further as Jimmy offering a lot of damage there. Chris Carter did go down, but he did not go down to Jimmy, and I didn't see what happened there.
Yeah, ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, and the Void Grub's going over to DCG, so you got to be happy with that as DCG. You're probably not too upset this time. Ken's just free farming in the bot lane, though he is going to get a lot of armor for himself.
He is. As you see, Frozen Heart already well underway of being purchased.
Honestly, Chris Carter
Oh,
played
yeah,
this
just didn't
quite
make
well.
it inside the shroud, and so yeah, at that stage you're now stuck.
Yeah, without flash. Orca tries to flash in and help him, and you know, for a second it looked like he might take out Eminem, but just doesn't have the cooldowns to do it. Jimmy uses his flash to get onto him.
Yeah, and I think honestly that's almost the best you could hope for there is getting out Jimmy's flash.
Yeah.
Because it didn't feel like he really needed to flash for that kill, but
yeah,
using that buster shot makes Jimmy so far away that he is.
Yeah, and pulls them very far away from the fight.
Yeah.
That's happening around the Void Grubs. And Taco's able to get a kill onto Gemini on the Brand, who actually rushed Leandri's.
Oh, damn. Not missing. Oh, we're going to potentially have yet another brawl around the mid lane.
Yeah, no team, you know, on the Dragon yet.
Oh,
Still.
okay. Stun misses. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Oh! Cassante
Crushed the
champion?
kill. Wow.
Okay, wow.
That didn't look very close.
No,
I think Taco only
that
took damage
looked
from his ult.
Horrendously one-sided.
Yeah, we see this a lot from Cassante, right? Until you've got like a couple items, he's always able to kill you.
Okay,
as
Jimmy will miss that Shurima shuffle there onto Cascada, who's jumping forward. Jimmy doesn't get the shield. One more auto, he gets it. Rocket jump. Gemini misses. The flash is fantastic, but eventually the burn does somehow claim the kill. Another flash comes out here from 665. But what a heroic attempt from Cascada. I can't believe that burn got him.
Yeah, I didn't even see what hit him to put the burn on him in the first place.
It
I
must
thought
have
he
just
was
been
out.
an E, right? It had to have been.
Yeah,
Oh.
looking like a smooth criminal for a sec there, but
Oh, tied. He does have... No, he does not have cleanse. He's going to be sucked up, and he gets himself a little bit out. He does cancel the culling and sidestep that Abyssal Voyage, and through comes Cascada. This guy has no direction to go but forward. Does get stunned up now, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming through here from Gemini on the Brand, but Cascada will eventually get himself out of there.
yeah, I wonder if Cascada meant to go for the full HP Senna there instead of the, you know, half HP Brand. Senna was out of mana too, so I think he maybe had an angle onto the Brand. Very aggressive play from Cascada so far, though. You like to see it.
I mean, if you're picking the Tristana into his air, you do have to be aggressive, but
Yeah.
definitely making the
So we're
most
going
of
to see
that.
what happened to Jiang. So I guess Taco feels that he's going to be super vulnerable coming out of this mega.
Oh, jump
Uses the
cancelled.
E. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Jeez. Just 100 to 0s him very easily. Makes it look easy. But Taking down Jiang has not been very easy
No.
so far. So,
But it is something
Taka
that a
gets his
couple
revenge.
of Kassandes have achieved.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, driver,
Yeah.
notably.
Okay.
Scada's cooking
This is a
something.
forward angle. Oh, no.
As they just know he's doing it.
Yeah.
They're onto him. I think there's a ward in the bush. Yeah, there's a ward in the middle bush, so they know he's walked back, but he hasn't walked into the second bush, so he's looking for something. Just gets scooped up.
Yeah.
Going to be a tower for Jimmy.
Not ideal, but Jimmy may have stayed too long. No, he's
665's here, but he's got no one with him.
Yeah, and he's built a sandcastle, has Jimmy, so... Oh, I mean, he's just waddling away. Kaiwing's found his way here onto Orc on the top side. Tide trying to dip and dash and find some damage where he can. Sapling thrown over the wall. 665 now, he's going to be taken out, even him claiming that one. We have a 2-0-2 center now.
Yeah, 665 just pretty out of sync with his team there. Kind of just walks into the enemy team without anyone near him.
Oh,
I think Taco's fine.
I don't.
Oh,
Hyper, yeah.
wow, okay.
He hadn't backed since he solo killed Jiang, by the way. So, I mean, yeah, he just backed and went from sheen cloth to
The full item.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Maybe just greeting for his item. I didn't think he was dead there.
Hyper procs do a scary amount of damage, especially when you only have armor, because they do magic damage. So,
Yep. And give you that move speed, right?
yeah. Oh.
So Jimmy in the lead on gold. Kind of used to seeing that.
It's true. 4K almost in favor of Frank, which is not what we typically see, but certainly is a good showing for them thus far.
Yeah, the early game was very back and forwards, but Frank now getting a hold of the game, rotating a little better than DCG.
Yeah, and Chris Carter's going to have a hard time against this Azir now.
Yeah,
If he ever is given alone time with the tower, though, will absolutely destroy it.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time finding impact in this game. We've seen Tristana games go like this very often. Even PSG into Frank, they picked the Tristana and had trouble getting anything done.
Yeah, 2 levels ahead is Jimmy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's some nice aggressive plays from Cruscata that don't quite work out as well as they could have. Especially bot lane where he just gets read like a book. It's Tide getting aggressive.
He is, but he has no vision inside that bush there, so isn't really a whole lot he can do. Looks like we might have a brawl over this Rift Herald. Both top laners will be in the bot side of the map, do have access to the teleport, and I think we've got to keep an eye really on this Narbar. Orca.
Kaiwing, kind of deep, but yeah, not enough damage.
And so
on
much
the solution
range.
yet. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Youmu's popped.
Wow.
Nice kick, but yeah, Tide loses a substantial amount of his health.
Yeah, and that's going to mean no contest on this Rift Herald. I think it would have been a dicey contest in the first place.
For sure, and I mean, it's not the end of the world
Yeah.
giving over Rift Herald. It does mean your mid lane tower is an awful lot more vulnerable. But
Yeah, you'll have to find a way to save your mid tower. Not really a great deal of wave clear on the side of DCG. As it's immediately dropped mid, and that's going to be the tower. They get it without it.
we don't have a drifter. Oh.
No, I think they're going to go... Oh, I thought they'd go for top tier 1, but it's already
Right,
dead.
let's see. Let's see it.
Can he do this?
We have a drifter.
Nah, no way.
Yeah. And it's not going to get a charge off now. It's just going to sit there and auto attack. 65 and Cruscata, though, they're being active on the bottom side of the map. They do use that buster shot, but the Narc comes through, and he might be finding a 1v2 kill. Cruscata does flash away. There is not going to be a flash to answer, and Bramble Smash will confirm that kill, but a very, very close effort.
Yeah.
Top side, though, it is this 4-man versus 5, and they are making the most of it as they take down the inner turret now, and feeling pretty good about the gold that they acquire from that. Dragon, though, being started on the bottom side for 665.
Yeah, Maokai not going to do this very quickly. And Cascada not helping him, confusingly. I would have thought they'd be in more of a rush to get this. As Jimmy might look.
Yeah, Cascada has to be so careful. Oh, topside Tide.
Whoa.
He's dead. Yeah, you are dead.
I was worried about the Brand up against the Lucian, but I mean, I had it the wrong way around, apparently. I think Tide was maybe half HP to begin there, and Gemini flashes over the wall and takes him out.
Look at these 280 carries just copying each other's builds.
Yeah. Yeah, the Tristana and the Lucian.
So we'll look for Jimmy in here. I mean,
yeah, no one near him again, though.
Yeah, 65 has Kainic Recurn, though, so there is one person on the team that won't take too much damage. You have to really look out for now Taco on this Cassante picking up his.
Yeah. So, yeah, Tide is half HP here.
Oh,
and
usually
Gemini just opens with a Q, ults him, waves there. Doesn't matter that he dodges the W, just too much damage.
Oh, my.
Are you converted to a Brand believer?
No.
Oh, what? You just killed that guy.
Yeah, but you get to kill anyone when Jimmy is just running these dudes.
Whatever. He has highest KP on his team. I wonder who has done the most damage, though. That is a hard stat to contest.
Yeah.
At Gnar and a Brand.
I think Nah might have.
Yeah, because he's just been sitting up here fist fighting Taco.
Yeah. But as the game progresses and more team fights happen, it'll quickly go over to Gemini, as long as they remain favorable. Which for the foreseeable future they will. Frozen Heart, of course, completed, and we're working on yet another armor item. Likely will be that Sunfire Cape for Kai Wing, and at which point I'm not exactly sure how we're planning on killing him.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure onto him already from the Lucian. He's going to have his Quick Blades finished now, but he probably needs an LDR before he's doing anything to this Tom. And I think if he had gone for an Energized build, he might have a lot more pressure onto the Azir, Senna, and Brand. I get why he's gone for the Kraken Slayer Quick Blades build. We have seen it do a lot better in general.
Yeah, well, Teleport's coming through. Taco really is the one who was losing out on his health bar. Breath of Light kind of saving from this Brand burn. And we've lost Taco, but we're still looking for a fight. He does have Teleport. Root's going to land, but it's onto Kai Wing. He's not going to take any damage, even if you throw everything at him.
Wow, they're completely outranged on the side of DCG.
Honestly, they're just completely out-team comped. You have no way to do anything to this time, Kench.
Yeah, it feels so hard to play. Taco went down so quickly.
Yeah. He's got his Kainic Recurn now, so that'll offer him a substantial amount more sustainability, but is it going to be impactful? Doesn't really feel like it will be.
Yeah, I mean, he will be able to have impact on the fights if he can find flanks. You know, Cassante's never been a great front-to-back champion. So Frank do have Mega Gnar coming up, and they're kind of around this Baron. Because they're spam pinging on the way, but...
Now, what does Taco build next? Because, like, it feels like it has to just be MR. Because obviously you might be matching this Gnar a lot, and that means if you build a lot of MR,
yeah, it's going to be rough.
You can't fight him, but you just have to have it because Brandon is there. They're the ones doing all the damage. Now, Baron down to half HP, 4K left on it, and no real contest going to be able to come through. It's just going to be gone. Yeah, smite it away. DCG, they might look for a fight afterwards. Not sure how well it could ever possibly go. Tide jumping away from that Brand ult.
I mean, 3 of them are half HP.
Yeah, Taco does arrive, and this is just feels like it's over before it even started. Nice Abyssal Voyage. Tide gets swept up, and everyone else gets swept up from Jimmy and following. It's a quick 3 going down. Taco remains healthy as Jung chases him away from the team fight, but with only Taco and Orca remaining, it feels like this one's done. Should be a bunch of towers on the menu here for Frank as Jimmy actually teleports up to the top lane. Going to confirm this tower going down. Teleport also going to be committed here for Jiang, keeping that minion alive. Taco getting aggressive. He's actually looking aggressively onto Jimmy, but Kaiwing being here means he's going to be eaten up and feel quite good about himself. Abyssal Voyage will miss, but trying to find the zoning for it, I suppose, is Taco trying to trade back. But
Yeah, seeing if they can hang in there. They show up late to the Baroness, already dead by the time they show up, and when they show up, they're greeted with a brand combo, and 3 people are half HP instantly.
yeah, for sure. And with 5 members still alive, Kaiwing only the one really that's showing any signs of being low, although Jiang does jump forward and immediately flash back out. It's still 5 members strong. Jimmy, and he's just playing with them in their fountain. Last tower is slowly going down to these minions, but I mean, Frank is just pattern damage at this point. Tide will be going down.
No place to save.
Cascada! Oh, he goes down as well. Orca shouldn't be able to, although if Jimmy commits... Oh, he doesn't.
Not willing to.
Okay, that was a very, very clean win.
Yeah. You know, pretty one-sided start to finish. Very close calls in the top lane.
Yeah. And admittedly, there were some times where it looked like Cascada may have found ways to get his team a lead, but ultimately they always just didn't have enough, or someone's turned up slightly too early, or whatever may have happened, and they didn't eventuate, and it ended up just being Jimmy, and that was the benefactor of it all, because even if he didn't get the kill, he then got to push waves, and you saw at one stage he was level 10 to level 12. And as a Zaya, you don't expect to be up 2 levels against the Tristana matchup. So
yeah, you're supposed to be counterpicked.
For sure.
Yeah.
But once again, I mean, we're seeing Frank. They like using both their mid laners, and they like using them for different reasons. Jimmy showing prowess yet again on the Azir. Game before, Pretender on the Orianna. Much as we expect from the side of Frank.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried if that's going to, maybe against the top teams, kind of telegraph exactly what they're planning to pick.
Maybe, but I feel like, I mean, again, I said it, most of these players know Pretender can play a lot of champs, because he did play, as I said, like 10 or 11 or whatever it was in the spring split, and he was one of the top performing mid laners for the side of Frank in that split anyway. So everyone knows he can play a lot of other things. I think it's just, at least for now, you want both your mid laners to get practice and give them different roles, and one's playing these control mages, one's playing something else. But then there's no reason why you can't just put him on something like the AP LeBlanc, which he used to be probably the best in the league at. You know, and then all of a sudden everything changes. Now you don't know what Frank are going to plan, and it's honestly can just be a plan leading up to these playoffs.
Yeah.
Have Pretender play only this, and then we can bring out something surprising.
Keep some curveballs.
Yeah.
Keep some curveballs up your sleeve. For the side of DCG, I don't know. That second game was just a non-starter.
Yeah.
They
I
did
think their
have some
draft
good
sucked.
moments.
Their draft was appalling.
I don't like this Tristana pick. We've seen it picked into a 0 a lot, and I don't know if we've seen it have success ever.
Yeah, I mean, but like, you just didn't have any magic damage, so... I mean, I don't mind the Tristana as a pick. I think the Tristana as a pick's fine, but you needed to have magic damage somewhere. Like, even if it had to go to your jungler, and instead of having Maokai, you had like a Lilia or something, I don't know really maybe a Karthus at a stretch, but like, you know, something that can be that solo AP. But no AP up against, I mean, admittedly it's only a Nara and a Tarm, but that is still a very, very difficult task to get through, especially when your AD carries still don't kill tanks, right? These are not AD carries that you want hitting a tank. Tristana, not very good at killing a tank. Lucian, one of the worst AD carries at killing a tank.
Yeah, especially when there's so much damage coming back long range from a Brand, Senna, Azir. You don't really get much time to hit that, hit that tank before, you're suddenly half HP.
For sure. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it was a non-starter, but I think draft has so much to do with that, which is kind of strange from DCG, because I feel like in the league they've actually been one of the teams better at drafting. I think even when it's like up against the stronger teams, oftentimes we come out of the draft phase and think, well, I actually prefer DCG's draft. This is like a really nice draft. Some question marks. I mean, sometimes they bring out things like the Mordekaiser, for example, where you don't really know what to expect, and then Cascada just playing all these different champions sort of throws curveballs, but I think usually they're good answers into the comp. But this one was, I think, just you made this game almost impossible for yourself.
Yeah, they had to get a massive lead without the tools to really do it. So, yeah.
I mean, they kind of had the tools, but...
I mean, they just had such passive side lanes.
Yeah.
Both their side lanes were pretty happy to just farm up. I mean, they were getting pretty aggressive in the bot lane, winning out on trades, getting small leads, and rotating first.
Yeah.
Especially on the Milio. He showed up first to a lot of those fights, but just didn't quite go DCG's way in those fights, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, if that doesn't go, if you are a draft like this and one fight early game goes poorly,
Yeah, it
you
might
never-
already at
yeah.
that point.
Well, you have no tools to get back in it either, right?
Yeah.
Like, your only arguable tool is Tristana sitting in side lane, but she was so far behind Azir, she couldn't even do that. Like, she can't
Yeah.
walk up to the tower. Azir's just clearing it. You had 5 Void Grubs and a Tristana, so that really did become your only win con, but it was just shut down entirely.
Both games, actually, DCG get a bunch of Void Grubs, and then they kind of just fall behind afterwards and never really get to hit towers.
Yeah.
So kind of a downside of the Void Grubs.
I think Void Grubs are a bit of a bait. I really
They
do.
give pretty good XP.
They do, yeah, that is true, but I think the problem is you're trading it for sometimes a dive bot or dragon bot, and at that stage it's like, were these original 3 Void Grubs or even all 6 Void Grubs worth it? You really have to prove that.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you're just finding yourself behind because you've given up so much to get those Void Grubs.
I did really like what Gemini did this game. I think it was on second jungle clear. He had cleared up his top side, and he just kind of found himself with not much to do. He's not going to gank top, and no camps are up, so he just went and did 1 Void Grub. DCG rotate around and stop him from doing any more, but he just is very happy to grab the Void Grub and reset.
Yeah.
He had time to kill anyway.
For sure. A bit of an extended post game here.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're just cooking up some replays. What would your highlight for the game be? Because I'm struggling to think of any like standout moments. Like maybe when I think if Cascada had lived that one instance mid where he like jumped in, but he ended up dying to Brand. And
That's
so
still probably the nicest play.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a lot of the fights were just walking up to hit Tom Kench, getting Brand ulted, poked out by Azir, poked out by
Dying.
Senna, and you just can't even take the fight.
it might just be where Tide uses E to farm minions and Gemini just immediately flash ults him over the Gromp wall.
Yeah.
Just like, no, he sees, oh, that's Relentless Pursuit used. Flash ult,
Yeah.
hits the minion, bounces back, kills
Yeah.
him.
You want to play aggressive on the Lucian, but, you know, pretty
just-
easily punished. We're
this
going to
is
see what
them
happened.
easing Baron.
Is it really just Brand here? I feel like it is just Brand. They try to walk up. Gemini chucks the ult out, and this is all Brand, by the way. Oh, Gemini lands a big chunk onto Cascada too, but Tide and 665 just taken out of the fight instantly by a very low effort, you know, Brand combo. You just chuck.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
Tide doesn't get hit by that if he doesn't W.
Yeah. Just getting clipped, but at this point, the game is so doomed.
Yeah, it was over.
Yeah. Just kind of extra sucks as...
And
yeah.
if that is not the story of the game. I mean, 24 minutes in and you finish the game down 13k gold, and
Yeah,
what
that's
is a
rough.
team comp that has to get ahead early?
No towers taken, no dragons
Jamie
taken.
in most damage though.
Yeah, impressive. Hard to beat an R out in damage when he's up against a tank, and hard to beat a Brand in damage too.
Yeah. Oh, does it?
Yeah, really good on this Azir.
Yeah,
Old
I mean,
Jimmy.
this draft was a disaster. Just looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought they might be able to cook something up with the Lucian Milio. We haven't seen it in a while. Did do a large share of his team's damage, but he kind of had to.
Yeah, he had the only magic damage really. Obviously Maokai a little bit, but went full tank, so
Yeah.
Tied with Orca's buffs are pretty much the only magic damage. He actually did the most damage on his team without participating in a kill.
Wow, he was the only one who wasn't in a kill. That's unlucky.
Yeah.
I guess a lot of it would have been him just smacking
Dying.
Kai Wing as
Yeah.
well to just no avail.
Yeah, well, Taka got a solo kill top. That's probably his only kill participation.
Yeah.
And Cascada got 2 kills somewhere, I think. I think that's how it works out. But, yeah, I mean, Jang most kills on the Na.
Yeah.
I think there were probably multiple people with 4 kills. Surely. 4
Yeah.
seems like a really low number to have been the most kills. I know it was a quick game,
Yeah.
but...
Yeah, Jimmy doing plenty of damage.
And Kyring
earning
taking
plenty
the
of
most
gold.
damage. That's something we don't often see, is the support.
Yeah.
That's actually something we really don't often see.
Yeah.
There you go.
He was a tank into Gemini picks up the MVP. I mean, it could have gone to him or Jimmy or Taco.
Well, Taco lost.
Oh, sorry, not Taco.
But I don't think Jang should get it because
Jang.
he died solo.
Yeah, he got a solo kill, but then died
Yeah.
solo.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that disqualifies you, especially in a game this dominant.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Jimmy. I mean, honestly, I may have preferred Jimmy, but it's hard. I mean, both players
Gemini
just
picked
played
the cool
well.
champ.
Yeah, he did pick something that hasn't been picked yet. So
Yeah, you give him
always
some
got to
style
give. Yeah,
points for that.
you got to give credit for that.
Navigated it pretty well. Yeah, he also had 4 kills.
Yeah. Okay. There were multiple 4 kills. I was wondering, it's like, it wasn't the most kill heavy game, but I'm pretty sure they had like 15 kills at the end.
They had
so
a lot.
for 4 to be the most means that there has to be multiple people on 4.
Yeah, and it means they were just winning a bunch of skirmishes all over the map.
Yeah.
Kills super spread out. No one having like a massive KP.
No, not really. I mean, it just, there was some solo kills top. There was random kills mid where it was only Eminem and Jimmy in that participated. Oh, here we are. It was the
Here's the
replay.
solo kill.
I called it. Immediately.
Bit of a freebie.
Bit of a jump scare.
I wonder if he had E, because you can Q flash E on Brand and stun people.
Ooh.
You can Q then E. That does work.
Bit of a connoisseur, are we?
Yeah, I love Brand support. I haven't played it in the jungle yet, though. Yeah, but I think Brand is very strong. It's getting nerfed next patch, but the nerfs aren't massive, so you might still see it around a bit.
Do you know what champ's getting buffed next patch I saw?
Who?
Aatrox.
I'll believe it when I see it.
No, I read it. I saw it today. You know how like on Twitter they always release the patch notes?
Yeah. You mean 14.4?
Oh, maybe.
Because we're not even on 14.3 yet.
His passive is getting... No, I mean like on live. Like the next patch coming to live.
Yeah.
His passive cooldown is getting reduced.
Really? But they must have nerfed him on 14.3 yet then. I haven't finished reading the 14.3 patch notes yet because we're not playing on it. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, but yeah, I saw that and I was like... Seems interesting. That guy's just running down all of my solo queue games and just 1v9ing, but...
Yeah, I mean, all of my competitive games, too. He's doing pretty well.
He does. Except against Cassante sometimes. He gets solo killed every now and then.
Yeah.
True?
Yeah, everyone does, though. Everyone does.
That is, of course, the conclusion of game number 1. We will be back for the big game of the night after an interview with Paddy and Jiang, so please do it.
赛后采访，今天来到赛后采访是 FAK 的上路选手一剑，请一剑先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是上路一剑。
Congratulations for the win today. You were able to continue your all-win record. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，也保持住了你们0败的战绩。你觉得自己今天打得如何？
我觉得第一场玩的就是前面对线棋玩的不太好，可能需要再加强一下。
I feel like in the first game we played during the laning phase, I didn't play so well. So actually, I really need to practice more and perform better. You and Taco was on fire against each other on the top lane in the second match. Your number of solo kill has also exceeded 10 times after that match. Can you tell us the trick of you playing so well in the lane? 你跟 Taco 在第2场的上路打得非常的火热，你的单杀次数也在这场系列赛之后超过了10次。你对线发挥那么出色的原因是什么？
因为我自己本身喜欢在1打1下功夫，加上我喜欢看一些韩服的高手的第一视角去学习。
Because I really pay a lot of attention to 1v1 battles and laning phase. I really like that kind of style. So I also watch a lot of Korean solo queue play in their first game perspective. So I spent a lot of time trying to improve in 1v1. So that's why I perform so well in laning phase. You're very popular in the region right now. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans? 你的人气现在在赛区非常的高，有没有什么话想要对粉丝们说的？
就谢谢大家支持，我会继续努力。
Thank you everyone for supporting me. I will continue to practice and do well in games. 再一次恭喜 Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢一剑选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们先进广告，再回来是 CFO 与 PSG 的精彩对决。
谢谢大家。
gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me sing. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up till the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me sing. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. Can't see the sky. Never thought I'd say this. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. There are shadows in the darkness. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is alright. There's something in the air tonight. much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck. Looking at the ceiling. I've been stuck. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. This is wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one. I thought the earth went around the sun.
to become the IAF Katowice World Champion. This tournament was supposed to be the coronation of your.
那是很久以前的事情了。我们那时候晚上就是大家一起练习完之后，可能半夜2、3点，那离宿舍还蛮远，但我们都是走路回去。旁边就有一个那个小吃摊，就是卖炒面，然后我们很刻苦，我们就可能3个人就买了1盒50块的炒面，让我们在那边吃。我觉得印象还蛮深刻吧，就是从一开始默默无名，然后我们大家一起努力打上来的感觉。
我不知道要怎么定义闪电了，但它对我来说是很重要的存在。
我那时候就是喜欢玩游戏而已。
我觉得我是闪电狼那时候最后一块拼图啊。我加入他们之后就成了一支强队，然后我们也是那时候就打了个春季赛，打了个20几连胜。
把助理给抓回来，想拉灯笼，助理走不掉，被融化了，被融化。
刚开始加入闪电狼的时候，就春季赛是1把都没输嘛，然后就感觉怎么打都怎么赢，其实那时候心态都有点小膨胀。
我觉得每一个冠军都让我非常的有成就感。印象最深刻就是安燕夺冠的时候，因为那个是我真正意义上拿到最大的冠军的比赛。
我们强是强在，就感觉大家就是心是聚在一起的嘛，就是我们大家就是为了赢，然后会一起做很多努力。
我对他们的印象就是有个称呼吧，就叫韩国杀手。
他们是继 TPA 之后的下一个巅峰。
在我的回忆里，闪电狼跟飞格是并驾齐驱的。
我从来没想过会离开他们。
TSM win the thrill game. So SKT gonna take down yet another Nexus and push Flash Wolves to the limit.
我觉得我们5个人的关系太好了，当我们就是有一些问题或是怎么样的时候，我们没有办法直接把它讲开。
Nexus turrets are falling, and so are Flash Wolves' hope. Team WE take down Flash Wolves.
就是比如说有人失误了，但是我们就是会顾及我们关系很好，就是慢慢的、我们很多地方都没有办法进步。其实我当时很快就做了要离开闪电狼的决定，因为我就感觉如果我再多犹豫1秒的话，我可能就是舍不得他们吧，然后自己也会最后留下来。我那时候也是觉得蛮不甘心的吧，就是会不会是因为我们实力不够强，所以可能那时候卡萨才会离开我们，然后就是先去了其他队这样子。
看到大家一个一个离开的时候，我很烦，但我也可以理解，那时候已经到了我们的极限了。
从一开始什么都没有，到后来我们变成了对手，遗憾吗？但这就是结局，也是起点。我想要传承我们的精神，我觉得我们对 PCS 有未尽的责任。
闪电狼让我相信，再强大的敌人都是我能打败的。
对我来说，闪电狼是我的憧憬，是我电竞的启蒙。
闪电狼的职业态度是我们学习的对象。
我觉得他们帮我们设置了很高的标杆吧，这是我们要一直去突破向前的动力。
他们带回来的经验让我成长。
我会承载着他们的精神往前走。
闪电狼的时代已经回不去了。
CFO 会持续进化，我们不能永远停留在过去。
我们也都必须要追求更高的目标，更高的舞台。是时候该往前走了。
世界赛是一定会去的，但在这之前，我想先教训一下凤堂。
洗洗睡吧。
In your dreams. What a roller coaster that was. My goodness.
Yeah.
And what a hype video ahead of possibly our biggest match of the regular season, because that was incredible to watch, incredible to reminisce on, seeing the highs, the lows, but now it's going to be a high for one of them.
Yeah, some legendary players playing alongside the players they inspired.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The changing of the torch in many ways, but
Yeah.
it was the old guard that are on opposite teams now.
Yeah.
And again, as we touched on earlier, what do we think is going to be more important? The middle, the AD carry and Maple and Betty, or the jungle and support and Casa and Sword Art? And I mean, it's hard to tell. These teams are literally tied on the scoreboard. I mean, we look back, we did a little bit of research today, Lo and I, and we found out that over the last 2 years, including, I guess, this split, but they haven't played each other this split, it is 15-10 for the head-to-head in favor of PSG.
Yep.
And for this split, exact same games, won and lost.
Yeah. Yeah, they're on exactly the same record.
Yeah.
And they are the last team to play each other.
That's right.
Now, so they've played all the same teams and they've ended up with the same game scores overall. CFO dropping a game to Beyond, dropping
right.
a series to Beyond.
Yep.
Have they played Frank yet, CFO?
No, that's their,
Oh,
that's their last. That's their Sunday. Well,
okay,
yeah, that's
so
their Sunday
CFO
night.
still have some work.
That's
CFO
right.
still have some work ahead of them.
The
But
1v1. Rest versus RJ. Top laner versus top laner. Rest has gone 3-0. Another undefeated man in these 1v1s. First appearance now for RJ. As
8
he
solo
tries.
kills for
Yeah.
us versus 1 for Aja.
Wow.
Aja putting in a lot of
loot,
Udyr
yeah.
duty.
A lot of loot, yeah.
Yeah, hard to get solo kills, but he has been having a massive impact. Don't let the solo kills fool you. Even on the Udyr, he's been setting up Junjia for some really good games.
Absolutely. Top laner versus top laner. We will not see the old guard just yet. It is the new life of the PCS, of the region. I mean, both of these two very, very formidable players met in the grand final last year. Went absolutely toe-to-toe. We see Tristana for Rest.
I think Rest missed a man.
Yeah, he did. And then Arja going for the Aatrox. Flash Ignite on both of them.
Yeah. Gotta favor Tristana, I would say.
Yeah, I would too. Lethal Tempo on the Tristana. It's going to be the Conqueror and Bramble Vest, actually, the initial pickup for Aatrox.
Yeah. Kind of a weird one. But, I mean, the other go-to armor item would be Frozen Heart, and you don't want one of those.
No.
On the Aatrox.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I do have to think that it should favor Rest for this 1v1. Although.
Yeah. Rest gets his bone plating off and finds a couple Qs. Gonna be a slow one.
It will be.
I mean, Aatrox Q is a very long cooldown early on, so I'm surprised Rest didn't take the opportunity to jump on him. I guess he wanted to make sure the bone plating was off.
Yeah.
So Aja doing a good job of just dodging in and out of the bush, not taking much damage so far.
Oh,
here we go.
Hello. Oh, okay. Massive trade backs from Aja.
Yeah,
It's a
ends up being
Conqueror.
pretty even.
Yeah. Somewhat surprising, but...
Yeah, I think Rest went in while the Aatrox Q was up. So Aja is able to trade a lot of damage back. Once you jump in as the Triss, you know you're going to be eating at least the Q3.
For sure. Okay, gets that. Oh, hold up. Okay, that is going to be Ignite now used from Aja, but it is honestly for his benefit.
Yeah, Rest's probably got to get out of here.
I think he's just going to go pick up this health pack, but well, he isn't just yet. I think you really want to hit 6 first as Tristana.
Wow, so easy to get the bone plating off with the Tristana E explosion on the last hit. Whoa, okay.
Yeah, I think that's good for Aja, though.
Yeah, that's going to be down for a very long time on Rest.
Oh, he's going to pop the World Ender. Gets ignited, though. Nice.
Wow.
Buster shot. That's going to be a first blood.
Not even close. It was looking scary. I thought with no rocket jump on the Tristana, might be able to do something, but
Yeah, not ideal. And now it is ult trades, of course, but...
Can he kill tower?
Not now.
Okay, doesn't even E it. I guess he doesn't have the E up. He used it on the wave to make sure he gets the shove out.
This is a big minion wave that's just going to the wayside.
Yeah. Gonna be hard to come back into this one.
For sure. Oh.
I've never seen that.
No, this is a Garen emoji.
It's like Garen on an island.
Yeah. That's classic though, isn't it? Possibly Adam inspired.
Oh. Can't bring up Adam here.
True. Well, Rest solo killed him. RJ died to him numerous times. He felt the power that was Adam's Garen.
Yeah. And Darius, I think?
Yeah, I believe there was. After the unfortunate... No, you know what? I won't even bring up Game 3.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. It's in the past.
That's right.
Aja probably hoping this one's in the past soon, because I don't think he's got any hope.
Yeah, I don't know really what he plans to do. I mean, he has to pretty much look for an all-in as soon as his ult's up, but then even if he gets it, that's not the end of the game, because it'll only be Rest's first death.
Yeah.
And then he's got to somehow defend this tower.
Rest's pretty happy to just ignore him and throw bombs on the tower.
Yeah, this is Jova, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, RJ gets one all-in, but Rest has everything.
Yeah, it's so hard to... Like, the Tristana almost has to let you find it, right?
Yeah.
With Rocket Jump and ulti. And Flash.
Yeah, I think this one... I mean, Aatrox Q with no AD just doesn't do any damage anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if the tanky build was the approach.
Yeah, maybe you just have to go lethality, except that for the start of the game it's going to be really rough.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this tower, the Buster Shot wasn't on it, so...
He just kills it.
Yeah, it's gone.
Runs out of Q. Runs out of Q, so he slows down on the tower for a second there, but...
No, he does get it. I mean, to be honest, I think by that stage of the game, he had multiple win angles. He was either going to win through hitting the tower or killing Aatrox. I don't think RG really stood much of a chance. And that is the nature of a blind pick in a 1v1.
Yeah, sometimes you just get doomed. Both 1v1s today, actually.
Yeah, felt pretty doomed from the...
Not much hope based on matchups.
Yeah, for sure. But that is the nature of the beast. The CFO will get side selection, of course.
Yeah.
In game number 1 here, up against PSG. And to reiterate, while not first on the standings, I think both of these teams are really who anyone outside looking in would think these are the two teams most likely to be representing the region at MSI. They're the two teams that did represent the region at Worlds.
Yeah.
And they are the two teams with the biggest names of which the PCS or the LMS has ever seen.
Yes.
On your screen, of course, is Rest, Karsa, Gory, Shun, and Sword Art. Rest, Gory, and Shun, certainly veterans here in the PCS, but Karsa and Sword Art are veterans worldwide.
Understatement, veteran is an understatement for Karsa and Sword Art. And they, I think, might find themselves having a hard time into their counterparts in Woody and Junjia.
Yeah, very, very established players.
Yeah.
I mean, Junjia, he wasn't necessarily playing a lot of the games, but he was the substitute for the World Championship winning EDG.
Yeah.
So certainly, while he was playing behind Jia, would have got a lot of knowledge, and we've seen how he performs in the PCS.
Yep.
Undoubtedly the best jungler in the league last year. Perhaps only contesting with Karsa this year.
Yeah.
And we get to see it. We get to see
the matchup. We'll see what kind of form Sword Art is in. He's been a bit hit or miss.
Yep.
Playing a lot of kind of out there champions.
Yeah.
He's got a Bard game. He's got a Zyra game.
Yeah.
Maokai support.
Yeah, I think he was the first Maokai support as well.
Yeah, before we were seeing it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even had a Senna. I don't think he did have a Senna. He
No.
just flexed it.
Yeah, no, they just had a Maokai. I think they had a Varus from memory. Maybe I'm wrong.
And
I
think he's had a Bard game as well.
He did. Unfortunately lost. It was up against BYG in his first series of the year. And there we are on your screen. The champions of 2023, both splits in the PCS. They've remained almost the exact same with the addition only of Betty instead of Wako.
Yep.
Bringing back that Flash Wolf synergy alongside Maple. Some very, very credible threats on this team. Everyone can carry a game.
Yep.
From RJ down to Woody, we've seen
Woody,
it all happen.
Yeah, Woody looked ridiculous on the Lux against Beyond, who are no pushovers. He
That's right.
pretty much solo carried both games.
Yeah, Betty.
Lux.
Woody carrying both games up against the team that were the only team so far to take down CFO. Could be a promising sign.
Yeah.
Betty, then Woody there on your screen. Certainly looking like one of the bot laners to beat.
Yeah, not really having a hard time adjusting.
No, not at all.
To the new bot lane.
Not at all. Maple, he's had some of the more unique picks in the mid lane. He's brought out the AD on-hit Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
We've seen that once out of him. Junjia preferring the Nocturne a lot of the times, but we did see a Rumble game out of him, which he went absolutely berserk. Are there some fantastic Aatrox showings? Maybe not in the 1v1.
Yeah.
But certainly on Summoner's Rift, he has been having a grand old time on that Darkened Demon up in the top lane.
So we were saying Gory had a slow start to the split, and he's kind of turned that one around with the highest gold difference at 14.
Yeah, that is quite the turnaround.
Very high forward percentage too. Means that he's getting a lot of priority for his team.
Yeah, but Maple is no slouch in these stats either.
Second in both stats.
Yeah, only second to Gory, and a higher KDA, higher champions played.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can't really tell what champion you're gonna get from Maple because, truth be told, he has been in the League of Legends scene since Season 5.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's much outside of his champion pool. You haven't seen Hui out of him yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe the most recent champion that's been released.
Yeah.
What was the next most recent mid laner? Neferi, I think? Neferi must have been before Hui. I can't think of anything more recent.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think just the Neferi.
And here we are, champion select for game number 1 for the match of the night and possibly match of the regular season.
Yeah.
Maokai will be that first ban. We don't want any of these boring champions. Get rid of that one.
Yeah, and every win is going to matter going into the group stage. Your score does carry over. And getting those top 2 slots is going to mean that you are getting a bye going into playoffs, which I'm sure both teams will appreciate.
And I think most importantly out of everything is these two teams, as we said, are tied as we speak. So both for game differential, if they are able to pick up a 2-0 here, and as well as just getting that win to be one singular spot above the other, can mean so much a couple weeks down the line where playoffs gets ever so nearer. Karma Rumble will also be banned here. We're looking for ban number 2 out of PSG. Azir strikes me as something that you could look for, although Maple certainly will have things into it. It's going to be
I think with
Ashe.
Corki, Corki open, you're not too worried about the Azir. Kalista open. I don't think CFO will ban it. I think they'll be happy to first pick the Kalista.
Yeah, Shun has had a Kalista game already. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see that and sort out. Okay, so they take away the Milio, that gets rid of Lucian.
Yeah, a roundabout way of getting rid of the Lucian.
It also softens or less likens the chances of getting Aphelios.
Yeah.
So kind of a double whammy with that Milio ban. Kalista will be that final choice here for PSG, so Shun will not get that. And Cassante, an immediate lock-in.
Wow, they say we are not worried about Aatrox or Gwen. Pick them if you like. We are happy to have our Cassante.
And RJ does play both of those champions.
And to me, I think they want to play Senna on CFO.
What makes you say that?
Oh, they're actually just going to pick the Senna into the Cassante. You just end up seeing Senna on Cassante's team a lot. I don't know if I fully understand the logic, but you definitely don't want to be Senna into Cassante, as maybe Betty's going to find out this game. Unless they pick... I mean, you kind of are forced into an Azir here. Senna Nautilus a very strong
I don't think
lane.
you'll necessarily force him to Azir. Reason being, depending on this third pick, you have the option of picking Gwen in the top lane. We've seen AD Twisted Fate out of Maple, which does a ridiculous amount of damage. Although,
yeah, there's the TF picked away.
Yeah,
Ori playing TF into Maple.
Okay.
Now Maple did used to play Fizz.
He did. He has played Fizz. A bit of a solo queue counter. Not sure if we'll see it here. Notable other champions, I suppose, is you can play something more scaling. You can also look to play an assassin, although it isn't the easiest job. While yes, TF is immobile, he does have that gold card safety as well as an immense amount of wave clear. And so picking something like the Akali, while yes, skirmishing will feel amazing, it's very, very hard to leave your tower.
Oh, it's hard to play Akali into TF, though. It would feel pretty bad just being down your Shroud.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not the most impactful thing. If TF's ulting just to cancel your Shroud, you've won out by about 140 seconds.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, the Azir just going to get locked in. It does completely fine into TF, has a little bit less global pressure, but will be completely capable of scaling into these team fights, offering more DPS.
It's something that can deal with the Cassante later on, so you're not forced to pick Gwen here.
That's right.
You know, you can go for maybe an Aatrox, or I'm not sure what else we even really see. We might see Aja back on the
Udyr.
So they don't buy that this is TF mid.
Yeah, they think it's AD carry.
They do ban the Corki. I guess it is a flex. I think TF might be a three-way flex, because I've seen him top lane a bit.
Yeah, no, he is a three-way flex as things stand, and you can sort of go either way in the mid lane with the AP or the AD. And of course, I mean, it is just very, very good against Smolder in the bot lane.
Yeah. Gnar banned. I imagine the next ban is going to be probably Aatrox. I think you're more likely to see the Aatrox than the Gwen.
Yeah, I agree. But I don't think your damage is suffering too much if you have a Gwen, because most likely Junji is going to play some form of AD jungler at this point.
Yeah.
I think you're most likely getting a Xin Zhao, getting a Viego.
Oh, they actually banned Jax.
Okay. That is something RJ has tended to like playing a lot. So Aatrox remains open. I think it's just going to get locked in. The question mark then becomes, of course, what comp counter can Junjia pick up as a jungler? Because that's really what you have to do now. You're using your red 5th for your jungle. It has to be something that does a lot of work in countering a team comp.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of uncertainty with CFO's draft. Like, a lot of champs can go in a lot of different lanes, as we're about to see the Rel flexed out of her usual jungle role, probably into support if this Vi gets locked in. So he at least knows for sure what he's going to be jungling against now. And this makes maybe the Poppy quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, Poppy wouldn't be so bad, but...
And then the TF gets flexed into AD if they do lock in this Talia, and it's a nice matchup into the Azir. We actually, I think, saw Maple play the Talia into Azir.
We did. And to great success.
Yeah.
Had MVP performance that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close up there. What was it? Is it Woody or RJ? Oh, it's RJ. Oh, it's Woody. Oh, doomed it. I saw the face mask and just thought back to the 1v1 where RJ was wearing the face mask. All right. So, Viego wouldn't be too surprised to see this. Junjia is a very, very capable Viego player.
Yep.
And we have our team comps. I'm looking at them on my screen and I'm saying I really like PSG's.
I cannot make sense of CFO's comp. I mean, we just haven't seen the ADTF enough. We haven't seen the Rel support all that much either. And I think this might be the second, maybe the third time we've seen Talia this split.
Yeah, two differing levels of success, of course. But
yeah.
I think for me, I'm pretty well aware of what the Rel support will be like. It's just the exact same as last year. The Rel versus Nautilus. It's something that is just was beaten into the ground until Keria decided Ashe was the best support in the game.
Yeah.
And so it's just very much just melee versus melee. The only question mark is, of course, Nautilus most likely farming, but I kind of just want to see Senna be the one that farms.
No, I think this Nautilus with farm is so good, especially once he gets...
Yeah, but so is Senna with items.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not looking for your Senna to carry this game.
No, but it's nice to have Senna with items.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. We've seen a lot of Sennas fall behind. I don't think it's been because they're not farming, though. I think it's because they've been dying. They've been dying a lot.
But anyway.
I think Nautilus gets that... What's the item that, like, splashes the whole wave when you...
Hollow Radiance.
Hollow Radiance. Once he's got that, you can send as many people to his lane, weak side, as you want. He is one-shotting the wave and then spamming emotes under his tower.
As we load on, this is the big one. The first game of our final best of 3 of the night, but possibly the biggest best of 3 for the season, at least before playoffs. It's going to be CFO on the blue side, PSG on the red side. It's Woody. He's going to get his hook cancelled, and this might be off to a terrible start. Flash is available. He's going to commit it, but it's going to be answered, and that's first blood over to this TF80 carry. And if you want to see how this champ works, this is going to be the best example possible.
Yeah, Shun happy to pick that one up. Woody misses the wall with his hook, right?
I thought he hit it, but it got cancelled by the rail. What is it? Crash down.
Yeah, maybe. Usually see Nautilus win those interactions. Maybe just good timing by Sword Art. As a rough start for Woody, who has taken the TP, so he's going to be farming on the Nautilus.
He will be.
Otherwise, pretty normal stuff across the board. We do see a variety of Vi, as Rest is just gonna... Is he gonna walk around, or... he decides to just walk to lane?
One auto, job's done.
We do see a variety of the Vi keystones. Sees a lot of squishies on the enemy team and goes for maybe more burst with press the attack over the Conqueror.
Yeah, this TF champ pushes a wave. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Also gets extra gold for pushing the wave.
Wow, what a hook.
Yeah, nice hook there from RJ. Finds them, Sword Art finds a nice trade, but Woody is going to get so low. He doesn't have flash, remember. They are going to let him out.
Can TP back, but shouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, Shun certainly losing a lot of health there. But, I mean, everything's okay, I suppose. Betty will have access to healing up this Nautilus, and teleport is available if he really needs to recall.
I thought he might have to recall immediately there, but he does manage to stay. Senna healing him up. Pops his potion. And Shun's got the TP to match him too, so it would have been, you know, pretty depressing to lose your TP so early without forcing a TP out from Shun. As what was a very nice hook goes kind of disastrously.
Yeah, somewhat, but he did survive, and that's the main thing. He's back to pretty much full health at the detriment of Betty's mana bar, but that isn't overly important this stage of the game. Mid lane, though, very heavy trades, going in favor of Gory, but again, he's going to have to recall as he has gone completely dry of mana.
Yeah, Talia able to get priority against pretty much everything.
Okay. And, I mean, just to briefly run through the TF and how it's become an AD recently, basically it comes off the items. You can go a multiple different variety of builds. There is the on-hit, which starts with sort of Blade of the Ruined King into Guinsu's, which are, of course, very strong items.
Yeah.
But it's just stacking up the stack deck when you've gold carded someone. You find a lot of damage in a really short amount of time.
Yeah, and I like that build over the Energize build. You're probably going a Rapid Fire in either build.
Yeah, generally the other build does tend to be first item Kraken. You go for the Kraken and then into the Rapid Fire Cannon. And
I've seen a lot of Static Shiv.
That's a fraudulent build.
Yeah?
I think so.
Oh, fair
But
enough.
yeah, you don't need the wave clear. And so the Static Shiv, while sometimes it's nice to have extra, it doesn't feel that impactful as Betty. He's going to be looked at. Flashes away, gets the heal off, but he's met with 2 more flashes, and Casa does pick up that kill, but it's matched here by Maple, as well as a transformation from Junji. He becomes a Talia. Doesn't have access to that Scattered Earth, and the flash comes out of Maple, but you cannot flash an auto attack, and he is just going to be going down. 3-1 now the score in favor of CFO early on.
Looking like a very good start for CFO. as Shun is, Betty rather, is just caught out in the middle of the lane. Gory getting some nice Talia shoves off, and 2-0 start for Karsa.
Yeah, Rest though, he's having a good time up top. Very, sorry, not Rest.
No,
the
yeah,
complete
I don't think
opposite of
he's
Rest.
having a horrible time.
Yeah.
What happens to Betty here? Just shoved, yeah. Not immediately flashing, and
yeah, still
getting
not
hit
flashing.
by just about every piece of CC. Traded back onto Gory, and it looks okay.
Yeah, the scattered earth being used immediately here meant this turnaround was just so simple.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's actually just stuck as Talia because he's not level 6 yet on the Viego. So he's just stuck as a Talia.
Sure.
And unfortunately, Maple loses his flash and still goes down there.
Sword Art's here. Level 3 on the round. Lots of brawling being going on. And
yeah.
They do take the one Void Grub. They are going to back out here and maybe look to re-engage.
Yeah, a lot of supports hanging out in the middle lane this game. And this is, you kind of love this as a Nautilus.
For sure. Yeah, Karsa going to be able to pick up the rest of these alongside Sword Art. Oh. This is Q a bit early, but doesn't really matter. And Junji just continuing on to farm. He's not going to look for that dragon just yet. Don't have all that much damage, of course. Viego does have a bit, but Betty doesn't have all that much.
So a bit of a CS lead in the bot lane for Shun so far, but we usually see Nautilus catch up. Honestly, as a Nautilus, you kind of want to be 2v1 in the bot lane. You know, sitting under your tower, you do such a good job of just clearing waves.
You're kind of like the old Scion for a
lane swap
meta.
Yeah.
Where he just doesn't matter. He just sits there and clears the wave immediately.
Yeah, so I really like that Sword Art's just not wasting a lot of time bot.
And Rest has found a way to not get harassed by Aatrox.
Yeah. Yeah, the lane was looking very unpleasant for him, and this way he's going to be able to just pick up this wave and probably get out of there.
Yeah, RJ hasn't backed, so he is going to have a lot of gold to spend. Jajir picks up that Scuttle Crab. Going to start getting to work on this dragon now. And honestly, while that mid-fight didn't go so well for the side of PSG, it's kind of beneficial in some ways to Maple, other than losing his flash, because he was the one to pick up the kill.
Yep.
And so it's made this Talia lane a little bit more survivable for him. PSG do end up getting this first dragon, so that feels very, very good.
Yeah, it's so hard, I think, to fight Senna Nautilus at this point in the game. No ult on Karsa at that point, and Junjio's 6 already. Karsa probably the strongest member of this team right now, so...
As it looks like we will be having a Sundered Sky, most likely.
If CFO decide to kill Betty here, I really don't know what you're going to do, especially if the Weaver's wall comes into. There's so much CC. As they don't decide to go for it.
Yeah, Maple, I think, letting his bot lane know that Gory left on the bot side.
See what Karsa decides to do after he grabs his Raptors, because he can still go for this play bot. As it looks like they're going at Junjia in his jungle, maybe.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find him. I mean, they don't know the health of this red buff, and he has actually picked it up already.
Oh,
RJ might be in trouble. He pops a water ender. He's going to be able to... Oh, no, he's stuck!
Oh, and he almost gets it after the flash there. That would have been a disaster. They do just grab his flash in exchange for the Talia ultimate.
Yeah. Trade of ults, but also the flash. Feels really good. Honestly, I think RJ should still be okay. The reason being, Rest has opted to not go for the Bramble. And so the healing will still be there for the Aatrox.
Yeah,
it does mean that Rest gets to his power spike earlier.
Yeah. He'll
be able to get that Iceborne Gauntlet online 800 gold earlier, which is about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. So feels pretty good.
Yeah. And I wonder if Karsa will go for a play on top lane.
Shove lands. Maple actually finding a reasonable amount of damage back, but
yeah.
Gory losing out.
Gory not worried about the 2v1 at all. He's got Sword Art coming to his lane anyway. So he's not built much of a CS lead in the mid lane. He's just managed to get Prio on the Talia.
Oh.
Scary.
That was exceedingly scary.
He's just used his priority to roam around, and so far it's translated into an Aatrox flash. And we'll see if he looks for more next time his ult is up. As that's a full item completed on the Vi now, Karsa needs to go and use this ult on something.
Shun collects himself a plate. He's not going to be too upset.
I don't think Junji is going to get much more than 1 Void Grub here.
He would love to get 2.
I think he'll be running for his life.
Yeah. Gets the 1, so denies any opportunity at 6, but... I mean... See, Castle in the area means he should probably be going and looking. We'll be able to pick up 5 Void Grubs here. We'll CFO. Yep. So, while it's nice to have... We saw last game, it's honestly not that important.
Oh, that 1 creep in the way.
Yeah, just actually following.
Yeah, probably saves Shun his flash there. Though I'm not sure how much damage they really have to follow up. And Karsa does have his bot camps up, but Aja could be in trouble here.
Biddy. Timid start to the game. I mean, it was explosive to begin with.
Yeah, a lot of fighting initially. Well, a couple fights initially, and then...
Just quietly, though, Junjia is just up 20 CS.
Yeah, after a really strong start from Karsa with 2 kills. So far, though, when we've seen Karsa this split, he's done a lot better on the Rel and the Maokais and your tanky champs rather than the carries. He did have a Belveth game.
Yeah, got unfortunately beaten in that one.
Yeah, I don't think that champ is very good right now.
I think people are just trying to discover how it works with the Void Grubs.
Yeah.
I did see a little bit of play around that, but...
Yeah, it was the very first game of the split. So their very first game of the split, so you excuse some suspicious drafts.
Oh, Maple. Oh. No one, I think everyone is just too scared to fight.
Has to be careful here, though, because one CC lands on him, and it gets followed up by Talia knockup, Rel or Vi combos, and
I think the benefit he has, it's really hard to ever use the cease and desist on Viego because he can buffer the end of it with his ultimate.
Yeah.
At which point he goes unstoppable and sort of... I mean, it's a trade of ults, sure, but there's a chance that Junjia gets his ult back immediately almost.
Yeah.
Dragon going to be started by CFO here. They do have priority in the bot lane. RJ, though, is here. I don't think PSG are looking like they want to give this up. Junjia is relatively strong, say similar to that of Karsa. Now, there's going to be at least the Dragon going down, but are they sold on getting out of here? In comes Maple. They find so much, but he's just going to go down. Out will go by the dredge line. Depth charge comes through. Junjia gets the kill, but not the reset as he's taken out here by Gory. Now, Woody all out, and he's on the opposite side of this wall, not where he wants to be. All things said and done, it's Dragon and 3 for just the 1 in return for PSG.
That was a terrifying start to the fight for CFO as Sword Art got hit by the center root and then rooted up Shun with him, but CFO do a really good job of stalling till the TP finishes from Rest.
Yeah.
And then picking off the overextended members of PSG.
I think Maple got stopped by the Scattered Earth and gold carded, and so he never got his Azir ult off. You watch, Azir ult never comes out.
So here, it looks really scary, right? You get your ADC rooted, but he ends up looking silly standing in the middle of 5 people, and then the Cassante arrives here and picks them up another kill by ulting Woody through the wall. Rough start for PSG as they're too late to contest, but they still take the fight. Maybe a bit trigger happy going for that fight. When there isn't a dragon to fight for anymore, and they didn't have any particularly massive spikes.
Yeah, not really a spike to talk of, really. I don't even think Nash's was completed. Sundered Sky was. Maybe it was. I didn't exactly see. But you really do want this Aatrox to get his Profane Hydra online, and at which point starts doing a lot more damage. Not to the Cassante in fairness, but certainly to these squishy members.
Yeah.
As the season 2024 Classico comes out,
Yeah, I
Vi
like
gets
these.
one item into Frozen Heart.
I like these lane assignments from PSG. Aatrox into Talia. Feels like Aatrox has a lot more pressure into the Talia than the Cassante, whose stacked armor, does into the Azir.
For sure. Rift Shield being looked at. PSG, again, looking to contest. Most of their ultimates are up, but they certainly do not have access to many of these summoner spells, as Magnet Storm lands onto two. It's Junji and Woody, though, so they should be okay. One reset will come through, and Junji is not going to be able to pick it up. He's been CC'd the whole time. It's a double kill there for Kasa. Massive flop. If only they could get that reset, but it's ultimately not going to happen. Weaver's Wall comes through. Rest is looking for RJ. Going to be popping off with that World Ender, but it's ultimately going to be, once again, Gory, who finds himself yet another kill here onto Maple.
There is so much CC on the side of CFO. I thought Sword Art was maybe overcommitting with his ult on to PSG when his team was so far away, but they just have so much CC between him and the Twisted Fate that the rest of the team arrives, and then the Cassante CCing them, buying time for even more members to arrive. And yeah, I mean, this TF is looking very good in these fights. He's just constantly stunning people up, and he's not putting out massive damage yet. But yeah, this fight starts, and I think it's a full like 5+ seconds before anyone even gets here to help Shun and Sword Art. But I mean, they've got them locked up the entire time and clump him up and take him down. And then so easy to clean up kills when you've got the Talia wall and you're this far ahead at this point. Ults him through both through the Azir ulti and the little Talia rocks. Stuns him up. Very strong start from CFO.
True. 3K in the lead. Up 6 kills, 1 dragon apiece, so there is still time in this game for PSG to claw their way back and find some farm, but at least for now, it should really be CFO pretty comfortably in the driver's seat. Sword Art and Rest now. They're looking for something here onto RJ. Teleport going to immediately be answered. Shun, though, he's arrived. He's used that Destiny to get here. Woody's going to answer. The Nautilus shows up, makes sure his top lane's nice and safe. All it's going to cost is their Aatrox ultimate, but in trade for the TF1, you don't feel too bad.
Yeah, uses the Azir ult. He's still got TP. Can TP back mid if he wants to, but Gory's there to hold the wave. Yeah, you're not too worried as PSG. Your scaling is still pretty good. You've got the Senna, you've got the Azir. Aatrox, honestly, not a slouch when it comes to scaling.
Absolutely. Can just, out of nowhere, find a singular Q3 on, to an unsuspecting TF, and that TF will not be alive for long.
But it gets very hard to not bleed out kills when you've got a rapid fire up on this Twisted Fate now.
Oh, this is a dead Aatrox. He's not going to live for long. He does get 2 ultimates there out of the side of CFO, so some reprieve for the rest of the team. It's PSG now with the tempo used to find that kill up top, who are going to use this time to take Dragon. And I think, honestly, this is probably better for PSG. Yes, you've lost to death. It's 1 kill that's gone over again to this Vi, who's already very far ahead. But you've again delayed the game for 5 possible minutes when it comes to Dragons.
Yeah, when you're behind, anytime you can get an even remotely even cross map, you're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, because eventually the gold difference stops to matter as much.
Yeah.
Like when it's sort of 1.5 items to 2 items, that's really important. But when it's like 3.5 to 4, yes, you feel it, but it's not as impactful as Twisted Fate is making sure this tower is not high on HP.
Yeah, it chunks out about half of that tower's HP. So there is so much.
Yeah, we're looking again for Maple. Oh dear. Okay, Junji is in the area.
I mean, they've got 2 global ultimates and 3 teleports on the side of CFO. As Maple's looking.
Maple's gone forward, but he's not been able to find anything yet. He's actually doing a lot of damage, though. He's kept the tower alive.
Gory trading plenty back, and neither player really able to do anything there. No big CC landing. Gory's so he's going to clear this wave and look for a recall. So this TF has a rapid fire cannon now, and with this much CC on his team, and just ability to get around the map, it's going to be really hard for PSG to not bleed kills.
Sure. That sounds like it should do way more damage than it actually is, you know, the Blood Song.
Yeah.
Okay. Sterex now completed for Junjie. Well, this shouldn't kill. Oh,
wow.
Okay. I like that. You don't have an Azir ult now, and Betty's really, really low, and you're about to lose your jungler, but we stopped the Herald.
I mean,
down will go Junjie.
I don't think Junjie got to move a single time there. My God.
We have to be careful. Baron is up. Archer's trying to dissuade them. But now he might just be in trouble himself, as 4 members are onto this Aatrox. He's CC'd. He's going to be immediately removed. And I'm starting to question why this Aatrox has Ninja Tabi.
Yeah, they do feel very good into the Cassante, but Merc Treads feel very good this game.
Very necessary, I'd argue. Oh, Betty ends up over the wall. Does flash to try to get out. Weaver's wall coming through. Woody trying to land the hook, but won't quite.
Yeah, it's so hard to not bleed kills when they're this ahead with this much CC. And really, they were only maybe 3K ahead before this sequence happened. It might have been more or less. I'm not sure on the exact amount they were ahead, but it's just one guy out of position. And
I mean, after this happens, what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm amazed I haven't seen that interaction before, as Betty just loses half his HP to 1 TF auto. And, I mean, the fight's doomed already. Junjie just gets locked up and killed very quickly.
And then Shun just pops the Destiny, and at this point, there's no way out.
Yeah. And then later on, Betty goes down, trying to contest the Baron. As what started as just a Rift Herald play turns into really nice flash from Sword Art. Betty ends up over the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Woody tries.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need Merc Treads real soon. Oh, mid lane though. Sword Art being looked at. Through will come that depth charge, and it should be at least 1 reset. Junjie actually able to pick it up this time, but he's going to get CC'd up. This TF is doing so much damage. Steris Gauge is going to be popped, and Maple trying to find some damage back, but it's really nothing to speak of. As once again, 4 members of PSG will be going down. Woody's going to get knocked up there by Rest, on this Cassante, and now he's in the middle of 4. Flashes away.
Ooh. Close. Nice angle on the hook there for him to avoid the knockup. But this is looking very dire for PSG.
Yeah.
And credit to CFO for getting a strong start to this game and just snowballing it, as I think this will be the last time we see TF in this series.
Yeah, this will be the last time we see Betty on Senna for sure. Get him back as normal.
Yeah, you are the biggest Senna hater.
I am, man. Name one game that has looked good in the past 2 days, of which it's been involved in almost all of them.
There must have been one.
There wasn't.
There must have been.
I'm so sorry to tell you, there wasn't.
I mean, the TF, on the other hand?
Yeah, TF looks good.
Yeah.
But Senna doesn't.
So, rapid fire cannon, gold card. And, yeah, there's one of their 5 globals.
I mean, without joking, if he had Merc Treads, I actually think he just gets out there.
Maybe.
Oh. There is a fight happening on our screens in the bottom left, though.
Yeah.
Dragon is being contested. PSG have no right to win this fight, but they are still doing their damnedest to try. And meanwhile, though, Shun is just ending the game.
If they can somehow get this drag, they suddenly have created some win con.
They might just lose their entire base. Shun is very close to just ending. And they're not even going to win, despite the fact it's 4v5. Casa is going insane in the middle. Gets the smite off on that Dragon. Arja, he can't do anything. In the meanwhile, if we pan up to top, TF has taken the inhib. He's still got a minion wave. He's starting to work now onto the Nexus turrets. Rest has teleport available for himself if he wants to commit it to making sure this game does end, although at least for now they're just trying to fight.
Carson chasing Betty with the Flash Wolves emote.
That is. This has been a game of League of Legends. I mean, what an absolute demolishing.
Yeah, a bit of a statement to open up the series from CFO.
What a shellacking. Alrighty. Fellas, back to the drawing board, huh?
Yeah, we were worried about Karsa on the more carry junglers. And
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he finished the
fine.
game 8-1 and something.
Yeah, he still got it.
Yeah, it didn't feel that bad, did it? Betty on center versus Betty on a carry that auto-attacks and farms.
Yeah, also Woody. Woody on the Nautilus doesn't look as good as... I mean, he found some crazy hooks.
Yeah, no, well, I
honestly.
think Woody, honestly, what else can you do as,
I mean,
as a Nautilus?
compared to his Lux.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, his Lux is insane.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think well played by CFO. I mean, we expected it to be a close series, and that was not close in the slightest.
Yeah.
Taking over very early on. I mean, Woody walking into the jungle, dying level 1, never a good start to the game.
Yeah.
And then quickly thereafter, you find yourself dying mid lane as Betty just walks on in, gets shoved, dies.
Yeah, gets shoved with his flash up.
Yeah.
Doesn't react in time. Maybe thinks he's not getting hit by it, and
Yeah, he then gets hit by more CC afterwards, and he threw out a W after he'd already been shoved.
Yeah.
And he still could have flashed then. He didn't. He gets CC'd by Ral and just flashes and then dies anyway.
Yeah.
They did manage to answer one kill back in that instance where Maple killed, was it Gory on the Talia?
And then loses his flash and dies.
Yeah, and then turns around and after the transform comes through for the Viego, and unfortunately Maple goes down, uses his flash as well and still dies. So a pretty terrible start, all things considered. And with teams of this caliber, you expect if they get far ahead, they should be able to keep getting
especially
further and
with
further
this
ahead.
kind of comp. CFO had a comp where if they fell behind, you might be using all the CC for nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you just might lack the damage. You might keep them stunned forever, but not be able to kill anyone. But from ahead, it becomes almost impossible to play because they have the damage to follow up on this CC, and you don't have anyone who can really tank it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm still questioning some of, I mean, mainly RJ. I don't know. Yes, for the isolated 1v1, the Tabis are good.
Yeah, we needed some Merc treads.
But you are not doing anything in a team fight if TF manages to select the gold card and then right-click you.
Yeah.
And it's not that difficult for that to be achieved, because as soon as that happens, it can be followed up with anything, any number of things, right? The shove into the stun that happens. There's Ral that follows up on top of it.
Yep.
I mean, Vi could ult you. She probably doesn't want to, but could. And I mean, all it takes is one TF card and you are no longer going to be part of a fight.
Yeah.
And at that stage, it's like, well, this means the most important stat in the game is tenacity.
Yeah, and he wasn't really able to get too much done in the 1v1, I don't think.
The lane went really well for
yeah.
him. He was up like 20 CS.
Yeah, but Rest doing a good job to find proxies when he could
Yep.
and just get himself into team fights.
Yeah. Just surviving the lane, which is all he really needs to do, whereas RJ kind of needs to get ahead. And he did, in fairness, but the rest of the team fell apart so bad. I think his first death was like at the stage where Maple had 4. So it was just like, well, I mean,
Yeah.
what really can he do?
Just a really impressive draft from CFO. They had like several flex picks going into the second rotation, and they kind of just found the best configuration of all the champs they had and just steamrolled that game.
Yeah, it was Cassante, TF, Ral into the second phase of bans. And at that stage, I mean, it was quite clear that
Cassante was top.
PSG had an inkling. Well, probably realized it was TF80 carry.
Yeah,
and that was
because
based
they
on the
banned the
bans.
Corki.
Yes.
And the Akali?
Yeah.
It was just up.
I don't think it was
They
Akali.
did definitely ban the Corki.
Yeah.
Which just, is telling them that we know you're flexing. The
Yeah.
jig is up. It's not going to be Twisted Fate mid.
I mean, this, I believe, was the fight that just ended the game.
Oh, this was the last fight of the game.
Yeah.
Junjia already has had to use his flash to dodge a Talia shove, who Gory quietly had a really good game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Maple, I think, just gets one shot in the corner here. I'm not sure how it starts. I'm assuming this Vi is just about to go headbutt him.
Oh, he
no,
just
it's
gets
another
shoved.
shove.
And then...
Nice max range Q from Karsa. And makes sure he takes out Junjia. There's no flip to speak of. Aja does find his way onto Gory, but just can't get enough done with so much peel for him. His carry's already dead. So even in the 4-5, CFO get it done. As we see a lot of these late Senna ults.
Yeah.
Your whole team's dead into a Senna ult.
And, well, the damage graph does tell a story. I mean, Vi did more than anyone on the other team, and that's not something you're used to saying.
Yeah, and the least on her team of the carries. So.
and the tank.
We knew it wasn't going to be a game decided by dragons, probably.
No.
With both teams picking up a couple dragons early. PSG getting more early game.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, I like, again, and maybe it's not so much the champion, but I really think we've seen so much success come out of PSG off pretty much the two people who have carried the most games is Junjia, early game, and then Betty when you get into the mid to late game.
Yeah.
But you are not carrying a game as Senna. Not in this day and age.
Yeah.
You can provide utility for your team, but oftentimes it's like, yes, you've got a very tanky Nautilus, you've got a bit of utility from the center, and then it's up to your top jungle and mid to do the carrying.
Yeah.
But Betty has been the most consistent carry threat of this team, which to me just says you really want this guy to actually have a champion that he can carry on.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm assuming they're going to pick blue side.
I would
for the
imagine
next
so,
game.
yeah. I would imagine so.
And we'll see if that changes up the draft. Will they take the TF? I have to imagine they would be willing to first pick it.
I would think so, and I think what leads me to say yes more confidently is that we know Maple already plays it. He's already played it.
Even if it's not a flex for them.
It's just a strong champion currently. Even in the AP iteration of the champ, it's very strong. Obviously, the AD, we just saw it there. And in fairness, it did start the game with a free kill. Didn't even have to use flash, just got the kill onto Woody.
No, he did flash.
It was him that flashed? I thought someone else flashed, and he just got it anyway.
Oh, I thought he flashed for the auto. Either way.
Maybe, either way, yeah.
Either way, good start.
Yeah, for sure. He starts off with a kill in lane. Nautilus doesn't have flash, which is a lot of the pressure that lane then loses.
Yeah.
Because if you go forward, you never have the option to flash out and let your center sort of finish the job.
Yeah.
But, I mean, on your screen, bunch of Casa, bit of Shun and Gory. And it's going to be Rest who picks up the MVP.
I thought Karsa. I
thought Casa, Shun, one of those two.
Oh, yeah, Shun. Yeah, Shun picked a cool champ. Doesn't he by default get the MVP?
I mean, Casa went like 8-1 as Vi.
Yeah, after a 2-0 start.
Yeah. But, like...
Those were kills he was not gifted. He did work for them.
Yeah, he did. He was at the right place every single time he needed to be.
Yeah.
But it is Rest. I mean, he held on in lane. He didn't die. You know, he only went down a little bit of CS in his blind pick, first pick, blue side top laner.
Yeah, true.
And so I get there's always credit due there. And in his team fights, in fairness, he played them very well. He was landing everything he needed to. I'm sure we'll see one of the team fights here.
So this team fight was Sword Art and Shun starting this fight. And I mean, you know, I'm not counting, but it's almost 10 seconds before their team get here, and this Nautilus has not been able to move.
He stops the, what is it called as well? The reset coming through with that W. He stops Junjia. He sees him, drops him too far away from Sword Art.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
And then
he just finds
we're
Maple
gonna
up
get
here.
ult here, and he's gonna ult through the Maple ulti. They get to pick themselves up an extra kill here. I'm not sure if Aza goes down too.
No, he doesn't. He survives. He dies later on when they dive him top because he gets stunned and then doesn't have 35%.
PSG's doing a lot of dying. A lot of getting stunned and dying.
Watching that game, that's mainly what they were doing.
Yeah.
To be fair, they were playing some good old-fashioned European League of Legends where they were behind, but they were not going to go down quietly. And boy, oh boy, did we have some brawls. I think the game went for like 24 minutes, and I think CFO had 21 kills. I'm pretty sure CFO finished that game with 21 kills.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We just started brawling. Maybe that means, if you cast your mind back to the DCG J-Team series, could we get a LeBlanc, Akali, Lee Sin Zinzao absolute thriller? Because I certainly hope we do. But that's something to find out after the break. We will return for game number 2 between PSG and CFO.
dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturdays, let go. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible.
Not how we expected the series to be looking so far, with an absolute stomp in Game 1 in favour of CFO, but now it's time for PSG to both get side selection and try to bounce back.
Yeah, I think it was deceptively one-sided, just because of the nature of CFO's comp. Once they got ahead, they just had so much lockdown that it was impossible to not just... A pick turns into a fight into just 3 people dying when, you know, against a different comp, maybe you just lose 1 and you can hold on to your tower, but so much CC coming through, they were just able to snowball every fight that they won, and it was already so difficult to play. Yeah, a really nice draft from CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, to go with the narrative, Casa 8-1 or 8-1-9 or something ridiculous like that. Flashing the Flash Wolves icon as he just sprints at people.
Chases Betty down with the Flash Wolves icon up.
Yeah, I mean...
Blue side for PSG this game.
So we are going to have a different draft, almost certainly.
Yep.
Sides have been swapped. I, again, really do not want to see Senna. And maybe the champ is strong. Obviously, if they're playing it, it has to have some credit. But like, We
like the
have
champ.
seen... I don't remember... I honestly do not remember a single good Senna game yet.
Well, the Senna usually isn't the one shining. You know, she's following up on cross-map plays with a nice ulti. You know, she's getting W's off in team fights, making picks happen, and keeping her team alive. But yeah, the people around the Senna weren't doing all that well, and then Betty on the Senna was getting caught. You don't want your Senna getting engaged
You're
on
dying
when she can play
first.
so far back in fights and provide so much utility. We'll see if PSG decide that they want to play the TF. I can't imagine them banning it.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But, I mean...
yeah, I would think they'd be happy to play it, but we'll see how the draft plays out. As Ashe is banned, usually you respond to that with something like a Kalista ban.
Yeah. Do they want to ban the Cassante? Are they worried about possibly getting that first picked away from them? Karma also was banned by CFO last game. Maybe that's something to think about.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think if they do pick Karma, it almost feels like more a Woody champion than a Maple champion, but I'm sure... I mean,
It is so strong in the middle. And they do ban the TF, so they are not willing to first pick it. Maybe looking for a Karma first pick themselves. The CFO banned the Senna.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Possibly a more traditional bot lane to come through here.
Yeah, Lucian is up.
Varus, of course. I mean, what else is it? There's Orianna, Zia, another classic matchup that often swings the tides of a game.
Nautilus less of a priority to ban with the Senna gone.
Helios as well.
Yeah. Rel ban makes a lot of sense. Karsus had a lot of success on Rel, and it's a very strong jungler. And a flex pick, too, so hard to play around it in draft.
I wish this was a best of 5, man.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We will. We will. I think at this stage, both teams fairly certain to make it into the playoffs.
Wow, the Varus ban. So they're happy to play against the Lucian. As it seems to be a trend of red side having to ban 3 ADCs. We saw that in the last series, too.
What will be the answer, though? I don't think... I mean, only
Maybe
if you have a lot of... Oh, El Clasico.
Oh, I don't know if I like this.
Oh,
there's Rumble.
El Clasico. Okay. Wow, and it's just immediate.
Yeah.
Clicks the
happy to go.
Cassante button.
Yeah. Happy to take the Cassante into the Rumble. Usually we see the Rumble take first strike. This is a nerfed Rumble. So maybe we won't see him 100-0ing the Cassante, but...
We did yesterday.
We saw him. It was Udyr.
Oh, it was Udyr. It was Rumble into Udyr, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Relia on the Udyr.
Okay, Lucian. So we're going to have Lucian Milio here.
Yep.
What will be the response? I mean, Caitlyn Lux stands out as something we've seen. Phenomenal performances, and there is the Caitlyn hover. I do expect it to almost certainly be locked in. Kai'Sa would be interesting. It's something that Betty really shone on last year. Of course, it was one of the 2 available AD carries for the majority of it.
Yeah, Kai'Sa falling out of favor lately, though. I don't think anyone's really found a build yet with the item rework that
except for
shines.
Cascada.
Yeah, right. The lethality.
Lethality into AP, which happened last year too, to be fair. But
yeah. I imagine you have to pick up the Lux now.
Yeah,
because it
for
will
sure.
be banned if you don't pick it right now.
For sure. It will be locked in. And this means that bot lane priority will be very, very in favor of PSG as long as no shenanigans occurs.
So will CFO go for a mid here for Gory and then ban out some counter picks? Like you could see like the Azir and ban...
I think you just lock in top.
Yeah.
You already know. Well, actually, to be fair, Junjia has played a game of Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, PSG could be looking to make some flex picks happen this time around.
I would say it's less likely, but
yeah,
it is something that has happened that we have to be aware of.
Yeah, especially when this tends to go pretty well for the Rumble. He takes first strike into the Cassante. So it will be the Cassante and maybe top. Oh, they've kind of picked all the same champs, so the bans get weird now. It is CFO who's going to be picking first, so they could set themselves up for an Azir pick with something like a Corki ban and a Kali ban.
Talia?
Yeah, Talia.
Yeah, I mean, you're not too concerned about jungle counters, but maybe just removing the Maokai feels pretty good. It is just a strong champion.
Yep.
Or do you... I mean, I guess it's similar here. Do you just ban mids that you don't want them to blind? The Azir, the Orianna stand out. Okay, they're just going to go for...
Vi ban.
Yeah.
Karsa having a great game on the Vi, so
That's true.
just get rid of it.
He kind of popped off. He went a bit ridiculous.
So you wouldn't hate the Vi on PSG's side. Does really well with the Rumble.
Yeah. I mean, are we just going to limit this jungle pool even more? No, we've taken away the Tristana. Kind of. Not really. It doesn't really make sense, but it is just you see a Rumble, and so maybe they... And a Lux as well, so maybe they're going to want to get some AD in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And so...
Still Jace available.
There is Jace. He does tend to be a little bit weak in the current stages, just with the items.
Yeah.
Not tremendously weak, but certainly not as strong as he was last year.
Yeah, and Tristana is definitely favored over the Jace at the moment. It's an LB ban.
Okay. Quite safe, and I guess has multiple different builds, but in reality, I think now just the AP build seems to be stronger.
Yep.
Lee Sin, the current hover, is a good champ, something that Karsa has played many a time in his career, his storied career.
Yeah, I do hate Lee Sin, though.
I love it. It's so fun to watch if it's a good Lee Sin. And Karsa does just happen to be a good Lee Sin.
Yeah, we'll see what he can get done. A lot of immobile champions on the side of PSG, so maybe he can work some magic.
Now, will Orianna be the lock-in? If it is, I mean, you still have AD and Caitlyn, of course, but you are starting to get a little bit scared of Cassante purchasing Kaenic Recurn. This almost certainly means that first two items for both of these AP champs is going to be whatever they want first into the Crypt Bloom or Void Staff.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah, as well as just Junjia.
Yeah, back to his old tricks. We're just gonna see Azir into Orianna. Nico kind of ignored.
Yeah.
The series so far.
Now, we do have our team comms. I mean, let me bring it to you here. Just nameplates off entirely. What team comp do you prefer, and why? Why is it?
Okay, if I don't know that it's Betty and Woody on the Caitlyn Lux, I'm very worried about the Caitlyn Lux because they're gonna get outscaled by the Lucian. If they make one mistake in the lane and somehow die or get ganked and die, they're completely useless, and they're just gonna be food for this Azir, Lee Sin, and Lucian once he gets his items going. But with nameplates on, Betty and Woody have looked unstoppable with the Caitlyn Lux.
Do you think if it's the lethality, the crit Caitlyn, they get outscaled? Because I don't think they necessarily do. I think they'll struggle against the... Well, Caitlyn will struggle against the Azir. Yeah. But I think in terms of just raw damage numbers, I think she should be fine no matter how late into the game it goes.
Maybe not. Maybe outscaled isn't the right way to put it. It's more like Lucian Milio just hit the spike in the middle of the game.
Yeah. Well,
even if it's going
even. You can't contest
even.
mid-waves.
Yeah, even if it's going even, they can just put so much pressure on you mid lane.
That's true.
Mid game.
We'll see what Shun chooses for his build too. Seen some Kraken Navori. Seen a lot of the... What's that called?
Storm Razor?
Yeah, Storm Razor, but I was trying to think of the Energizer. Energizer builds.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to see the attack speed build doing a bit better than the Energize build with the Kraken first. Though he isn't against any tanks.
Yeah, I think Energizer might be better this game because it just offers you really quick, short trades into Caitlyn with somewhat even range.
Yeah, and you have a lot of pressure on this Lux.
Yeah.
In the mid game.
This Lux is scary. It is Woody's Lux. Okay, so it's Halo Blades Caitlyn, so I think it's going to be lethality. Which does mean, I mean, you're not solo AD, obviously. Junjia will be doing a bit of physical damage, but you're not really wanting to purchase all that much armor as rest this game.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you'll get away with any armor for a long time this game.
Yeah, it's going to be the Kaenic into maybe Hollow Radiance, would be my guess.
So it's actually not first strike for Aja on the Rumble.
Yeah, he's gone for the Comet. This does strike me as a little bit strange. Maybe the nerfs to the Magic Pen means that just having that extra bit of damage is actually important now in the matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. See if he can get any more of an edge than Rumble, usually going even and having a bit of kill pressure. Cassante with plenty of kill pressure in this lane.
Yeah, Gory is not being hit by command attack and returning with those Sand Soldiers.
Yeah.
So they do know where Casa starts. That is important, of course. That means that bot lane as well as top lane can be aware of the most likely position of this Lee Sin for the majority of the early game.
Yeah, we'll see if Junjia can pull off old reliable path to top, get a kill as a level 4 Nocturne. I don't think CFO will
I
let
think,
him get away with it.
I think Rest is too good to fall for that trick. It's not even a trick. He actually just strolls into the lane.
Yeah. Somehow Aja is just always in a spot where, you know, he's almost dead, but then his Nocturne shows up and picks up some kills.
He just slurp. Oh
Wow.
my god.
Yeah. Yeah, bit of suffering for...
Hey, this is looking a little bit better than Senna Nautilus.
Yeah, a little bit.
What's this? Bot lane pressure?
Yeah, and you appreciate this as a Nocturne who's not going to be very active in the early game.
Yeah.
Just having Prio in your lane.
Although he is just strolling on in now to Casa's jungle.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this from Junjia.
I think he can win. Oh, Casa.
Casa's still level 2.
He's still level 2, yeah, and
Has
Junjia
smite,
knows where he
has
is. Okay, he's level 3 now, but he does lose quite a significant amount of those smaller Krugs, which are where the majority of the gold comes from Gromp. So, and already a plate down bot too.
Yeah, jeez.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to see Betty and Woody on Caitlyn Lux.
Yeah. I mean, they've looked unstoppable on this lane.
Yeah, I think
off to a great start.
They've played it twice, right? Or is it more than that? I remember the twice. I think it's twice. The Lux
twice
only came out
against
twice.
Beyond.
There were more Caitlyn games, but the Caitlyn Lux only twice. And Woody, should I say, picked up MVP for both. So,
Yeah. Oh, no, we gave him MVP for both, but someone robbed him in game 1.
oh, did they?
Yeah, I can't remember who.
Probably Sword Art on the Maokai in a different game.
Yeah, just taking it. Sword Art, the MVP bandit.
Okay, so recall very early coming out here for the side of CFO. In fact, Castle even having to clear up these minion waves feels really, really good if you're the bot lane of PSG.
Yeah.
Up almost double CS on first recall, making your way towards the serrated Dirk. Not quite enough for it, which is a little bit of a shame, but you did have a back timing that you had to take, otherwise you were going to start suffering, and losing your lane as this Caitlyn Lux is never ever what you want.
Yeah, you can't really afford to make mistakes with the Caitlyn Lux.
And you will ultimately still be bullying this lane. The shard doesn't offer that much. Just one energizer.
That does signal Shun is going for the energizer build. Kind of obvious when he's got first strike. Anyway.
Yeah. It will be Stormrazor. Stormrazor into... I mean, I think the Voltaic has fallen out of favor, but some people still go it. But generally nowadays, it's Stormrazor into Rapid Fire. And if you want to go Voltaic, you can. But I think generally by then, you need some form of... So, well, I'd say Armor Pen, but maybe not this game.
Yeah, maybe not this game.
Oh, Woody!
Flash.
Oh, we've found ourselves a Milio. Trap comes down, but it's going to be Casa who's here. 90 caliber net will mean that Betty is safe. He does lose his flash. In fact, both
They
bot
both
laners.
flashed. That was so nice, but Sword Art, Nerves of Steel, doesn't use heal or flash there. Just, stands and takes it.
Realizes that Casa's on the way. I don't think the bot lane of PSG realized that he would be, considering all of Junjia's camps were not up.
Yeah.
So, didn't really feel like Casa had any business being there. But he was.
Yeah, Junjia on track to a pretty quick level 6.
Yeah, hasn't even recalled yet, by the way. He's recalling now for the first time.
Yeah.
Casa could use this timing to try and find Dragon. It doesn't look like he will as he's passing through mid.
Yeah,
Maybe looking for a Void Grub.
So Junjia's going to recall, and he's going to...
Path top and get a kill because he's level 4.
No, he's going to... I think he's going to just do Gromp all the way down to bot and be level 6 off of that, and then dive the bot lane.
I'd be surprised if he didn't contest Grubs. He always has, even as the Nocturne.
Yeah,
you've
we'll
got a
see if he
level
goes
6
for
Rumble now. Definitely feels like a winning skirmish.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for it. As his wolves aren't up yet.
Oh, Woody's a bit of a Houdini. It looked like there was nowhere to sneak past, but he does. We're at that stage of the game. Both supports now planted in the mid lane.
Yeah, Sword Dart down a level.
Serrated Dirk also is completed from BD now, so feeling a lot better in terms of his damage spike, especially when compared to a shard and 2 long swords. Oh, Caster does see this.
Oh, damn. Damn, he's going to get all 3 on the Nocturne.
Yeah, he has smite for the last one as well. Not even going to use it.
Oh, into Crab. Yeah, this is going to be a very fast level 6.
I think Crab might even give it to him. I haven't been able to see his XP bar, but there you go. Does he look? I mean, this is a scary Nocturne now. Obviously, like, in terms of items, actually it is Castle who's ahead, but just the level 6 on Nocturne forces so much confusion. Requires really, really good communication out of your team to play around.
Yeah, we'll see if they set up for a dive. As Karsa might be wise to it. He's already bot side. It's not going to be 6 though.
We'll know now.
Yeah.
Already having a good game for himself yet again.
Yeah. Yeah, this feels really bad for Karsa if you have to hang around. You probably need to just go get level 6.
Oh, he's going in. Maple's low on mana, doesn't even have...
Gory.
Oh, okay, flashes away. Do still have the shockwave available, and I don't know if Karsa tried to block there, but certainly didn't as Sword Art takes the ace in the hole.
Yeah, CFO still looking sharp. They're kind of bouncing off of the dragon and finding a play on mid and picking up Maple's flash for it. Might have to blow his cleanse here.
Yeah, he's going to have to lose his cleanse. Yeah. I mean, PSG, their bot lane have now almost survived during that window of not having their flashes.
Yeah. Yeah, Karsa taking a long time to get 6 compared to the Nocturne. Never really gets a chance.
Yeah, RG ahead as well. He's gone Sork Boots. It's you often see different things. It's usually a toss-up between Boots of Swiftness or the Sorks.
Yeah.
This time opting for the Sorks.
Or just like a Haunting Guys, but...
Oh, blessed Orianna build.
Yeah, Seraph's on the Orianna.
Should have been Leandri's, of course.
Yeah, it should be nice into the...
You kind of have
Lucian
to
too.
when you have the double AP. Because you are going to do no damage if you go Luden's Companion into Shadow Flame.
Yeah. So big leads in the side lanes for PSG, as well as a Dragon and some Void Grubs.
And perhaps Maple being the only one that doesn't have a lead that you'd perhaps think he should. Oh, this just seems so playable.
Yeah.
Okay. Scuttle Crab, the next objective.
Yeah,
Who got it?
I wonder if CFO were expecting to be playing against the Lucian this time. They were red side and they left the Lucian up.
Yeah, I mean, what was taken? Rumble, right? I don't expect you expect the first pick Rumble. I don't think you're predicting that.
Yeah, Rumble's
currently.
fallen a little bit out of favor after
He has
his
been
nerfs.
banned a lot, but he hasn't been banned as much as Lucian.
Yeah.
And just like, you don't think of,
flash on Maple.
making use of this no flash, but in will come Junji with this paranoia. Kick comes through here from Karsa.
Oh.
He doesn't know exactly what's going on as he flashes over the wall. Has a bit of a giggle to himself, but it is importantly first blood picked up. This Lee Sin now on the board. Karsa once again finding some success.
Yeah, power of that Nocturnal. Karsa doesn't know what's going on with his mid laner. Comms maybe not there that he's fine, and does lose his flash, but going to be happy to pick up that kill anyway. Good punish on the Orianna flash they burned earlier. As I believe Gory uses his own flash. No, he doesn't.
No, yeah, flash was already burned from Maple. finds his way in. I think he looked to
Oh,
turn
he
around.
flashed away. Yeah.
I think Maple looked to try and get the ball onto Junjia to help out with damage with Gory, and by then it was just too late. Gets kicked, dies immediately. But 6 Void Grubs once again.
Yeah, oh, Caitlyn Lux are going to appreciate that.
Yeah, these guys get to hit towers more often than most champs.
Yeah, pretty much anything.
What a change of pace from game number 1.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling it's going to get very explosive. We have a Orianna Nocturne Rumble, and then the Azir Milio Lucian. There's going to be some antics.
Yeah, a lot of agency on a lot of champions for both teams.
Stormrazor completed, but Youmu's is there to match for Betty. And for the immediate power spike, certainly the Yomu is going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
Koenig Recurn for top lane. I believe RJ is actually working towards Leandri's first, and I think that's what we saw Driver do yesterday as well up against the Udyr.
Yeah, and you might have a hard time killing Rest on this Cassante this game.
Yeah, I think you, for the most part, can kind of ignore him more than usual because you have so much backline access, right? You have a Nocturne flying in with an Orianna ball and then a Rumble ult on top.
Lux ult, Caitlyn ult.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so much long range coming through from this comp that, yes, the Cassante could be on someone and they're not going to be able to kill him very fast, but the rest of his team might just be dying while that happens. And so then, obviously, eventually when it comes down to killing the Cassante, that's going to be the tough task. But honestly, Rumble shreds a lot of magic resist.
Yeah.
And at which point, it should be okay for the Rumble and Orianna to deal with.
So, CFO looking for something. Dragon up soon.
They sure are. Breath of Light comes through, but it's still going to get hit by that shockwave. And through will come that Lux ult. Junji is going to walk on out of there as Casa trying to find something to do. But with no ult available, there is nothing. And that's just a free pick, essentially, as Dragon's going to be spawning. And it should be the second one now for PSG.
Yeah, Karsa kind of kicks Junjia towards the 1 HP Milio, and then Junjia is able to flash onto him and kill him.
I wonder if Betty should just ult, you know? Maybe saving it if they do a dragon fight, there might be an opportunity for him to use it on someone.
Yeah.
But, and Casa is actually the one that starts it up. I guess quite a lot of ultimates missing.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to swindle this one. Betty.
Okay, barrier.
Ooh. Yeah, alone, getting caught out alone against Lucian Milio will do that to you. As, yeah, with Betty chunked now, this dragon somehow goes over to CFO. Honestly, once you've used Nocturne Orianna ult, it was going to be hard to contest in the first place, and I think that's why they didn't hit it.
Yeah. Makes sense. I also think, I'm not sure. They never really are going to be able to find more than just a Milio there. Unless there was a misplay, I suppose, from CFO.
Yeah.
Now, Rift Shield is going to be their target. Paranoia very close to being up. Shockwave is up. Right, easy as that. Well, in the meanwhile, Gory is just bot lane getting himself all the farm he'd ever want. Going to be matched now from Arja. Not the worst lane assignments. I mean, you're never killing this Cassante as Orianna, but neither is Rumble. And there is actually genuine kill threat for Rumble over the Azir.
So, I can't help but feel like PSG's grip on this game is slipping a little bit. As
Gory
might
gets
be in
his
trouble.
tower, but he is absolutely dead. There is nowhere that he can go. Even commits the ultimate, but RJ, he's just going to be happy enough to pick that one up. Only assisted by Maple's Command Dissonance. No, Command Protect, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Gory does pick up the tower, so you're not too upset, but, you know, this Rumble can get out of control.
Yeah, lost first tower too, I believe so.
Yeah, CFO
a lot of
pressuring
gold.
the map at the moment.
Now
So-
we'll go to Sandcastle. Well, that didn't do all that much damage. I guess it was Moonstone as well as a shield.
Yeah. Shun looks like he's getting there on the Lucian.
Oh.
I think Shun fell about 20 CS behind early game and managed to just maintain that difference. That gold difference is going to be made up by the first strike pretty quickly.
Oh. Oh, nice dodges from that. Oh. What is going on up here?
Yeah, no one anywhere near this fight. So neither of them really committing to anything.
Yeah, I don't even know who wins. I have no idea who wins that battle.
I think Rest was looking for an angle where he could ult him into his turret.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, with the tower, of course, Rest wins. But without the tower, when you're up against a Rumble that can overheat with Ignite, it becomes pretty uncertain.
Yeah. CFO do just manage to hold on to this tower. Yeah, one bad recall though, and Caitlyn can just essentially take that with one auto.
Yeah, especially, I think they have 5 Void Grubs.
Yep.
I saw the purple around the tower when Gory was hitting it, so
yeah,
they must have picked up 1. But yeah, Void Mites would be spawning at that point, and you automatically will proc that true damage to start coming through. We've found the angle. Shockwave comes through, and so does everything else. Junjia, though, he's in no man's land, will be going down in return. It's Shun who picks that one up, and Karsa looks for the kick, but Betty is quick off the trigger. 90 caliber net gets him out of harm's way. Nice route. Breath of Light comes through. Maple with so much damage coming through. Nothing more to come, but by God, are these players just on the edge of their seats?
Yeah, nice by Gory to manage to...
He does have Equalizer. Flash available for Shun. He's just going to be there, show presence, confirm that mid tower goes down, and all things said and done, honestly, I think that's a lot better for the side of PSG.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that as PSG. A little bit of maybe miscommunication on the side of CFO as Shun is looking for a good angle there and gets hit by the light binding. We're just going to see not much for Gory to do.
Oh my, that was generous.
He did enough. I mean, they have so many. They have Caitlyn and Luxol coming for him too. As Junjia manages to trade a kill back, nice 90 caliber net, and you're going to see Shun is in a good spot to do something here, but he gets rooted up here, and neither he or Sword Art use their cleanse initially. And he's kind of standing there awkwardly for a second, and then they both use their cleanses on the Lux ulti. So maybe needing to communicate beforehand who's going to use their cleanse first. With that Milio ult acting as a cleanse.
Ooh. Okay, gobbled up. So we are going to have some form of battle.
Yeah, 2 items on both ADCs. Otherwise, yeah, 1 item and some change for everyone else. A very even game at the moment going into this dragon.
Oh, Karsa finds a kick. There's going to be Woody. He's so low, flashes away. Culling should confirm it. In fact, it's going to be some auto attacks. Very, very quick find. Woody now down. Should mean this dragon comfortably going to CFO, although Junjia is positioning
maybe looking for a steal. Nope.
She's here, but yeah, no Maple, so this should just be going over, and it's actually headed towards that bot lane. Maple has to be careful, there's no tower.
Yeah.
Oh, Ghost Pop, yeah, he's overstaying.
Yeah.
He has overstayed for a long time. Is he going to even be able to get out? It doesn't seem like it. He's running the other direction now, but on the other side, Gory's very low. That's going to have to use his Emperor's Divide, and Maple will be going down, tries to find the ultimate there, and what has happened? Junjia's located himself a Shun. And
so much chaos by the Nocturnal, right? They managed to somehow get a kill back there. I don't think either team is going to get very much out of this. Junjia is going to look for some camps. But Karsa will get a midwave for compensation, so he's not too upset, as you know, Karsa finds a nice pick onto Woody to get that fight started. And, you know, Woody not his usual self on Lux this game.
Definitely not.
So this was the other side of the fight. This is while Orianna's getting picked off. Gory just gets feared, cleansed by the Milio, and Shun just gets Nocturnaled, I guess. Flashes, gets followed up on.
Oh, Junjia didn't even need to flash.
Yeah, apparently.
That's all right.
So Rumble is going to get a lot more kill pressure in the side lane as this game goes on, because Rest is going to be building an armor item next in Iceborne Gauntlet. And he's going to get himself a Crypt Bloom and some more AP, and you know, Cassante can't just build MR for him. Though I honestly think he could have this game. I guess Iceborne just does so much for Cassante.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
It's worth building.
It's going to be the Serpent's Fang second out of Betty. I like that, of course. There's shields on literally everyone except Lucian, and even then he's going to have Emilio constantly shielding him up with Moonstone.
Yep.
Very good item.
There's Void Staff on the Rumble. I thought it might be Crypt Bloom because he had the book.
Fiendish Codex.
Fiendish Codex. That doesn't even build into Zonya's anymore, right?
Fiendish? No, it doesn't. It builds into many other things, though.
Yeah. So... Okay, so PSG are still ahead in gold, but I feel like CFO are in control of the game now. I think their comp plays really nicely into PSG's comp, and I don't think at this point the Caitlyn Lux achieved enough. This Lucian, you'd rather have the Lucian Milio at this point.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yes, still not winning by any means, but definitely in control. Definitely some
Gory.
work for either team.
Oh, Gory. Oh, my friend. You are absolutely dead. Junjia staying on him, and Maple getting that.
And I wonder if PSG will go for the Baron. They decide not to.
Yeah, I mean, they lost their two most impactful teamfight ultimates.
Yeah.
Betty should be able to defend mid, so they won't lose anything. Just gaining some gold and taking time away from this Azir to scale, who's gone Shadow Flame as a second item.
Yeah.
Not something we often see anymore. We did see it a little bit last year as Betty's going to be looked at. Flash comes through, Equalizer used on the minion wave. And actually, Shun has just been burnt to a crisp by that ultimate. He's no longer going to be able to participate. His Rest also going to have to pop that Ghost to make sure he can actually run away. And all of a sudden, PSG finds so much.
Yeah, there's the power of the Rumble. Shows up and completely turns that fight around. Nice flash by Betty. Karsa putting so much pressure on these backliners. PSG going to steal away the blue buff. It is the post 20-minute blue buff, so going to be a buff for the whole team.
Now,
As
I mean,
Horizon focus Orianna. I feel like we haven't seen that.
No, we haven't. But I mean, it's fine. It's a little bit less damage than going something like the Death Cap, but you'll ultimately pick up the Death Cap fourth.
Yeah.
Now, it is an opportunity for third Dragon coming up here for CFO. If they don't choose to contest it, though, they actually do have quite a lot of Baron damage, being in that they have an Azir as well as a Lucian with the Melio. There's a lot of burn damage that can come through, and they can take it quite fast, so they might even try to trade. I don't think they'll get away with that, especially with a Nocturne on the other team.
Yeah, and I think the game plan for PSG is just find a Nocturne Orianna combo onto someone, follow it up with the Lux Caitlyn Rumble. I mean, every champ follows up.
Through we come, and what a massive ultimate! It finds three. Carson's going to get stunned up too. He is able to get out of there with the usage of that Breath of Light, but an immediate trigger pull, and Junjia alongside Maple make it happen.
Wow, and we have seen this Nocturne Orianna combo a lot. And now we see why.
Yeah.
People have been picking it. This is the most effective I've seen this combo. Whole split.
Oh my, this is bold.
Yeah.
There's recall coming through from RG, and he does not have teleport. I do not.
Are they onto them?
They're not. Castle, are they able to do it? Okay,
Oh,
Blue
now they're
Trinket
onto
comes through, and there's no way this can be done anymore. That was smart, though. That was.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to get checked for.
Yeah, I think it was a blue trinket from Betty.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Well, good awareness of PSG to realize that was possibly happening, because not many teams would look for that.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
So, yeah, I guess I was wrong about CFO being in control of the game. This Nocturne Orianna combo is doing so much work, and they have every champ on their team can follow up on it. Rumble ult, Caitlyn ult, Lux ult. It feels like a guaranteed kill at this point.
Does. Now, opportunity finished for Betty, so even more damage, especially at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, especially with his ultimate.
It's going to be Verdant Barrier coming in next for Gory. He's quite stunted in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Partly his fault for building a Shadow Flame, but...
I think the Verdant Barrier is going to help a lot dealing with this Nocturne Orianna combo.
That's true. They haven't been going for him, though.
Woody.
Okay, Emperor of Divide finds nothing because of that light binding. Flash forward from Gory, though. He's trying to find the damage. Maple's 1 HP. Casa will not connect with that resonating strike. Betty's getting away. We just need one more speed up. Yes, he gets it. Oh my god, run, Betty, run. He's not going to get away. All Out is committed for that, though, as they do manage to take down this AD carry. Are they going to be able to look for a Baron now, though, as that was a big commitment.
Yeah.
They don't have Equalizer.
No,
There's no big ults, but low health bars, so it is just going to be that kill found.
Most importantly, that fight, Gory and Shun both flashed. So next time this Nocturne ult is up, they're in trouble. They actually TP because they think they're hitting the Baron, but they're not.
Yeah, final spark used to figure that out, but honestly, it's probably back up in 15 more seconds, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry too much about that.
So you've got to be okay with that fight as PSG. Both carries down a flash now.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to lose Betty, and giving over a 500 gold shutdown to the Cassante never feels good, but
yeah,
it doesn't feel all that impactful at this stage of the game. He is just going to get slightly more tanky, and he's already tanky, so tanky that it's hard to deal with him anyway.
Yeah. So
and the light binding clutch.
Yeah, kind of a disastrous engage from Gory. As Shun has to flash away from the Nocturne here. And then he does trade flashes with Junjia, but he definitely needs it more than Junjia does. Rest with Ghost here manages to catch up to Betty. Very close to getting away, but I think Rest might have chased him to his Nexus here.
And popping them all out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that was up, but never felt like he needed to use it till the very end.
Ooh, Arjun now has Riftmaker. Crypt Bloom as well for Maple on this Orianna, and somewhere, somehow, Woody's gone down.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, it was on the it was outside of our screen. He was at the Baron wall.
I'm connecting the dots. Karsa's ult is down.
Ooh. I mean, are PSG actually able to defend this? They at least have got them off for now, and Baron did regen a reasonable amount. I wanted to know if there are any trinkets up.
Yeah, you got to spread these carries out, though.
Oh, okay, we're just going in. All the flash away. Sword Art's going to be able to survive, at least for the time being. Lots of damage, though, and a massive chunk coming out from this. Caitlyn lands the trap. Everyone's being rounded. RJ, Junjia, they're cutting them off. Casa, though, he's trying to find any form of delay. They are at least surviving for now as Betty is slowly working away at rest health bar. The turnaround, though, as Shun is able to kill RJ. The Emperor's Divide comes through, and they are able to find another kill. Maple is being chased down. Resonating Strike will connect. It's only Betty left. He's trying to do it all. The kick, though, is still available. Another Runes. He's not going to get it. Everyone is very low, and Woody has respawned, but all attention now going towards this Baron. Can Woody defend?
Karsa did the most damage in that team fight. On his team, anyway. He went ridiculous on the Lee Sin. Pretty amazing, and also I think the Lucian finally paying dividends. Finally got there, can turn these fights around. As I do have to question a little bit the engage by Junjia onto pretty much the only member of CFO with Flash still.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising when you're doing the Nocturne Orianna combo. He's managed to find Shun on the Lucian and Gory on the Azir a few times.
Shun has a Seeker's Arm Guard, by the way. Now
this is going to be Woody. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Woody is just... I guess they just appear out of the fog somewhere. And it's Karsa that makes this pick in the first place to give them a chance at Baron. So Karsa having an amazing
Woody has
game.
Stayed in this river.
Yeah, he didn't sweep his way to the Baron. Just warding alone, caught out, and I mean, it looks very dicey initially, and the Nocturnal, yeah, just committed on the only guy with Flash. Aza almost died. Gory steps on a trap in the bottom left here.
Yeah.
It looks like a nightmare at this point, but somehow Karsa carries this fight. Along with Lucianal, he's able to pick off Aza on the Rumble. As we're just straight back into another fight.
Well, carrying last fight, but he's dead this fight. Shut down. Picked up by RJ. Flash forward. Light Binding will not connect, but the slow will. Oh, lots of damage coming on Junjia, sorry. Sterix is procced, and he will be alive. Forward will go Shun. He gets hit by one of those electric harpoons, and now Rest is here. He's charging on forward. He's going to be able to find it all out now onto RJ and takes him into that Raptor pit. Although now Betty's trying to find the damage back, and honestly, he is hitting this Cassante hard.
Yeah. Yeah, his
Dragon
health bar
remains
deceptive.
alive. Cast is dead, though. Gory will have teleport available as he spawns.
They don't have Smite. But Junji is very low, so he can't get in.
Teleport coming through now for Gory.
They're not willing to commit to hitting the Dragon. I think Junji is low enough that they can actually hit this.
Yeah. It's going to be the third Dragon now picked up for the side of CFO. And very, very back and forward game. But they are one Dragon ahead. They're one Dragon now from that Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and Mountain Soul on this Cassante is going to be really hard to deal with. Rest of the team not using it super well. Some resist on Lucian and Azir as we'll see what happens here. Gory is doing a lot of damage to Aza, but yeah. Yeah, you can kind of just pick a target with this Nocturne Orianna and take it down.
I think the thing about this Verdant barrier that just doesn't really work is that you can use it, and it's going to get popped by the Nocturne ult as he comes in.
Because I think that the Orianna ult hits before the Nocturne arrives.
It depends when you use it, though.
Yeah. As the solution is officially online, and Shun not scared to dash forward. Buys a lot of time for Rest to get there. As
Seeing it here.
Speaking of...
Oh, a lot of damage traded back, though. Betty managing to land that 90 caliber net.
Yeah.
Obviously, the headshot afterwards. But Junji now quite low. Baron is actually going to time out, so not a whole lot found with the Baron. They did get the Dragon, but... Oh, through we come. We found Gory again! Gory is caught out once more. He has to flash and use that Shurima Shuffle to get himself out to safety, but he is so low.
Man, Gory's suffering this game as they're going to see if they can chase down Rest, but that will take a very long time.
Oh, we're looking for Betty again, and Shun caps a lot of damage.
Yeah, Betty trading back pretty well.
Betty on point with these nets. Look at that line of traps.
Yeah. Always annoying sieging into a Caitlyn.
Well, we're looking for Rest once more. It's going to take a long time, but
no
RJ,
Ghost on him, but...
Yeah, it does have all out.
No Baron to trade for CFO. And no TP on anyone to come help him.
Yeah, RJ's going to find him.
I think he's close enough to his tower that he can get out if he sniffs this out. I think he does.
He's going to go unstoppable. He's going to be able to take RJ through a wall. Oh, he did. He did not. He misplaced it.
I thought that would take a long time, and it did not. It actually killed him very easily.
RJ actually just burnt that guy to a crisp.
Yeah, nothing to trade on the opposite side of the map. I guess Gory's going to go for a tier 2 here. He doesn't have TP, though.
He might be able to get it, but yeah, this defense has to be really good. Shun, it's not going to be very long for this world as long as one auto attack can come out, but RJ can't get it. Final Spark will not connect, but through will come Junjia. That's one kill picked up. Caster's going to block out that ace in the hole, which will keep Sword Art alive. In the meantime, though, it's Gory. He's taken 2 towers. We thought it was going to be 1. Inhib's next. Maple does make his way back here, and not long until the rest of the team follows suit, and Gory does get away. Inhib remains alive, but 2 towers on this Azir.
Yeah, it doesn't manage to get the Inhib. I thought it was going to be a disaster fight for CFO, but they were actually just baiting the whole time. Gory, no TP, no problem. Just keeps shoving.
Yeah, Shun does get taken out.
This Rumble is very terrifying.
Yeah, and both of these APs are very minimal amount of gold away from getting to the death cap.
Yeah, both having Rabadons. Gory nowhere near it. Had to go Zhonya's. So, yeah, he went for the Banshees. It's a decent Banshees game just for the MR, honestly, but maybe he needed that Zhonya's earlier to just avoid this combo.
Yeah, he is not doing the amount of damage you expect a 35-minute 4-item Azir to do, though.
Yeah.
Really the only... Here's the Lich Bane and then this Shadow Flame. Sure, both the Zhonyas as well as the Banshees are doing more damage than they used to.
Yeah, but
But-
you generally don't want to have both.
Yeah, and you generally want to have a death cap by your 4th item.
Yeah.
As we see both APs
As
on
I
the
don't
side.
think he's even getting a death cap this game.
Yeah, no, he's not. I don't know what their last
Oh.
item's going to be. Maybe Lichbane.
Oh, don't let Shock see this. Aja.
Yeah, kick through. Aja's really low. Equalizer's fantastic, though. Zhonya's come through now for Shun. Final Spark's going to be on top. And the trap from Betty means that it's going to be an easy job to take down this Lucian. So far, it's 1-for-1. Aja and Shun being the trade. Maple's sidestepping, but now Maple's stuck against this wall. Doesn't have flash. Kaz is on him, but they still are just barely surviving. Azir doing so much. Junjia blocking up that resonating strike is low health bars for multiple members.
Ooh. Yeah, Shun has the Zhonyas very cleverly against this combo, but he ends up just getting a Caitlyn trap dropped under him and just one shot out of his Zhonyas. So I wonder if it's even doing enough or if it's even worth keeping, as you kind of wish your Azir had a more damage or oriented build if they're going to focus your Lucian.
Which is what they have been doing.
Yeah, as Karsa kicks Aja into his Azir, he goes down pretty quick, and a nice Zhonya's from Shun, but Betty just runs up and puts a trap under him. Immediately dies. And they're just not able to... Woody flashing away nicely there. As they're not able to really follow up.
Oh, back to life.
Back to life,
Maple's
Maple's
being
dead.
found. And this is Dragon Soul?
Karsa ult on cooldown again. I'm connecting the dots again. That's going to be... Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's Mountain Soul now.
Oh, Gory played the long con. He built the 2 resist items to stack up these mountain dragons. Oh.
Oh, I don't even know if PSG can defend this Baron. There's still 30 seconds left on their mid laner.
And, I mean, one thing to criticize from PSG is we talked about how close these 2 AP carries were to their Rabadons as
Yeah,
Baron's going to be started.
RJ, though, he's found himself an angle. But still, they're not going to have their Orianna, and that champion is desperately needed.
Oh, Rest.
Oh, Rest is finding himself a flank. Although, they've stopped the Baron.
Oh, they got away. Wow, they bait them
8
off the Baron.
seconds. 8 seconds for Maple. And Rest taking a pretty insignificant amount of damage, honestly. Final Spark comes through. It gives a bit of vision. They know what's happening. Maple will have teleport available now. There's not really a great ward for him to go to. Stream
Rest
Shuffle
again,
in
wow.
5-2! It's an immediate fight in the bot lane is gone. Archie's in the back line, but it's a triple for Gory. Maple's in the mid lane. He can't even help. Gory looking for that quadra as the lights go dark. Junjia will not give it away. And now Maple has to defend. He's trying to stop the minions. He's looking for a steal. Teleport, though, is going to come through. Maple, all he can do is give over this Baron and look to delay the minion waves, and that's exactly what he's trying to do, but he's slowed up. Gory is on to this Orianna. Orianna, though, it's going to find it. Maple, one more auto.
Oh,
that is a dead Azir. Baron found for CFO. Gory with a fantastic Shurima shuffle.
Yeah, that was incredible by Gory. PSG are getting clever and managing to delay that Baron, but without the threat of the Orianna Nocturne, as I think Maple's just dead.
Maple is dead, but he's delayed long enough for his team to respawn.
Yep. So it is going to be a minute without this Orianna again. With Baron up on CFO, probably shouldn't be able to hold on to an inhib. Though CFO not really looking to push it.
And we have one of our death caps.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was going to say before the Baron got started. We were talking about how close they were to these massive spikes, and we saw like 3-4 fights in that time.
I wonder if they
sitting
were
on
buying
2
blue pots.
rods. Yeah, could have been.
Yeah, it's surprising that they weren't able to get them right, so I feel like at least one blue pot each must have been purchased.
Yeah.
But it is now the death cap for this
So we're
Orianna
going to see
as
Maple
well as
get caught
Seekers.
here. Karsa having an amazing game. Wow, and he gets the Orianna ulti too.
That was quick.
Yeah, goes down very quickly. This time, you know, the kick in, there are people there to respond, and this is the first attempt to go on them as they're playing around this area and they don't get away with it a second time. Gory just shuts it down. You know, has to navigate around a lot of traps and, you know, Lux binding. As no flash needed, just finds the bot lane of PSG.
So perfect.
Yeah.
Now back to live, of course. Baron Siege, 1 minute 15 seconds left on it.
Yeah.
Now they're all working towards these inhibitor towers. That's the mid one gone, top one already gone, and bot one now being the next target.
This Cassante looking pretty tanky now.
Oh,
Woody.
Woody! He has to flash and heal.
Wow.
Not the most impactful on your Lux. If you can get out her abilities, importantly, then it could just be enough. 45 seconds still remaining.
Oh, it might be all 3 inhibs.
Oh, we're going, we find it. We find something onto Sorda. Ace in the hole, it's blocked. Junji and now he's in no man's land. Rest is holding off the rest of the team. One member's gone down. Maple's gone golden, but he is not going to find his way out. It's all up to Betty. It's all up to Maple, and Woody is now the last man standing. The second game took a long time, but out of the Korean killers, it's Kasa and Sword Art who still remain supreme.
And Karsa especially had a ridiculous series. I think in that game he was just carrying straight up on the Lee Sin. He found so many picks which translated into dragons and barons for them. A really nice ult by Gory to kind of seal that baron away for them, and looking pretty good on CFO.
A game that was. I mean, both teams really had the opportunity to win it there. Great itemization, I think, out of Shun to just pick up a Seekers, realize it's not going to do anything for him in terms of damage, but the 4 items is enough. As long as he's not dying, he's going to be offering more damage.
Yeah.
Massive out of him to be able to recognize that. Sword Art in that last fight somehow surviving the Nocturne Orianna engage. Not even sure at all how that's possible, but he manages to. And then, I mean, lethality Caitlyn at the end of the game. Yes, if you find a massive trap into a ace in the hole, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But you're not getting through Cassante.
Yeah, you're not doing anything to that Cassante, running into 3-4 people at the end of the game there. And getting away on a sliver of HP.
And that man on your screen, Gory.
Yeah.
The engage, I mean, frame perfect. Finding his way just above that ledge, getting the 2-man Emperor's Divide straight into the waiting arms of his team.
After a game where he started 1-3-0.
Yeah.
Just comes alive in that fight.
Yeah. Certainly found his way back in. He had definitely a rough start. But boy, oh boy, did he finish strong.
Yeah. I mean, all of CFO finishing that game out strong.
Yeah.
Rest, a really good game. Quietly, I think.
For sure.
Shun came alive after a really tough laning phase, so a really difficult early game for CFO to navigate, and they navigate it pretty well, picking up some dragons along the way, and then once they get a chance, they just take the Baron, and the game's over pretty quick after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, shout out to Kasa, because the first attempt at Baron, I think they even got it. The first Baron they got was off the back of him kicking Woody. Second, well, the soul they got was off him finding Maple.
Yep.
And it's just time and time again, somehow this man is finding the perfect place to be.
Yeah.
Amazing ward jump into the Lee Sin kicks and just
and there was one team fight around one of those Baron fights where he did the most damage on his team. With an Azir, a Cassante, a Lucian Milio on his team. He just did the most damage on Lee Sin, just jumping around, finding his way onto the backline. And yeah, Karsa's my MVP for that game.
Do you still hate Lee Sin?
No, I'm a Lee Sin believer now. As long as Karsa's playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a phenomenal performance. I mean, all around, really, it was a tough start to the game. They got countered pretty much every lane, right? Orianna traditionally beats Azir. Gory, in fairness, was just farming up. They were very, very even the entirety until the side lane sort of aspect of the game came, at which point that kind of fell apart a bit.
He was just catching the Nocturne Orianna.
Yeah, just on repeat. And then, of course, Lucian, Milio, while a strong lane, not as strong as the Kate and Lux. And then Rumble against Cassante. They just had 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
The only person who really came out looking okay was Kasa, and he was able to utilize that looking okay to just...
Even Karsa early game, though, was down levels and getting counter jungled.
He was.
Having to give up objectives.
But a large part of that is because of every lane losing, right? it's very hard to play jungle, but he still came out with about as much as he could and a lot of utility, base damage in the kit, and he made the absolute most of it. It was, yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get MVP, the only two MVPs it could be is him or Sword Art, and it's not that Sword Art deserves it as much as him, it's that somehow he just gets it anyway.
Yeah, it depends how much you value that one play by Gory.
Yeah, that's true. That was a big play.
Only possible because Sword Art made a big pick in the first place, though.
Karsa,
yeah.
But yes,
Sword Art
true.
wasn't doing any picking off on Millia.
He was kind of sitting back there and hitting his R button, heal, shield, cozy campfire.
Yeah.
But
Standing far away from his Lucian, who's eating a Nocturne Orianna. As good as that combo was, it's a bit one-dimensional.
And it feels like as soon as his Zonya's purchase, is like...
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of just rough once he got his Zonyas. They both had Zonyas.
I swear, like, at some stage, you don't actually have to use it as a combo. At some stage, you can
just play your champs normally now.
Yeah. You can actually do that. Like, it's not... don't pick these two champs and then become forced into doing this.
We're going to see...
Sword Art getting away from that. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. Managed to flash it. And Karsa is there to protect him. And this looked like a disaster. And this was the fight where Karsa did the most damage on his team on a Lee Sin. You don't see that often. He's just jumping around this fight, somehow keeping everything together, and they managed to find a turn onto Aja here. Nice ult from Shun. And
yeah, fantastic.
Junjia goes down soon after with Gory chucking him in. Karsa, I think, is able to clean up Maple here.
He almost goes down.
Yeah, right. And then Betty, not a lot of DPS on this lethality. Caitlyn, he's looking to just ult and chuck traps out in a fight. Not really get involved.
Yeah, no, well played by Karsa. I mean, eliminating pretty much both of the carries.
Yeah.
And there you have it. Early game.
Look at that gold grab.
Very much in favor of PSG.
Yeah.
3K-ish gold. Eventually lost by 12, 13.
Yeah, and looks like once CFO just got the game back in their hands, they ran away with it pretty quick.
Yeah, it really was. And RG, I want to say noticeably, really, really impactful early game, but kind of silent after 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Really didn't see a lot out of him.
Yeah. I don't remember what his build was. I don't think it was anything terrible, though.
No. It was Leandri's Crypt Bloom. No, Leandri's Void Staff, Riftmaker, Deathcap.
Yeah, I wonder if you could have skipped the Riftmaker, maybe.
Maybe, but you might like the additional health just to get a bit more Flame Spitter out.
It's definitely nice in the side lane if you're against Cassante.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's... Maybe we got to the point where you just Nocturne ult onto a carry and then just put the Rumble ult on top of that carry. Because even if they're Zonyas, they come out onto the Rumble ult anyway.
Yeah.
I think at some stage of this game where both carries have bought as Zonyas, you just give up on the strat.
Yeah, you don't have to use it as a combo.
I mean, they group up fairly regularly, right? Like, not entirely, but there's often times where you will see that Shun and Sword Art are together. And if they don't have the Zonyas available at that point, then maybe you can look to win these team fights. And to be fair, they absolutely could have looked to win some of these team fights anyway, but it was kind of just getting caught out in the mid waves and Karsa really finding so much that led to the eventual win.
Constantly finding picks. We didn't pay much attention to the vision game that game, but that would have been, instrumental in enabling them to get so many picks onto Woody. The one around the Baron, he was walking back and forwards on top of a ward. Ward that was placed between two of their pinks. So they had a pink on their side of the map, a pink on Baron, but there was a ward between that was spotting out Woody, and they managed to find a pick off it.
Yeah, and again, that led to their first Baron. Next was Maple in the mid lane, and Shun, Gory, Karsa.
Yeah. An amazing game from Karsa.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not
both
sure
of
if he
them
died.
were.
He died.
I think he died once, yeah. But honestly, this game, but this whole series, it's Karsa is the MVP. I don't think you could really argue otherwise. Gory had a good 2 games, but Karsa just played incredibly well both games. Just, like, really shown. And,
everyone from CFO
now
pretty
we're
well.
once again learning that jungle is, in fact, the most broken role.
True.
As per.
True.
Nothing new learned here today.
Yeah.
Just telling you your regular news.
Yeah. I mean, we were thinking it was top lane for a while after how many Cassantes and Aatroxes we saw just run away with games.
That's true.
Karsa gets a very deserved MVP.
Yeah, definitely. Damage taken, 46,000.
Yeah.
Junjia, though, 52.
Nothing takes quite as much damage as this Nocturne.
Yeah, it's always
seems to.
topping it. Although damage per death was Cartha, because I think he only died once, so
Yeah.
23,000 per death. Junjie
Yeah.
would have died quite a few times.
Ends up with 83% KP. Nothing much happening without Junjie going in that game.
Yeah, well, they kind of based their entire game plan around it.
Yeah.
And I can see it working with it. Like the entirety of the mid game, perfect. It was doing perfectly well. Neither of these carries had Zhonya's. You were finding
Here's
it
the
time
pick
and time again.
I think that ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, this was Mountain Soul, and boy oh boy does the game get hard at this point.
Yeah, and it was just so casual. You know, you kind of didn't realize the game was just, you know, incredibly difficult now off of just like, you know, a pretty easy looking pick.
Yeah.
In the mid lane, Maple a bit out of position, and I kind of hate the lethality, Caitlyn.
No, I don't, but I think it's just in this game, like, got to a point where the rest of the team comp really wanted to win in the mid game, and when they didn't, it became very, very difficult.
Yeah, it does look bad.
I
once
think
you
the
don't
entire
snowball.
they picked a team comp that does actually function together,
Yeah.
but then it just wasn't enough. They weren't able to find certain dragons and that was honestly because of Casa. Casa was just finding picks before an objective comes up and you've lost a person, and now all of a sudden you can't take whatever objective you're going for, and you get past the 35-minute mark, 40-minute mark, and all of a sudden your comp doesn't function as well as the enemy teams, and that's kind of the result that we end up running into. But I don't mind the lethality, Caitlyn, but ultimately we did learn one thing: the champions of the Flash Wolves, the heritage team from our region, is Casa and Sword Art.
Yep.
Didn't expect it to be a 2-0, in fairness. But I think Game 2 certainly delivered it. It felt like a 5-game series in that second game. So, you know, we take those.
Yeah, very back and forwards in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for watching that with us. We are going to have an interview now again with Paddy. This time we get Casa as well as Sword Art, so do enjoy, and we'll be back after.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 CFO 的打野和辅助选手 Karsa 跟 Sword Art， 请 Karsa 跟 Sword Art 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 打野 Karsa。Hello， 大家好，我是小蛇。
Congratulations on winning the most anticipated game of the season, the game between the old wolves. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们赢下今天与老队友的精彩对决，大家也是非常关注今天的比赛，觉得自己打得如何？
打得还行吧，就是踢疯狂踢 Maple 跟Betty 还挺爽的。
I feel pretty awesome today. I played really well. So playing against Maple and Betty is actually really fun. So I feel very happy for today's game.
就还蛮开心的吧，因为就是之前跟他们一起打，就是在同队的时候也蛮开心的，然后在对手打的时候也有不同的感觉，然后就是希望到时候在决赛遇到他们的时候，可以再打一场精彩比赛。
So I'm also really happy. Being with their teammate and playing together was really fun. And play against them is also, we can feel the same thing. It's also really fun. I hope we can play again in the finals. That's my hope. We saw a very emotional flashback documentary about Flash Wolves before the game. Do you feel anything after you watch it? 我们在比赛前看到了非常感人的电玩纪录片，你们自己看完有没有什么特别的感觉？
就是虽然是有蛮多回忆的啦，但就是虽然看得有点尴尬，但是我们现在代表的是 CFO 嘛，然后就是我们两支队伍在不同的，应该是我们两边在不同的队伍打比赛，说实话就是还是挺有感触的。
So I did watch it, and I feel there's a lot of memories in it, but also I feel kind of awkward watching it. We now represent CFO and they represent PSG. We're in two different teams, but I still feel pretty happy and pretty emotional playing today's game and watching that.
就是虽然说现在不是在同一个队伍了嘛，然后但是看到他们就是还是发挥得很好，然后就是我觉得我们也要更努力一点，因为就是我们希望是到最后赢下来的是我们这样子。
So even though we're not in the same team, I saw them play pretty well on the same team in PSG. So it kind of makes me want to play even better. So because we have to be the team that wins the final game between the battle. So this question is for Karsa. Today, your mid-jungle synergy was awesome with Gory. Who do you think is a better mid player, Maple or Gory? Karsa, 今天你跟 Gory 有很多不错的配合，你觉得 Maple 跟 Gory 谁是比较好的中路？
没 两个都是我一个是一个是现任，一个是前任嘛。然后就是因为今天比赛我们赢了，所以我觉得多利发挥比较好吧。不过我觉得两个人用起来都蛮舒服的，所以就是不会分的就是谁比较厉害的。
One is my current and one is my ex. So today, maybe Gory because Gory won the game, but overall I think both are really good mids, and it's really I feel really well playing with both of them. So Sword Art, let's talk about Shin. He played Twisted Fate AD today and did very well. How do you rate your bottom lane performance today? Sword Art 来谈谈你的队友 Shin， 他今天第一场拿出逆命 AD， 并且表现得非常出色。你怎么评价你们今天的下路搭档组合？
因为就是知道 PSG 也很厉害嘛，所以就是我们昨天晚上特别讨论很久，好像我们讨论到早上5点吧，然后就是我们准备了很多套打法来打，然后也很开心今天有好的结果。
So we know that PSG is a very strong team, very competitive game. So we actually talked a lot yesterday and prepared a lot yesterday, even until 5 a.m. today. So I'm really happy that we won the game, but we did a lot of preparation, and I think we did pretty well today on the bottom lane. Now you won against them. Do you have anything you want to say to your old teammates? 现在赢了对面，有什么话想要对你的老队友们说的吗？
因为风堂在我们赛前纪录片里面说了嘛，就是说我们回家洗岁。现在想问他一句，现在谁要洗岁啊
？So Maple said in the documentary to have us rest in peace. Now, who's gonna rest in peace? Is it you, Maple?
OK.
快点。
就那时候17岁嘛，我们都17岁，然后现在都27岁，对，感觉我们都差不多要洗岁了，但好像我们还是可以再晚一点这样。
So we're all pretty old right now. We're all 27, and at that time when he said that in the beginning, we're all 17. So actually, I feel like maybe we all should rest in peace, but just stay strong for the last 2 years of our pro game, I guess. Do you have anything you want to say to fans that were very excited for today's game? 你们有没有什么想要对非常期待今天比赛的粉丝们说的话？
就可能我们刚开始还没有太顺嘛，但感觉现在我们已经调整的蛮好，就调整的不错，然后也准备了很多我们一些觉得比较新奇的阵容吧，然后也希望接下来粉丝能够继续支持我们，然后我们也会尽量让大家看到精彩比赛。
So in the beginning of the season, we weren't that ready and we're not that prepared in our team. Now we got better and better, and we prepared a lot of different compositions for our game. So I hope that my fans and the people that watch the team will be really happy watching our game.
就是我觉得我们队伍现在就是一直每天都有在进步吧，然后很开心。然后就是我觉得就是我们每个人都有很大的目标吧，就是像我之前有说，就是可能我希望我们可以拿个8强之类的，我觉得就是还有很大的路要走，但我希望就是大家可以支持我们，因为我们真的很努力这样。
So I feel that we improve every day, and we all have really big goals. Like I said before, we really want to make it in the quarterfinals. So I think we still have a lot of room to improve, and that's what we're going to try to do in our games. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，也感谢 Karsa 跟 Sora 选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们把镜头转回主播台的秋伟跟 JR。
Well, solid interview.
Yeah.
We'll move that.
Yeah, they've
Solid
definitely been improving.
Yeah, they have. I mean, from day number 1 to now, it is a
Different
significant improvement.
Yeah.
We thought for a lot of it that maybe the dominance we started to see was because they were going up against weaker teams.
Yeah.
But now they've gone up against one of, if not the strongest team that is in the competition alongside them.
Yeah.
And at least in game 1, just decimated. Just absolutely blew them out of the water.
And in the series, 2-0, 2-0 beyond, 2-0 PSG on a bit of a streak. CFO are. We'll see how they do up against Frank, who, are our
not
strongest
2-0
team.
beyond. They lost to Beyond.
Oh, who'd they 2-0?
I don't know. But not Beyond.
Oh, was it PSG that 2-0'd Beyond? I got my
that
teams
is
mixed
right.
up.
Yeah. And today's results, I mean, first game, kind of expected a 2-0. Was a 2-0 indeed for Frank. Game number 2, though.
Surprising.
It was surprising. 2-0 for CFO. I didn't really know who I thought would actually win, but it was CFO. Very convincing in game number 1. Very, very tight in game number 2. And this just gets me more and more excited for not only the second stage, of course, of the regular season, which we will get to see them almost certainly play against each other once again.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we'll get our
for the
best
playoffs,
of 5s.
we are probably getting these guys in the playoffs. I struggle to see how we wouldn't.
Yeah.
And your standings now, with that all said and done, is, of course, Frank first, CFO second, PSG third, Beyond in fourth, and J-Team now only narrowly behind Beyond in fifth, with the rest trailing fairly significantly. Now, little fact for you fellas. Lo and I went and did a little bit of math, not in public, because we don't do math in public.
Yeah.
But as you can see on your screen, J-Team are 1-2-0 behind Beyond as long as they get 0-2'd.
Yeah.
And you'll see it very, very shortly.
Yeah, they're against
But
Beyond.
tomorrow's game will feature J-Team against Beyond. So if J-Team are able to beat Beyond 2-0, they will be exactly tied on the leaderboards, despite how J-Team's season has started.
Yeah, same tiebreaker, same score.
Yeah.
Importantly.
Everything will be the exact same in terms of their scoreboard. Now, I'm not entirely sure just yet how the tiebreakers work, whether it goes off head-to-head or if it goes off just the entire rounding. But that is between 4th and 5th, which is a massive deal breaker because that is the difference between being in the upper bracket or the bottom bracket going into the second stage of our regular season. Now, other than that, West Point versus Hell Pigs, one of these teams are getting a series win.
Someone's got to win. Who will it be?
One of these teams have to win. They can't both lose tomorrow. They both finally picked up their first game win yesterday, and now one of them is going to move on to get their second game win, third game win, and get their first series win.
No matter who loses, I think we all win.
That is
there are
right.
going to be fireworks in that matchup.
Look, you go from today's game number 2, and I'm maybe not as excited, but I am very excited.
Almost.
We could see some shenanigans. I love shenanigans.
Yeah.
Could we finally, maybe, have Ringar left open?
Oh,
Gentleman's
I doubt
agreement.
It. No, I doubt it.
Ringar open, we give you a Rallia.
Oh.
And just see what happens.
Oh, that could be it.
Gentleman's agreement?
Yeah, we'll see if they do it.
It would be interesting. I mean, Rallia looking very strong on the Rallia, and we don't even know who looks good on the Ringar because it hasn't made it through the first ban on each side.
Permanently banned. For all we know, Hellpegs are our strongest team as soon as they get Rengar.
It's just a mystery at this point, but hopefully we will be able to find out. But of course, thank you so much for joining us for such an amazing day. CFO are going to take out the win over PSG, but do join us tomorrow. You saw game number 2. Who doesn't want to watch what could be the greatest game in the history of the PCS?
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so